Hi, good morning, RSC Tech. I hope I am in the breakout room. I would like to have a few questions for you this morning. Thank you. RSC Tech. RSC Tech. Good morning, RSC Tech. Could I have a word with you? I hope I'm in the breakout room.
Hi, good morning. We will be unable to go to our breakout room. However, we could message on the chat, the WhatsApp chat.
Okay, so is it that if I put on my screen now, everyone is seeing me?
Yes, we are live on YouTube at the moment.
I need to know the order of the day. Nobody has sent it for me.
Okay. Could we please message on the WhatsApp chat? Because we are
Okay,
currently live on YouTube.
okay.
A pleasant morning to all service providers present, all seat officials, teachers, and students. Please bow your heads as we share a word of prayer. Praise be to you, Almighty God, creator of the universe and all that is in it. We thank you, O Father, for the opportunity which you have given us to increase our knowledge. May your divine grace enable us to study hard and use what we learn for the good of our fellow citizens. We pray that you free us from selfishness, lust, greed, anger, and hatred. Warm our hearts with love, fill our minds with understanding, and strengthen our wills in the face of all difficulty. Help us, O Father, to make our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago the kind of place you want it to be. A place where human dignity is respected and where equal rights are accorded to all citizens, where hard work is encouraged and rewarded, and where you, O God, reign supreme.
Excitement, positivity, inspiration. These are just a few of the experiences you are sure to have today. Welcome, students and well-wishers, to the Southeastern Education District Virtual Career Fair, which ends today, Friday, 16th April. It is a live event, and so I encourage you to spend some worthwhile time with us today. Please encourage your friends to join us, and of course, share this video with like-minded individuals. Today, you will meet a cadre of amazing presenters who hail from a variety of intriguing fields. I am Nadine Gabriel, a member of the Student Support Services Division staff with a little more than 2 decades of experience in the field of education. I invite you to have a lovely day with us. And of course, I would like to take you over to the Sweet Chorale, which is an internationally renowned choir.
Gonna build a mountain from a little hill. Gonna build a mountain, it's my hope I will. Gonna build a mountain, gonna build it high. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, only know I'm gonna try. Gonna build a tea tree from a little hole. Gonna push that tea tree up the mountain slope. Gonna build a tea tree, gonna see it through. Gonna build a mountain and a daydream, gonna make them both come true. Gonna build a castle from a little town. Gonna build a castle and then go down. If I build my mountain with a lot of care and take my dream of the mountain, heaven will be waiting there. When I build that heaven, as I will someday.
We have a global population of about 7.2 billion persons. Out of these, 5 billion are workers. Today, I encourage you to join that esteemed group by choosing a career, and in so doing, you are really planning for your future, considering your quality of life, and of course, your day-to-day experiences. With us this morning, I have an individual who is very much concerned about the health and well-being of others. He holds a PhD and has a wealth of knowledge in various fields. With us, the CEO of the Acropolis Medical Center, Dr. Edison Doyle. Good morning, Dr. Doyle. At this time, we have the Guidance Officer 2, acting, of the Southeastern Education District, Ms. Denise Cimarron Tyson. Ms. Tyson, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. And good morning to Ms. Nadine Gabriel. Thank you for that introduction. Good morning. And I really want to say thank you very much for that introduction. And at this time today, we are so happy because it's our last day, and we would have made sure that we had a caliber of providers for the past 2 days. I want to say publicly, thank you to all who have supported. Thank you to Mr. Ramdas and your team. You have, blown our minds because, this have turned out to be more than just a dream, but really a reality. And even as we continue today to bring on the caliber of providers, I really want to just say, thank God he brought us this far. Now, I don't have no big story. I have a real simple story, and I know we are bringing on Dr. Doyle in a few minutes. And my phone is just going on there, so sorry about that. And the thing about it is the caliber of people. Now, my testimony is I never liked school. I did really bad in school. And I really messed up. In fact, when I left school, I would have left school only with one subject because I couldn't understand maths. And to me, it's like My grandmother, she wanted me to be a nurse. And I was like, a nurse? I don't even like blood. I don't like blood, but I love to talk. And I just used to like pray and ask God, Father, help me. Because when I left school with one subject. And students, wherever you're watching from in Southeastern, and even if you have spread word, I want you right now, get on that link and spread the word to everyone. Flood YouTube this morning. Whether it's Princeton, East, West, Cohen, right? Whether it be from Barco, Asher, whatever school you are from, spread the word to all the students. Let me tell you why. The dynamic speakers are going to be on today. You are going to be blown with the experiences as they take time to share their personal testimonies. I want to publicly thank, as I have 2 minutes because I'm watching my time. I want to publicly thank Almighty God for what He has done with Southeastern this week. I want to thank God for all the officers who stood up. We worked tirelessly, long hours to make sure that we have the caliber of people on today. Excellent presenters that will blow your mind. When I recognized that my mother left primary school just with school leaving, and she had to work really, really hard at Puff and stuff. She worked hard. And some days I used to just pray and ask, oh Lord Jesus, please help me not to let down my mother and my grandmother, my father, everybody. And you know what? When I went to school, in our days, we didn't even have guidance officers, but we had excellent teachers and principals and mentors. And I don't know where you're going to be logging on from today, but I want to encourage you as our team continue to help you today and all the days to come in your school as you get ready for the Form 5 school and they're personally preparing for exams, to get ready to enjoy today and learn, because we are preparing you for the world of work. When I got my first job, I was so excited. When I started to work, I was like, listen, I couldn't believe how God opened up that door for me, because I had totally let down my mother. And even though my mother is not alive today, the legacy that she has left behind, it's powerful. It's really powerful and mind-blowing. And you see, I always ask God to give me a heart of love. Love for our students, love for our young people. So today, get ready as we blow your minds with the caliber of excellent providers who will share with you as we guide you on the right career path. I want to thank again Mr. Ramdas and his team. I want to thank all the guidance officers and counselors. And again, all the providers who said yes to hope for a brighter future. Thank you as we get ready to share this experience with you. Be with us for the entire day. Thank you. God bless you.
morning, we have an individual with a wealth of knowledge in many various fields. He holds a PhD and is very much concerned with the health and well-being of others. The CEO of the Acropolis Medical Center, Dr. Edison Doyle. Good morning, Dr. Doyle, and thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. It's a pleasure, of course, to be here once again. And I look forward to a great session this morning. Thanks for having me here. I love dealing with youths and helping and training and mentoring and just providing, experiential accounts of what we should do, how we should do it, when we should do it, and why we should not do certain things. So it's a pleasure to be here this morning. I would start, as I did for the last 2 days, with giving a little background of myself. And so I'm sharing the screen here. So I'm Edison Doyle. Professional memberships, I'm a fellow of the Certified and Chartered Accountants of UK, a Chartered Professional Accountant of Canada, a CGA of Canada. Academia, I have a doctorate in leadership and management, a master's of business administration from the University of Toronto, a postgraduate diploma from Harvard University. I'm a certified executive trainer with John Maxwell. In addition, from academia perspective, I'm a former dean of the business faculty of the KCL Institute, a former member of the Curriculum Development Committee for the MBA program in the University of Toronto, a former member of the IT Management Board at the Ryerson University of Canada, a former member of the Board of Governors for Tyndale University, and a former member for the University of the West Indies. So I've been associated with 4 universities at the board or at the sub-board level. In terms of my career highlights, I'm currently, as you mentioned, I'm currently the CEO of Acropolis Medical Center in San Fernando. And that, that long list there gives an indication as to my history and the senior executive positions that I've held. On the kind of lighter side, but not less important, I'm an avid musician. I play most of the instruments, and I am married to June for 48 years with 4 children and 7 grandchildren. So that's a little bit about myself. I would now get right into the presentation. What I am looking at this morning, what I would like to talk about really is success, and success in the context of children really or students really is getting through your school, getting through the time that you're spent in school, passing your exams, determining what career that you should focus on. So the presentation outline we are looking at is success is a function of choice, not chance. And I'll repeat that. Success is a function of choice and not chance. You have to choose to be successful. You have to choose to pass your exam. You have to choose to become someone. And with that choice, of course, you have what comes along with it. It's not by chance. You will not by chance pass your exams. You will not by chance get through in life. These things do not happen by chance. They all are by choice. So I'm going to go through very quickly for the first about 15 minutes, and I will leave the last 10 minutes because 5 minutes have gone already. I'll leave the last 10 minutes for questions, and I hope the students would certainly ask questions because the interaction is a lot better at that point in time. So what is the definition of success? What are the benefits of success? What are the principles of success? What are the barriers to success? The formulas for success and the 5 I's. The definition of success. If success is a favorable or desired outcome, the attainment of wealth or favor or eminence. That is by the Webster Dictionary. John Maxwell, he says the success is a progressive realization of a predetermined goal. I like this latter one because your goals now should be to get through your school at the secondary level, move on to university level or college. It depends on the stream that you want to go. Some of us like to use our hands like artisans, electrician, mechanic, etc. And those are good areas to get into. Others like the academics, like being an accountant, being a doctor, being an engineer, etc. So whatever that goal is, success is the progressive realization of a predetermined goal. And you see that word there, progressive. It doesn't happen overnight. And it's not a one-time shot. It is a progressive, so it is ongoing. So you achieve baby steps first, then you continue to move on to the higher steps because you started at your kindergarten. From kindergarten, you went on to elementary school. From elementary school, you went on to high school. From high school, now you're going on to university and then to your first degree or second degree and so on. And you do these things in life. So it is progressive. It is a progressive realization of a predetermined goal. In terms of the definition of success, if success is a favorable or desired outcome, which is the output, then for a result to occur, an action or an input or a series of actions must take place. And this is what I want to really convey this morning. Success is an output. So in order for there to be an output, there must be an input. And really breaking it down, the input for students really is you gotta work hard. You gotta learn your work. You gotta participate in class. You gotta hang out with the right crowd. You gotta make sure that you keep focus. It's called laser-like focus on what you're supposed to do. Your quest, bullet number 2, your quest for success could be aimed towards achievement of a spiritual, physical, emotional, financial, career, business, or relationships goal. God made us all equal. The difference between a success and an unsuccessful person is that a successful person does what an unsuccessful person refuses to do. And that is critical in terms of how we do and how we achieve our success. One writer says that the road to success is not an easy one. Otherwise, it would have been overcrowded. So I hope you understand what I'm saying. The road to success is not easy. My father used to tell me, son, no pain, no gain. You fail to plan, then plan to fail. So if you think that you will be successful at your exams, successful at your career path, successful in life, and you think that there is no sacrifices that are required, there's no pain to undergo, staying up late at nights to do your work, sacrificing sometimes going out or hanging out with friends, etc. The pain and the sacrifices that you undergo now, it will be worthwhile in the future when you achieve your goals. What are the benefits of being successful? 1, internal satisfaction. You feel good. You feel good about yourself. Recently, I saw where the SEA results, probably a few months ago, and I looked at the children who were successful, and I believe they probably would have scored in the top 10 or so. How beaming they were. They were happy that their parents were next to them, and they felt good. They felt good. So when you're successful, there's a certain level of internal satisfaction. You feel good. Number 2, you feel a sense of accomplishment. When you get your report card and you see you pass, 80, 90, 95, A plus, B plus, etc. You feel a sense of accomplishment at that point in time. You have a peace of mind. You're not worried about, oh my gosh, listen, I'm wondering if I'm going to get into my university of choice. I'm wondering if I could pass and make it through the career path that I want to undergo. So that's a peace of mind. Then you become and you have the ability to help others as you go along. The more you are successful and the more you achieve things, you can help others. You can teach others, you can train others, you can mentor each other. You have a fulfilled life. You feel, again, like internal satisfaction, you feel good about yourself. You leave an inheritance and a legacy. When you grow up, I know you guys are probably you are not thinking about this right now, but when you become a parent and when you become a grandparent, you want to leave a legacy of success for your children and for your grandchildren. You want your child, your daughter, your son to say, listen, my father was this, my mother was this. He was a good accountant, he was a good doctor, he was a good electrician, he was a good mechanic, he was a good botanist, and whatever it is. Think about that. I know most youth or teenagers don't think about that because as far as you are concerned, it is way down the road. But kind of keep that in the back of your mind. It is there's a worthwhile dash. There's a story about a dash which I just quickly go over. The dash is saying like, listen, John Doe, he was born in 1960 and he died in 2020. And they say dash from 1960, there's a little dash, and then there's 220 at the other side. Now, you want that dash to be worthwhile. So whatever you do, make sure and do it well, okay? And of course, credibility, when you are successful, there's a certain level of credibility and you are considered better. Now, there is no luck. There's the word luck, it does appear in the Bible, but really from a management, from an intense perspective, luck is when preparedness meets opportunity. An opportunity arises and you are prepared, you can just walk into that opportunity. If an opportunity arises and you are not prepared, well, you wouldn't get or you won't achieve that opportunity. So don't bank on luck. Don't bank on, listen, chance. Don't bank on, listen, I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping for a grandfather or godfather to help you out with this. You got to take the pain and get it done. Some people dream success. Some people talk success. Some people act successful and others wake up and work hard at it. I want this class or these classes. I want you guys to be the latter, the last one. I want you all to work hard at success. I don't want you to dream success. You could dream about it, but at the end of it, I want you to work hard at it. Okay, I don't want you to just talk about it. There are some people who just like to talk. I don't want you to talk about it, but I want you to work hard at it. There is only one place where success permanently comes before work, and that's in the English dictionary, because S comes before W. But that is not the reality in life. The reality in life is work comes before success. You have to work. And in your case, is really doing what you need to do. What you hope to do with ease must first learn to do with diligence. The example I normally give here is like riding a bicycle or learning to ride a bicycle or learning to swim, as the case may be. If you're learning to swim, your parent, your brother, your sister or so can hold you in a horizontal position over the water. And regardless of what you do, you will sink before you really learn how to swim. But after doing it over and over and over, and you working in order to swim, to float, you can then get that thing so good. You do not even have to, you can float, and you will not sink. But you first had to put in the effort in order to learn how to swim or learn how to ride that bicycle so that you wouldn't fall off the bike or that you wouldn't sink in the water. So whatever you hope to do with ease, you must first learn to do with diligence. What are some of the barriers to success? And I know some of us are very keen on this. Number one, the fear of failure, fear of rejection, and fear of the unknown. Don't allow these barriers to prevent you from achieving your goals, from achieving the ability to pass your exams, from achieving the ability to establish a career path that you want to do. The fear of failure, I think I'm going to fail. I'm afraid of failing. Don't let that thought or that disposition affect you from moving forward. Focus on the goal. Keep your eye on the prize and go for it. Don't let failure cause you to withstand that. A pessimistic outlook. You have two types of people. You have a pessimist and you have an optimist. The pessimist always sees the dark side of things. Nothing works. Everything is bad. Nobody likes me. I'm a failure. I am not good enough. That's a pessimist. An optimist is one with some level of confidence, and the glass is always half full. Regardless of what challenges you have, the glass is always half full. So a pessimistic outlook will be a barrier to success. If you are in that category, you want to get out from that category and learn to be an optimist versus a pessimist. Number three, self-limitations. You always miss 100% of the shots you do not take. Michael Jordan, the famous basketball player, this is what he said. You will miss 100% of the shots you do not take. So therefore, if you fail to take a shot and fail to let that basketball go out of your hands in order to get into the hoop, you will miss because you never took the shot. So give it a try. Don't give up before you even try. You have to take those shots because, as Michael Jordan said, you will miss 100% of the shots you do not take. So take all your shots. You will miss some, but you will get some. So give it your best shot. Give it a try. Okay, don't let that be a barrier. Unwillingness, number 4, unwillingness to sacrifice and lack of preparedness. Again, you have to sacrifice. You have to prepare. I gave the classes the last 2 mornings an instance when I lived in England and I studied in England. I was, I just love to study. And most weekends, London is very close to Paris. Most weekends, the students would go on, some joint tours to hang out in Paris because it was just about, I think, 1 hour and a half or 2 hours across the channel. And almost all weekends they would do that. But you know something, I told myself, I said, Edison, you are here to study. You are here to pass an exam. I define success as wanting to pass my exam and to pass my exam as quickly as possible and return to Trinidad. And I never took that weekend trip that almost all of the students took on a monthly basis. Never did. I probably went to Paris probably about 10 years after I qualified. But I paid the price. I sacrificed. And I made sure that I focused and I kept focused. So my willingness to sacrifice was not a problem. So you have to sacrifice. Otherwise, of course, you will not achieve your goal. Previous failures or setbacks are barriers to success. You failed once and you have a bad taste in your mouth and you say, listen, it ain't gonna happen again. I would never be a success. I would never pass. But don't let previous failures prevent you from being successful. Let previous failures be lessons learned, tuition paid, and don't let previous failures, deter you from moving ahead or being successful. Arrogance, arrogance is someone who thinks, I know it all. I'm good. I'm good. I can do this, and I can do that. Don't let that be a barrier to your success. And of course, the lack of financial resources. You probably tell yourself, I heard Ms. Tyson talk about her mother and so on a short while ago. And I have a little story myself. I mean, I never grew up with a mother, and she's still alive, however, and she's 105 years of age. And but I never grew up with her. I grew up with her father, and he got sick, when I was very young. So we didn't have all the financial resources that I needed to embark on the path that I wanted to embark upon. So I had to work hard. I could not have said, something, my dad don't have enough money to send me to school. We don't have enough money to buy books, etc., etc. I knew that I had to work hard. So literally every single degree that I have from bachelor's to master's to doctorate, I have not paid 1 penny for it because they were all scholarships. And you can do that too. Don't let lack of financial resources. Oh, I am poor. It's difficult to get money. I am just, I am already scheduled to be a dropout. Don't let lack of financial resources be a barrier to success. The formula for success, it's just 1 second. Let me get this here again. The mnemonic here is success. SUCCESS. S. Set your eyes on the prize. Be passionate. Keep your goal in front of you and write it down. You understand the decisions to be made and the price to be paid. You have to come to that realization first. C, craft a plan. Know your goal and give what it takes and what you like. So therefore you should do what it needs, not what you like to do, because invariably what you like to do is not always what should be done. So therefore understand what needs to be done, not what you like to do. C again, create a positive environment, network, associate and learn from successful people. Find the right mentor. You got to know who to hang out with and who not to hang out with as students. Don't hang out with the wrong crowd. All right. There was a funeral recently for a 21-year-old, and the aunt, who preached at the funeral said, I'm just calling a name. Joe was such a good boy, until he started hanging out with the wrong crowd, and then look at where he is now, in a coffin. You have to make sure that you hang out. Now that's an extreme case, but it is very prevalent and relevant in the Trinidad and Tobago society today. You have to hang out with the right crowd. Hang out with friends who are like-minded like you are. Hang out with friends who can help you achieve your goals, who want to study, who doesn't just want to go party or do something different. Hang out with the right friends and you will be helping each other. Experience must be the cornerstone of your journey and you have to constantly evolve. Don't stay where you are today. You know, one writer said, what got you where you are today, it will not sustain you in the future. You have to move ahead. Where you are today is not where you want to be. You are probably in form, I'm not sure, form 4, 5, or 6. You can say, oh boy, listen, I reached. No, you have not reached as yet. You have to continuously evolve. Remember, the definition, it is a progressive realization of a goal. So it constantly evolves. S, save, sacrifice, take risks, be decisive, and be consistent. And the last S, soar to new heights every day. Unless you try to do something beyond that what you have already mastered, you will never grow. You have to focus always on doing that something new, that's something different. And you know, the last one here is, if even you are on the right track, you will get run over if you just sit there. So if even you are on the right track, this is like a train track now. If you just sit there and do nothing, you will get run over. So please, although you may be successful, which is a good thing, you're doing well in your class, you just don't sit there, but continue to move because you will get run over. And in closing the 5 I's, intensity, whatever you set your mind to do it with passion, do it well. The second I, integrity. Whatever you do it with a rigorous standards of ethics, credibility, reputation, and morality. Don't be a scamp. Don't do things that are underhand. Don't do things that are unethical. Do it well. You know you're supposed to do something. You know you're supposed to obey the laws. You're supposed to obey the rules of the classroom, etc. Do it. That's what is called integrity. Intellect. Number 3, education and knowledge is the key. One past prime minister said at their first day of school, students, your future is in your book bag, all right? Your education and your knowledge is really key to your success. Number 4, interpersonal. Again, I said that already. Build relationships, hang out with the right person, have the right friends. And introspection. You always need to review goals, adjust your plans, adjust your strategies, and you must do things differently in order to get different results. So if you're not doing well today and you want to get a different result, you have to change doing what you're supposed to do. So again, class, I quickly ran through this, this presentation here. This presentation here, normally, sometimes it takes me a good 3-4 hours or full morning to go through, but I just wanted to give you a snapshot of it because I wanted to field some questions and do some responses. So I can take the question also, but don't forget the definition of success. It is the progressive realization of a predetermined goal. Look at your barriers to success. Don't let a barrier affect you. Don't let the things that you like to do prevent you from doing the things that you should be doing. Understand it takes sacrifice, no pain, no gain, and nothing good ever comes easy. Life in itself is not easy. You have to pay the price. You have to count the cost in order to achieve the goals that you want to achieve. I gave an example the yesterday or so. And it's something stupid that I did. I don't feel proud of it. But I dropped math in Form 2 in high school. In Form 2, I dropped math because I was a little kind of wayward at the time. And the teacher took the book and said, Edison, what is this in front of me? I said, that's my homework. It was not the correct thing I was supposed to do. The guy said, Edison, you are going nowhere and very fast too. And I told the teacher, hey, sir, my parent don't talk to me like that. I will never come back in your class again. And I walked out of that math class in Form 2. And I paid the price for doing that because I knew I wanted to be, eventually, I knew I wanted to adopt the path and the career that I wanted to achieve. So I had to take up statistics, which is to me 10 times more difficult than math. I had to do the statistics course in 1 year. because I was wrong. I omitted to do the right thing by staying in the math class. And hear the joke of it now. When I returned from England, guess who I saw when I came down the step out of immigration? That same teacher. He said, Edison, I haven't seen you for a while. I said, well, I just got back from England and I am now a qualified accountant. He laughed. He said, Edison, I always knew that you can do it. But I just say all that to say this. Learn from incorrect decisions from those who went before you. Stay in school, do what you should do, pay the price, and also make the sacrifice. So let me take some questions now. I think we have probably just about 5 minutes. Let's take some questions.
Dr. Doyle, we have some questions for you this morning.
Sure.
And the first question is, can you outline the program of study students must be engaged in to become a doctor? And we would like you to start at the CSEC or the secondary school level.
Okay.
What subjects must they choose and so on?
Invariably, to be a medical doctor, you have to follow the science route. Okay, you have to follow the chemistry, biology, physics, and of course math. So those are and English. So those are the what, 5: math, English, chemistry, biology, physics. So those are 5 of the 8. I'm not sure if you're doing 8, 9, or 10 subjects, but those are 5 of the 8 subjects that you must do. Because in order to get into university to do medical sciences, that's a criteria. And of course, you will progressively build on that as you flow through university. So if you want to become a medical doctor, the science route is you have to do it, because that is a criteria. And that is the qualification from high school that you need to have to get into the medical sciences faculty.
And at the end of secondary school, could you please continue to explain what happens when you get to tertiary level education?
Well,
what choices must be made?
No, as I said, the science route is the route that you take, and you have to do sciences, or you can probably do biology, you can do medical sciences, because there is a medical sciences faculty. You have to do your first degree first, okay? Because your MD, your medical doctorate, comes after your master's, because you have your bachelor's first, then you have your master's, and then you have your MD. So that route, that path that you take, it must start in medical sciences. So you don't switch. Okay? There are electives that you may take. Sometimes there are other kind of minors that you may take. But the route that you always have to take is medical sciences. So from high school, it will be the math, it will be the chemistry, biology, physics, and also when you go into university, you have to follow that path. In order, and after you qualify now, you can then determine, okay, do I want to specialize, like being an ophthalmologist? This is someone with the eye, an oncologist, a cancer patient, a pediatrics, a surgeon, a cardiosurgeon. So the sciences route is a must in order to involve in the medical sciences and to become a doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Doyle. And on average, how many years of study are we talking about?
A lot of years. If you were to count it after high school, your bachelor's is 4 years, invariably 4 years. Now I think in Trinidad it may be 3 years, but let's say 4 years. Your master's is another 2 years. That's 4 plus 2 is 6. And then your doctorate is another 2 years. So 8 minimum. Another 2 years. That's 4, 2, and 2 is 8 years. And if you want to specialize, you have to do another 2 years. So it could be between 8 to 10 years after entering university. It is a long time. But listen, let me tell you something, guys. Life flies. I mean, I told my children this. Listen, I know I am telling you now 10 years. You say, oh my gosh, 10 years? Listen, but trust you. Believe you me, 10 years fly like nothing. And when you look back at the 10 years, you ask yourself, oh my gosh, where did the time fly? So don't look and say that is too long. I can't deal with this. It's too much work. When you reach, after you leave school at 18, and 10 years is 28. 28, you're still young. You're still young. You have your whole life ahead of you. And all of the things that you wanted to achieve, you can achieve it because you paid the price and you made the sacrifices. So 10 years, yes, it looks long, but trust me, it ain't long at all. You have your whole life ahead of you after you would do what you need to do.
Yes, Dr. Doyle, and I would say time flies when you are having fun, when you are enjoying what you are doing, but it definitely calls for a great level of commitment.
That's right. That's right. Someone asked
I would like to ask.
Nadine, go ahead.
I would like to ask, what in your opinion is the greatest challenge in your field at this time? What do you think is the greatest challenge? I know you have various fields, but let's talk about medicine.
I think is getting the average person to understand the need to be proactive. And I'll tell you what I mean. Too far, you see and you deal with instances where people react to a particular situation. And when you look back, you tell yourself, hey, that could have been avoided if only these little steps were taken care of. Let me give you a Trinidad example. Obesity is a major issue. Obesity means, it means being overweight. And, the Kentuckys of today, you have to govern yourself well, eat the right foods, drink the right stuff. I'm not talking about alcohol here. You shouldn't be consuming alcohol, but doing the right things and taking care of yourself. So from a challenge perspective, what I am saying is that the challenge is, I wish things were different. I wish the average young person would do the things before in order to ensure that they don't run into these challenges and these issues. The Kentucky at the corner of at the big roundabout in Port of Spain, they say per capita, that's the highest volume Kentucky in the world. This is why Trinidad is in such a position. So really, it's really not doing the things that you're supposed to do in order to prevent the things that you should do without eventually. So taking that into context of the children now, when I say children, I mean the teenagers here, really, you should study now in order not to have difficulties in life 10 years from now, 15 years from now. So do what you need to do now in order to plan for the future. And that's one of my biggest challenges. It's a mental, it's a kind of a conceptual challenge that I have. Now, in addition to that, I saw someone just ask, what do you have to do to get scholarships? Well, I mean, it's very simple. What you have to do to get scholarships, just work hard. Just work hard. You have to be better than the rest in order to get a scholarship. As I mentioned, I have not paid 1 penny for any degree that I have because I know I could not have afforded it, but I know I had to work harder. My first professional degree was in England. The government of Trinidad and Tobago sent me to England to do my first professional degree because I achieved kind of more than the average person. So I got qualified. I came back to Trinidad. I did my 5 years. I then migrated to Toronto. I went and worked in various companies. And those companies saw my hard work and they saw my ambition and they paid for me to do my master's. They paid for me to do my PhD. So someone asked the time, I did not get my doctorate until I was in my 40s. So on average, if you go straight from school, you can achieve that by 28. But what is the definition again of success? It is a progressive realization of a predetermined goal. That means it is progressive. Some will take it a lot sooner to get there. Some will take a lot longer to get there. But as long as you're on the right path towards the attainment of your goal, you are on the right path.
Dr. Doyle, that is such excellent advice. And I ask at this time, are there any skills that are required in the medical field? Any special skills come to mind?
Well, again, as in any field, I wouldn't just zero in on the medical field. Anything you do, you really have to do it well. All right, you have to be very meticulous. You have to be very focused. You have to be very diligent. You have to be very calculative. So really, not only the medical field, and I do not want the students to feel that the only good field is the medical field. No, any field, any course of study, any sector, any profession is a noble profession. If you just like to farm, and that is what you want to do, listen, go do it. Study your exams, study agriculture, go do it and do it well. But you have to be diligent. Okay, that is a different kettle of fish. You got to get up early in the morning. You got to go and plow the land. You got to make certain that the right amount of feed is mixed and so on, the right amount of vegetation, etc. So really is a matter of any field that you go after. The word diligence and excellence, those are the two mandatory words that you have to apply to it, not just the medical field.
And finally, Dr. Doyle, was there any point you were a bit unsure about the field you wanted to get into, and what advice would you give to students who are experiencing that at this time?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a particular word. Was there any what, sorry?
Was there any point at which you were unsure of the field you wanted to get into, and what advice would you give to students who are having that experience at this time?
Okay, well, unfortunately, since I was 9 years of age, I knew what I wanted to do in life. I either wanted to be a musician or I wanted to have a doctorate. I knew it was one out of the two. As I grew older and in high school, I realized I played a lot of music in school. I went to the best high school in Trinidad, St. Benedict's College. I'm just making a joke. And what happened is that I realized that what I like to do most, which is play music, it couldn't sustain me as an adult. So I had to go into the areas that I also had liked. So from small, I really knew what I wanted to do in life. But I would say, if you are unsure, if you are 13, 14, or 15 years of age, and you are not certain what you want to do, what path you want to go, and that's not a problem. What I would suggest to is whatever course or areas that you want to do or you are in, make sure that it is as wide as possible. So whatever choices you make or whatever choice you make at the end of the day, you are qualified to do so, and you don't have to go back and redo some courses that you should have done. But in order to get over that, what I would suggest is talk to someone. Talk to a mechanic. Talk to an electrician, talk to a doctor, talk to an engineer, talk to a farmer, and get out of them, listen, what are the pluses and minuses? What are the requirements of each of these areas of work? So it will help you to try to get there as quickly as possible. But what I should say is that at least before you go into A-levels, you should have an idea as to the path that you want to take. Otherwise, you may go into a particular path, spend 2 or 3 years wasting, that line of study. Knowledge is never wasted, but I say it guardedly. But certainly, by the time you enter A-levels, you should have a pretty good idea as to where you want to end up. Any more questions?
Dr. Doyle, we ask at this time that you give us we know that you are well educated in many various fields. Could you tell us why you made the choices that you made?
why I made the choices that I made. I think I was always a person who was very thoughtful and always thought long term rather than short term. I always wanted to ensure that I prepare for the future. I always wanted to ensure, and another kind of historical piece of information here. I told you that my brother and myself, we never grew up with a mother. And we didn't have it too easy growing up. And when we were studying as kids, we were about 10, 11, 12 years of age in high school. We would look at each other and tell each other, you see the difficulty that we are achieving now? Our children will not go through this. So I had in my mind from an early age that the challenges and the difficulties that I faced while in high school, like the team that I'm talking to now, while in high school, I do not want my children to undergo this. So I was determined to pay that price, to work hard, to study hard. And most of, as I said, most of my studies were done while working. Okay, so I could not have gone to university straight from high school. So I worked. So I worked and studied, worked and studied, worked and studied, and that was difficult. And I had a good support of a good wife. I had good support of the children that I had. And really, I would say the main reason is trusting in God, having a good family, wanting to look after the area that I want to achieve so that I can give back something. And I have always been in the give back mode. You have seen where I've been on boards of several universities, and because I believe in giving back. So really, I would say part of my motivation was my motivation to have my family do well, my family feel proud of the husband that my wife would have, that the father that my kids would have, the grandfather that my grandchildren that would have, and also to ensure that I would be in a position to give back to society what I have received from society. You're on mute, Nadine. Nadine, you're on mute. Nadine, you're on mute, sorry. Right.
Sorry about that, Dr. Doyle. At this time, I would like to say thank you to you. Your presentation was not only relevant, but it was also motivational as well. I know you would have made an impact to all the students who are on with us this morning. And so I wish you continued success. And I hope we are able to maintain the relationship we are forming. So all the best to you.
All right, thank you very much. And as I said for the last 2 days, any help, any assistance you want, I'm very busy, but I would always find time to give back. Okay, and I appreciate having me here, and I'm available. Okay, thank you much. Bye-bye.
Good morning again. With us at this time, we have the Institute of Marine Affairs. The Institute of Marine Affairs is a multidisciplinary research organization that has been mandated to collect, analyze, and disseminate information relating to the economic, technological, environmental, social, and legal developments in the field of marine affairs. They are also the persons who formulate and implement specific programs and projects. With us from the Institute of Marine Affairs, we have Ms. Crystal Ganasal. Good morning, Ms. Ganasal, and welcome.
Good morning, teachers. Good morning, students. Hi, okay. So today I'm going to speak to you about careers in marine sciences. So let me begin presentation. One second. Okay, all right. So I am from the Institute of Marine Affairs, and we're a scientific research organization. We've been in existence for over 42 years, and we are located in Chaguaramas. Here we fall under the Ministry of Planning and Development. And throughout the years, we've added scientific knowledge in various fields. And these fields include studying the bathing beach water quality of various beaches around Trinidad and Tobago. We've studied aquaculture, which is the rearing and the breeding of fish and other plants. There's chemistry, we're involved in mangrove ecology. We've contributed to scientific knowledge in the fields of coral reefs, like what you're looking at on your screen, marine algae, and sponges, as well as fisheries. And we have an information center. I belong to the information center, and we are involved in the outreach aspect. So that's why I'm presenting to you today. We promote environmental education through newspaper articles. We develop posters, brochures, various publications, like our annual tidal calendar. So that gives you the tidal reading. It will be interesting for fisher folk and those involved in working close to the sea. So there are 4 tides every day. There are 2 high tides and 2 low tides. So this would be of interest in particular to people who work closely with the sea, and various other publications. So we're a research organization, and we spend a lot of our time looking around at the marine space. But why is it important to study the ocean? Why should we care about it? What are some of the services that the ocean provides to us? Our planet, our blue planet, Earth, its surface is covered by over 71% of water. And yes, we know we get food from the ocean. We get shrimp and crab, lobsters, fish, but we also get a lot of cycles, including the water cycle, oxygen. It absorbs carbon dioxide. We get minerals from the ocean. Trinidad and Tobago is an oil and gas economy mainly, and oil and gas is a mineral. Salt is also a mineral. The ocean regulates our climate, and half of the world's oxygen is provided by the ocean. What does that mean? It means if we were to take a breath and we exhale, and we take a second breath, that second breath is owed to the ocean and the oxygen that it provides because of the plankton through the process of photosynthesis. Right? So it provides a habitat for many different forms of life, and it's also a great source of inspiration and recreation. And even more important, it provides us with transportation. If we were to go across to Tobago and we're not taking the plane, we go via vessel, and a lot of our goods and cargo comes to us through the ocean. And only less than 5% of the ocean is explored. So there's a lot of room for growth, and it's not only one field when we're thinking about marine sciences. It's not only one aspect. Biology may come to mind, but there are many, many different fields that one can branch off into when we're talking about doing ocean science studies. So at the Institute of Marine Affairs at the IMA, we have some pictures of some of our researchers in the field. So when we think of marine sciences, we may think, okay, you may get to swim with dolphins and explore some whales. Yes, that is possible. The marine biology is the study of plants and animals and their interactions and behavior. So you can study, for example, miniature plankton, microscopic plankton, or you can study sea turtles, you can study the behavior of a particular type of fish, you can study whales, you can study seahorses, you can study sargassum. The field is very, very broad. You can study a particular type of worm. So this first picture on the top left, we have a benthic ecologist taking a core sample. So what's happening is she's using an instrument called a corer, and she's putting it down in a shallow area in the water there, and she's putting it down into the sediment, and she's going to extract a sample of that sediment. When she takes that sample out, she will wash it out, put it through a sieve, put some preservatives on it to keep the species, and then she will take it back to her lab where she will be able to identify the different organisms that are present in that sample. And it will also be able to give her an inclination of the health of that environment. For example, if it's very polluted, how are the different organisms responding to the surrounding environment and the health of that location. So that's a benthic ecologist. We also have persons that monitor coral reefs and seagrasses. So some of our technicians are qualified divers. Okay, they would go scuba diving, and they would go snorkeling and monitor the health of seagrasses as well as on coral reefs. And we also have someone here measuring the circumference of a particular species of mangroves found right here in Chaguaramas. So there is a lot of field work involved. They would go out and collect samples and do their recordings, and then they will have to bring it back to the lab and interpret and analyze what was collected on the field, and then they would write up reports, and they would try to make sense of the data. So let me just play for you one of the person was laying down some transects when they were doing some coral reef monitoring, so that you will see a square and you will see the divers, and they would be looking at the species abundance and diversity located within that particular area. So this is just an example of what the coral reef monitoring might entail. So that's just a snippet of on one location what they would have been collecting. So they would have been looking at the species abundance and diversity located in a particular area of that reef. That's why you have that tape measure there, and you have them looking at the particular species located in that square. And it's not only the biology part, but there's also the marine chemistry involved. So marine chemistry is the study of the chemical composition of seawater and looking at the pollutants, their interaction with the atmosphere, marine life, and sediments. So, for example, if there's an oil spill happening somewhere around Trinidad, or there's a fish kill, you have large amounts of fish, dead fish washed up in a particular area. Someone or a team of persons from our marine chemistry or fisheries department will go out and they will collect samples. And these samples, they will conduct interviews, and they will bring back the samples and try to analyze it. For example, of the oil spill, they will pass the oil samples through a type of equipment, and it will be able to identify, for example, where the oil came from and what type of oil it is, right? Through a process called oil spill fingerprinting. And that would have been based on information they would have collected over more than 20 years. They have information on different types of oil. So they would be able to identify the type of oil and where it came from. And we also have the physical aspect, or the geological aspect. So that deals with studying the ocean floor, fossils, looking at rocks, and the marine physical part will deal with the study of the ocean's properties, such as looking at tides. As I mentioned before, there are 4 tides every day. They look at the circulation patterns, they look at the waves, they look at the wind action happening. So if you would have visited beaches when you were small and you were younger, and then you returned there as an adolescent or as a teenager or even as an adult, you may notice that the beaches may have changed. The area that you perhaps used to play football and cricket, that area may have changed. It doesn't seem as wide an expanse anymore. That's because beaches are always changing. They are very dynamic. So some beaches may erode and some may build up sand through a process called accretion. So beaches are very dynamic, and we look at the changes in different coastlines throughout Trinidad and Tobago under the Marine Geology Department. And we also do presentations to schools and conduct workshops. We do conferences, and right now we're doing virtual presentations through our education and outreach. So let me just play for you now an example of what beach profiling would look like. So we would go to a beach, and this is done throughout several beaches every year through our coastline monitoring program. Okay, so since I'm talking to students from the Southeast District, some of you may be familiar with those beaches that were shown in this video. Okay, so those persons would be involved in doing physical oceanography work. And we also have marine technicians at the IMA. They would assist our researchers in conducting their studies. We have fisheries biologists here. So for example, we have a fish age and growth lab. What that means is they are able to identify the age of a fish by looking at certain bones located in their heads. For example, if we think of identifying the age of a tree, we would look at a cross-section of the tree trunk, and we may be able to identify the age of it by the number of rings. So similarly, if we look at the age of a fish, there are certain bones that are located in the fish head called otoliths, and there are seasonal bands that are deposited, and that would give us an indication of the age of the fish. Okay, so we have various fields here at the IMA, and we have someone called a microbiologist Okay, so for persons who enjoy going to the beach, I know there are restrictions over the next 3 weeks, but usually when we go to the beach, if you remember, some persons may take a dip, and if you find yourself, you come out and your skin is itching, or your ears is scratching, or your eyes are red, and you come out and that happened just after taking a dip, perhaps there may have been some sort of pollutant or contaminant in the water. So our microbiologist would be able to determine what sort of pollutants or chemicals or contaminants there are in the water, and be able to identify if there are any potential threats to human health. For example, if there's something called fecal coliform in the water, which is a product of sewage waste, if you're swimming in water contaminated with sewage, for example. So they would look at the health and the water quality at various beaches throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And they would also be present to do like sampling in the event of oil spills and fish kills. So for the careers that I would have identified before, those persons would have had training or a background in sciences, but these are careers that are marine related. So you have persons such as a maritime lawyer. So the same way we have laws that apply to the land, there are laws that apply to the sea. There are marine engineers, for example, if you wanted to construct a hotel or a jetty close to a beach. There are environmental scientists or journalists, for those of you who have an interest in journalism. There are persons who can learn and study navigation and port operations to become eventually maybe a ship captain or a marina manager. And if you're not interested in the sciences, but you still like to be around the sea, there are even persons who would do underwater photography and underwater videography, and that would be their career. So there are two distinct career paths in this field. You can either go into it for research and conservation. So you could work at a university, a government, a non-governmental organization, or even a private organization. And the second pathway is through education or science communication. So sharing information in this field. And what are the qualifications if some of you decide to choose this path? So the basic qualifications for university, if I'm speaking to Forms 4s, 5s, and some 6s. So for the 4s and 5s, we have your CSEC passes, and which includes some sciences. And for the Form 6s, we will need 2K or GCA level subjects. And there's also a program called the Pre-Science or N1 program that you can have for qualification into university, or through a diploma or associate's degree would also qualify you. At the University of the West Indies, the St. Augustine campus, under the Faculty of Science and Technology, there are various programs that are offered. So you can choose to major in biochemistry, biology, environmental science, and sustainable technology. And there are also other courses offered, such as like coastal ecosystem management. Many of these courses involve many different field trips. So it's very exciting. It's not just sitting down and learning from a book. You get to experience it out in the open. There's also, at UTT, there is a Bachelor of Science degree in Coastal and Ocean Management, if this is the field that you would like to pursue. For persons interested in more the maritime side of things, they offer a degree in Nautical Science and Maritime Operations as well. University of Southern Caribbean offers a first degree in biology with emphasis in either zoology or biomedical field. And even at COSTAT, there are programs that are offered, a bachelor's level or associate degree programs, similar. So I've just outlined what is available in Trinidad and Tobago, but regionally, if you choose, there are similar programs available in Jamaica at Mona campus, and even in Grenada at St. George's University. Now in this field, there's more than just the science qualifications that are required. You would be constantly writing up proposals and grants to try to get funding. You would be working with a team. Networking is important. You will need to be able to work independently, as well as it's important to work with your colleagues. And in this field, there's also a sense of curiosity that is required, and a respect for the ocean and its processes, its inhabitants, and really just trying to discover and learn more about it. All of our researchers here are very curious about their particular field, so they're always trying to learn more, to study more, to be able to find out and make links, to be able to communicate this better, so that when they publish their reports, they are presenting something new, or they're presenting a different idea or a different perspective through their analysis. And you may be wondering also, what is the job outlook like if you were to choose this field? Now, there's a concept called the blue economy, and this simply encourages us to better utilize our ocean resources, and there are many opportunities available while combining economic growth and maintaining the health of the ocean. So there are many opportunities available in this field. The United Nations has designated a decade of ocean sciences beginning 2021 to 2030. So throughout the next 10 years, you're going to see a lot of information about the blue economy. You may hear that term coming about. So the IMA is involved in several projects, and there's a video available on YouTube, and I'm just going to play for you one snippet of one aspect held within the blue economy called marine spatial planning. So that is basically involving different users of the ocean, bringing them together and properly using our ocean resources and not having it overexploited. Okay, so some emerging ocean-based industries, for example, we hear a lot of talk about climate change, but there's so much research that is needed in some of these fields, such as renewable energy, discovering and learning more about offshore wind energy, and even marine biotechnology. So that is where certain chemicals or biochemicals are extracted from marine creatures, and these compounds have been used to treat bacterial infections, chronic pain, cancers, and other ailments. So a lot of medicines that we take, some of it comes from the ocean, and there's still, since only less than 5% have been discovered, there's so much potential contained within this field of marine biotechnology. So there's many opportunities available. These are some of the websites that you can check out that I referred to for the different universities. And I hope I would have provided you with some more of an insight into the careers available in marine sciences. Even though some of you may not choose that path, but you're still interested in the environment, we have an app called See It, and you can download it and receive information from us about the marine environment, and you could even use it to report any environmental incidents. For example, if there's a sargassum washing up, if there's an oil spill, if there's a fish kill, if some of you who go scuba diving and dive in and notice coral bleaching, you can report it to us on this app. And if anyone wants to connect with us, you can connect with us on our social media platform there. And my email address, as well as one of my colleagues, are listed on this slide for any information. And that brings me to the end of today's presentation. So I hope you would have gotten an insight into some of the careers available in marine sciences. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Ganesal. We have some questions at this time. One of the students would like to know, what must he do to become a marine biologist? So what studies and what subjects must he pick? What area must he go in at the tertiary level to become a marine biologist?
Okay, so to become a marine biologist, you would have to do sciences. So if it's Form 4s, 5, 6s, so I always recommend doing the broad sciences. So if there's bio, chem, physics, and geography available, try to do as many sciences to get a good base as possible. And you can do a combination if it is in, well, at the St. Augustine campus, I don't think they have a major in marine sciences, but you can do a minor. I believe they have it, and then you can specialize later on, because usually for marine biologists, they have more than a first degree. They have a base either in chemistry, biochemistry. In Trinidad and Tobago, there's no marine biology, but you can also check out the qualifications at UTT for the Ocean and Coastal Management degree.
Thank you. Second question, how do you apply for a job at the Institute of Marine Affairs? We have some interested students.
Okay, how do you apply? Okay, you can, well, right now, I'm not sure if we have anything to do voluntarily, but our researchers would have had their first degree and they would have had their masters. So they would have conducted research during their master's level in something marine related. So they would have had some kind of a research project covered, and then they would apply to us. So,
okay, thank you.
I hope that,
And finally, we know that climate change is affecting all of us. And at the Institute of Marine Affairs, you seem to be focused more so on ocean-based research. So could you tell us, how does this climate change affect the ocean, and by extension, how does it affect us?
okay, so there are various projects that we are currently involved in. For example, climate change can affect coral reefs. It causes bleaching on coral reefs. It causes sea level rise. It causes changes in our coastline. So we conduct coastline monitoring, as I mentioned. So we would be able to monitor how it's changing, which ones are eroding, which ones are building up sand or sediment is being transported in particular areas. And we also have a very interesting project happening called a carbon sequestration project, where we are assessing the carbon content contained within our mangroves. So IMA would have gotten funding through various partnerships. And this particular project, we got funding through the British High Commission. And our researchers are currently looking at the carbon that is available through above ground mangrove, as well as the carbon content available within the soil. So what that means is different countries have, well, this is something very new. So basically, because of the problem of climate change and the amount of carbon dioxide available, the amount of carbon dioxide that is being produced at an alarming rate because of our reliance on fossil fuels, we are looking at how mangroves are our best defense in climate change because of their ability to absorb this and sequester this carbon dioxide.
Thank you so much. So, well, what I'm getting is we can't live without the mangroves.
Right. Yes,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
important. Yes.
Yes,
All
so-
of our wetlands. So seagrasses, wetlands, and mangroves all fall under wetlands. So yes, very important.
Yes, so we definitely need to take care of the ocean environment.
Yes.
And Miss Ganisilal, I can see that you are so passionate about your field. And
Yes.
I thank you for sharing with us this morning. Your presentation was so very interesting. And I say to you all the best and continued success. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our career fair. This morning, we have Ms. Marsha Mahabir, Ms. Cornell, and Ms. Austin from National Library and Information System. As guidance officers, we are aware of the importance of information to our students. So we are looking forward to you to share this information and take us through the journey. So you all can go ahead and present to our students. Ms. Mahabir, are you there? Okay, so we're just waiting for the presentation to come on.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Are you all hearing us?
Yes, we're hearing you, Miss. You can go ahead.
Yes, so my name is Asha Mahabir, and I have with me this morning my colleagues, Ms. Kulan Austin and also Mrs. Marissa Cornell. The three of us are school library supervisors working with the Educational Library Services Unit at the National Library and Information System Authority. We are based here in Port of Spain at the National Building. So today, we will all be talking about libraries and librarianship, because this is a career that we know a lot of people do not know about. In fact, some of them are not necessarily aware of it at all. We will also be looking at some of the things that information specialists or librarians focus on and promote, such as reading and literacy. We will look at obviously the qualifications and the jobs that are available in this field, and we will let our students know what resources and services we offer specifically for them by both the Educational Library Services Unit and the public libraries. And then we will look at some of the things that have been done recently in light of the pandemic that will help and assist with for our students, in fact. All right. So what we have here in this first slide is basically a picture of the National Library in Port of Spain. And the National Library houses a variety of the different libraries, such as the Children's Library, the Young Adults Library, the Adult Library, the Heritage Library. So you will find all of these there. Now, libraries, some people feel that libraries are just there and they have books and that's it. They don't understand, they are not aware that libraries are much more than just a place where they have books. So as you can see, they say here, it's the cornerstone of a healthy community. They do also have free resources, and the free resources does not necessarily mean just books or just print sources, but we have a lot of non-print resources, for example, audiovisual resources, and now especially we have a lot of digital resources that are available. The school libraries or the SLMCs also have all of these available. And as we see on that second, in the second sentence, they are readily available and it's on comprehensive information. And in the case of our school libraries, it's geared to the curriculum for each subject. In terms of the public libraries, you would find that it's geared towards anything dealing with your personal, your family, or your job information. All right. They also provide opportunities for students, for members of the public to find jobs, or if they want to do research on a particular topic. And while they are reading, whether it's the book, whether it's when they are listening to audiobooks, they get new ideas, they expand basically their horizon, their writing styles, things like that. As I said, we also have digital resources, so non-print resources, which would include not only the free internet, but also photocopying services, binding services, that sort of thing. So librarianship basically connects people to information and technology. And with librarianship, we as librarians or we as information specialists manage the storage, the retrieval, and the access to information for all our clients, whether they're in the schools or whether they are members of the public. And as I indicated in the last slide, we do provide resources that are print and non-print, and these are some examples: the DVDs, CDs, magazines, books, computer resources. Therefore, you can see from just this little bit of information that it's a very specialized profession. However, unlike some other professions, we have a wide range of job options, which are both professional and paraprofessional. And we'll see a little bit about that a little later on. But we want to stress here the importance of reading. And reading is something that influences or impacts the development of those who are involved in it. It improves your vocabulary, your spelling, how you write, how you speak, and helps you to focus for longer periods. And basically, it helps you with better memory retention. All of these things are important. All of these things can be said for primary school as well as adults, secondary school as well. It doesn't matter what level you are at. So if you start reading from primary school and you work your way up, these reasons, these impacts and influences that we have here, what it simply does is.
Okay, so when you have these reading skills, it will help you to communicate effectively, especially now that you all are looking to choose careers and jobs. And no matter what career or what job or field you're going into, reading will play an important role and will help you to communicate effectively. All jobs, you need to have effective writing skills and verbal skills. And they also help you in terms of memory retention, how you retain things, how you deal with people, how you communicate. Reading also helps you to expand your imagination, and you will find now, especially with the COVID-19, we're finding people using a lot of creative means. So their creative power starts to develop. You're finding that once you have reading, you perform better at jobs and you know what you're about, you know how to deal with the requirements set for you, especially when you're going into a career. And reading obviously reduces stress. It's an activity that a lot of us like to delve in, especially now where we can't go out and move as we feel. So we can stay home with a good book and it will help to de-stress us. Okay, so one of the other things that we tend to do as librarians is focus on literacy. And especially in these times, literacy calls for more than just reading and writing. It calls for us to be very comprehensive with our online skills, our visual skills, our digital skills. And these are some of the things that we do as librarians and information specialists. So reading and writing abilities will vary and shift and expand depending on the cultures. And there are many different types of literacies, and they are named at the side, but we are picking out the more important ones, especially in this COVID-19 period. The digital ones, the media literacies, the information literacy skills, and the critical literacy skills. Now we're going to start with the digital literacy skills. And these are the skills that you have to develop as students and even as adults in the world of work and when you are looking for careers. Because employers now are going to look to see how you can maneuver with technology. How can you work online? So digital literacy will tend to deal with your ability to comprehend information found online and how successful you are in enabling to navigate that digital world. Critical literacy is something that our teachers tend to focus on, as well as librarians, in terms of cultivating innovative teaching, critical thinking, which you as students may hear all the time. They want you to think critically. And that means not just reading on the surface and comprehending on the surface, but delving below and going in depth and under the surface of things. So these are skills that's going to translate over into the world of work. Information literacy, and you are seeing it coming forward right now, because as a learner, now that you don't have your teachers with you, some of you all, and you are home and working independently, it means that you have to be able to navigate all this information online, to able to understand, to evaluate, to use the information you find in various forms and use it well and use it successfully. Now, NALIS has attempted during this time and adapted to the current working environment during COVID-19. It meant that librarians all over and in the field in NALIS had to basically adapt, and we had to do it very quickly. And I am sure some of you all are feeling the same way in the environment you are. You have to adapt and learn very quickly on the board. By supporting students and teachers online, we had to change the way we did things, right? Online instruction, learning online, teaching students how to use technology online. That's where the technological support came in. Assisting students and the Ministry of Education with transitioning from the physical and on-site to online learning, curating online resources. And we have done a lot of this for the students in CSEC and CAPE, and it's on the NALIS website. And today we will go through that as well, so that you all will be able to use it now to help you all. We hosted virtual author visits, book clubs, readers advisories, and other programs. We did storytelling, and this is still being done, even via the Zoom and via radio and television, by creating PowerPoints in a variety of topics and subjects. So we have had to adapt quickly, right? Providing information to the latest social platforms, as well as Instagram, Facebook, and so on.
So the School Library Media Center, as I was speaking about a little bit earlier, which you would know as your school library, basically provides a lot of guidance for sourcing the information that you would need for your IEs and your SPs. And we have been trying, because of the pandemic, to get a lot more of the e-resources, the online resources available, because you can't come physically into the library. Another instance where we are trying very hard to provide the assistance with is with citation and referencing. And we do both the manual, where you can use a Word document, and in that Word document, you can do your citing and referencing from the top bar, the menu, and then we can use citation makers, where we go online and we fill in the information and they do everything for you. It means that we are really trying to help specifically the exam classes, as exams will be coming up in a few weeks' time. Other than that, we still offer some print and photocopying and binding services. Some schools have been offering curbside pickup and drop off of their collection. And not only that, but if they want something copied, they send in their requests, because a lot of the school libraries have websites or have Facebook pages that, or email addresses that are being used now to encourage services. So as the last speaker said, we've been trying very hard to do alternative ways of offering our services now to our students, especially now, as I said, that exams are very close. So this now is one of the services that you would find that we have. We have the resources on the NALIS website. And if you look here, you will see we have ebooks, we have external resources, databases, a subject guide, and bibliographies. So if we go on to this website, we will see a little bit more. And if you notice here on the right, we also have a blog, so we will have a look at that as well. Are there any questions in the meantime?
Hey, can you tell us how you go about joining the book club?
Joining the book club. The book clubs in the schools, in the school libraries, would be for members of the school itself, and they would simply, once they are members of the library staff would let them know that book club would meet at a certain time, a certain date. If they are members of the public libraries, that information would be posted online. So again, they would know the times and the dates.
Okay.
Each public library tends to have a Facebook page, and they normally tell you when their book club meets, and so members of the public can, contact them, and they would know which books are being featured and when they'll be meeting, etc.
Can you tell us how to become a librarian?
Okay, to become a librarian, and we have this a little lower down, but it's not a problem. You can do any 2 subjects at CAPE. And to me, this is one of the things that I like about a librarian. It doesn't matter whether you do sciences, whether you do arts. For CAPE, you can do anything. You can also do a first degree in any subject area. and then you can proceed to do your master's in library and information sciences, or you can do a first degree in library and information sciences as well, and then move on to specialize a little further in librarianship or information science. So it's very easy. It's not like the other subjects where you have to do specific subjects.
Specialized.
So I'm sure the students would love hearing that.
Okay, go ahead, Miss.
Okay, so you see here we would have ebooks. I'm looking under resources and databases, the exhibitions. Now, Flipster is something I would like to show you. It's a collection of magazines, free magazines that we have available. So students as well as members of the public will be able to go on and view magazines. And the magazines consist of many different subject areas. So they would cover enough information for both members of the public as well as our students. It's a little slow, so what type of magazines are available? There are magazines on women's health, men's health, PC World. We have the list here. So the students can go in on their own and have a look and see what it is that would be of interest to them and members of the public as well, or if you have a specific area that you would prefer to go into. We also have a subject guide, and this subject guide contains basic information on different topics. So it's like information files that you would find in a school library or even in the public library. And one of these files would be biographies, for example. And here you would find information on different people, of course, local as well as international. So it's a very, very good area for our students, especially when they need to do research in this area. Right? So we also have our NALIS blog. And in the NALIS blog, what we have is information specifically for primary and secondary school. We do not forget the primary schools. So we do have some information there that people can access, but we also have the CSEC and the CAPE resources that we spoke about earlier. And if you go into it, we had our school librarians go online and look for information, look for e-resources. And by looking for the e-resources, the syllabus was used. It was not just any old e-resource that we looked for. They were vetted. So we followed the syllabus. We looked at each of the topics under the units and the information here. You would find all concerning a particular topic. And all of this is free. All of this has been vetted. So our CSEC has been completed. However, we are still working on some subjects for our CAPE, and we are hoping that that will be done as soon as we can. We are currently, after we have finished the CAPE, we will be looking at the primary schools, and we will also be looking at the forms 1 to 3. So quite a lot of information being available here for our students in particular. So we want to continue now with careers.
Okay, so for our careers in NALIS, we're going to start with the basic library assistant 1, 5 CSEC and 2 CAPE subjects, and you can come in at that level. And a lot of people come in at that level and then they study further and then they move up, right? Librarian 1, now there's librarian 1 to librarian 4, right? You move up. So librarian 1 starts with a BSc or master's in library and information science. Then there's the computer technicians, which has an associate degree in computer science, maintenance technician, which needs industry certification or National Examination Council craft certification. Now, there are many more jobs. People usually don't realize that NALIS has accountants, they have people in all the various areas from finance
HR.
to IT to HR. So if you are doing these subjects as well, you can apply to NALIS. It's not only the IT specialist, this is the specialized fields, right? So some of the jobs, technical writer or editor, reference librarian, book conservator, and that's really a really nice area where they learn to conserve books, also photographs and all of that. And it tends more to go to like what museums do, right? So it's a very nice field. The reference librarian also answers the telephone. So if you call in NALIS, the person will be the reference librarian who answers the telephone, takes your queries, gets back to you, does the interlibrary loan, like could liaise with other libraries and so on. Right, then we have our technical writers and so on. She went back to librarians, and there are a number of librarians. There are librarians who specialize for various things, from music, right, to our what we call librarians in the school, to our public librarians. So all of them, their job varies slightly. The media specialist and the records manager, who specializes in actually preserving, organizing, and maintaining records, which is something that we need a lot when we need to go back to find information in the past. That's what the records manager basically does. Technical information specialist who assists us in terms of getting the information we need.
I want to go back to the book conservator, because NALIS only has one conservator, and this is a very specialized area, and it's an area, archives would also be another area that's very, very specialized. And as far as I know, we only have about 2 archivists in Trinidad as well. So these are areas that you would definitely find a job, not just here at NALIS or in Trinidad, but basically anywhere in the Caribbean and the world. So the library field offers quite a lot of different job opportunities. And as I indicated earlier, you know, you could start from your CAPE with any 2 subjects and work your way up. You enter the service and you work your way up. NALIS has a shortage of librarians. We've always had a shortage of librarians. So it's a field where it's very easy, except for now because of the pandemic and our economic climate. But it's a field where it's generally easier to get a job. And I know this is something that the students might want to hear. So it's very interesting. It's very satisfying to know that you are able to help members of the public. You are able to help our students as well. And I would like to encourage people to look at it specifically, you know, because a lot of people feel libraries are boring, but I can tell you it's not. It's very dynamic. As Ms. Austin said earlier, we had to be on the ball when this pandemic came about. We had to make sure we were helping, in our case, the Ministry of Education and the students. And that was not easy to do. It was a challenge, but we were up to it. And I really want to encourage our students, especially to visit their library if they can, if not physically, then online, because most of our, if not all of our school libraries, once they have internet service, have their Facebook, their Instagram, their website, and their emails now available for the students to be able to access the information. So this is our references, which do have some live links as well. We hope that we can put this information, this PowerPoint, on our website a little later down the line, so you all can look out for it. Are there any more questions from the students?
No questions so far, but I would like to ask, how can students access past papers at this point?
Past papers, the school library media centers have past papers, And sometimes it can be emailed to them, or it can be photocopied and they can pick it up. It depends on what their particular school library center, what arrangements can be made. So they can leave a flash drive and it can be copied onto the flash drive, or it can be emailed to them.
Okay, that is great because with exams coming up, students will want to access
Yes.
past papers. Yeah, I
Of
also
course,
have,
and it will only be,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry, I just wanted to say it will only be paper twos because of course, multiple choice is not available for students to access.
Yes, so I am happy to know that you are always in need of librarians because with the pandemic, everything changed and jobs are changing, careers are changing. So I'm glad to know that there are avenues in library. So at this time, we want to thank you for taking the time off to share with us. I know our students would have benefited, and we as guidance officers understand the need for library resources. So again, we want to thank you for joining us, and we look forward to a continuous relationship.
You are very welcome, and so do we. We really wish that perhaps the other districts would come on board with something similar, and we would be very, very happy to join them in that as well. So thank
We
you
will
again for
spread the
thinking of
word
us.
around, yes. Okay, then, take
Okay,
care.
great. Bye-bye. Yes, be safe.
Thanks again.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, do like collective.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, good morning, everyone, again, and welcome to our career fair. This morning, we have a very important presentation, and we have Ms. Lana Belgrove from Fire Prevention. And I know the students are very excited to know about the fire service. And I'm also happy that we have a female. It's not that I'm a feminist, but I'm glad to know that we have female firefighters because that's a question students always ask and are interested in. So good morning, Ms. Lana, and welcome. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for that introduction. So, welcome to your career day. I am Lana Maria Belgrove. I am a firefighter attached to the Monrepo Fire Station with the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. So we are here this morning to discuss the fire service, tell you a little bit about the career options, some of the things that we do, and give you an idea of one of the most exciting careers possible. So I'm really very happy to be here with you, and I hope you enjoy our presentation. So we're going to start with a short video about the fire service and some of the things that we do. We're going to see fire officers at work. video would have highlighted some of us attending to some of the major fires, as well as doing some training, because training is important, that we continue keeping up with the new trends with respect to firefighting and rescue operations. So we continue to train as well as responding to fires. So now we're going to do a PowerPoint presentation. I'm going to share my screen so you could get some more details. Okay, so is everyone seeing the screen?
Okay.
Okay, so this is our career guidance display for you today. We'll give you some information. As we said, who are we? We are the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. We are a department of the Ministry of National Security. Having been established in 1951, you can see we have some extensive experience in firefighting over the years. Our department head is the Chief Fire Officer. At this point in time, the acting Chief Fire Officer is Mr. Marlon Smith. And we are governed by laws as most arms or every arm of national security. Our governing acts are the Fire Service Act 3550, as well as the Agricultural Fires Act 6302. These are two important acts. These are what we are. These give us our laws and our guidelines, what we can do, what we can't do, what is within our jurisdiction. And so it's important as a fire officer coming into the service that we are aware of the laws that we are following. It's really like our Bible, our holy book, where we use these laws to say what we can and cannot do. So in the fire service, we have two divisions. We have first division officers. First division officers, those are the officers we call senior officers. If you've ever seen a first division officer on a fire or in an event, they're sometimes in a different color uniform to us, khaki or sometimes black. That's their dress wear. So you may see them in that, and that's how you as a civilian on the street may be able to identify. In that structure, we have the Chief Fire Officer, Deputy Chief Fire Officer, Assistant Chief Fire Officer, Divisional Fire Officer, and Assistant Divisional Fire Officer. So outside of the Chief Fire Officer and the Deputy Chief Fire Officer, the other three officers, there is one for each division, as in North, South, Central, Tobago. Second division, this ranks from fire station officer, fire substation officer, fire sub-officer, and firefighter. Firefighter is the entry-level position. So once you get through and you go into training, you're entering the service as a firefighter, and you're required to write exams for promotion. So you're going to write an exam to get to the rank of fire sub-officer, then fire substation officer, and so forth, straight up the ladder until eventually one day you're the chief, if that is your desired goal. So just as with school, you have work to do and you are required to study and pass your exams, we are required as well to study and pass our exams in order to be promoted within the organization. So the divisions of the fire service are the Northern Division, 11 stations, Central, 4 stations, Southern Division, 8 stations. In the Northern Division, we're ranging from Chaguaramas in the west straight across to Sangre Grande in the east. These would include places like Coro Fire Station, Santa Cruz Fire Station, Belmont, and Morva Fire Station. In the Southern Division, we're going from Mount Repo, which is the newer stations that we have. Southern Division would include Princestown, Rio Claro, Point Fortin, San Fernando, Siparia, and Mayaro. Central Division is made up of Piarco, Chaguanas, Cuba, and Savaneta. Savaneta is also one of the newer stations over the years. It is one of the bigger stations. At a point in time, training was done at Savaneta. But with COVID, you know that we have restrictions, so there is no training at present. But Savaneta would have been the last training ground. When I trained about 15 years ago, we trained in Chaguaramas. So things have changed. We are growing as an organization and things are evolving. We, as I said, trying to keep up with the times. Tobago, we have 3 stations, Crown Point, Scarborough, and Roxborough Station in Tobago. So if you're ever in Tobago, feel free to take a visit. So you've joined the fire service. What is the role of the firefighter? Ideally, to preserve life. To preserve life because it is irreplaceable. There's no way after someone has perished in a fire or perished in any form, that you can bring that person back. So to preserve life is our main role, prevent the destruction of property by fire, and to render humanitarian assistance. Humanitarian assistance is anything in the service of the people, which is the motto of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. Humanitarian service involves helping persons. As we can see in the picture on the right, the gentleman is up in a tree. And many years ago, when I was working operational, I would have been informed of a story where an officer actually went up into a tree to assist a person in getting their cat. So humanitarian service is anything to assist or help people, because we are about helping. So what do? We respond to all fires: motor vehicle fires, bush fires, tree fires, pole fires, and what we call structural fires. So we respond to all fires. That is the primary function. Firefighting is our primary function. We respond to motor vehicle accidents as well. I'm sure you would have seen times you're going up the highway or you're driving along the road with your parents, and you would see the fire service vehicles on the road, either washing down the roadway after a fire or extricating persons from a vehicle, assisting washing down the roadway after an accident, or if there's a spill of diesel or sand or anything on the road. So we are there as well in that capacity to offer assistance in motor vehicle accidents. We do special services as well. So special service is another really broad term. It comes again with helping persons. So after a flood, we may come and assist in washing down. During the flooding time, we have the Land Search and Rescue Unit, and they respond in conjunction with the operational arm to rescue persons who are either stranded in vehicles, stranded in their homes. So in the picture there, you're seeing what we call the dinghy, the little boat behind, where we assist persons who have flood situations. Mudslides, we're going to come and rescue persons if necessary and wash down the area afterwards to ensure that no further accidents or incidents take place. Same thing with the chemical spills. So as I was saying before, if diesel is spilled on the road, that's a hazard. It can result in accidents by persons running off of the roadway. So we come, we wash down the road, ensure that the area is safe for persons to proceed. We also offer ambulance coverage. So once the appliance is leaving the station on what we call a structural call or a fire call, the ambulance responds. When they're leaving the station on an RTA or motor vehicle accident, the ambulance is also responding to the medical emergencies that take place. So sometimes you may see us again on the scene of an accident, assisting EHS, EHS assisting us in taking persons to the hospital. So we work together. It's really about working together. So you're going to see fire officers working with police officers, working with EHS and medical providers as the need arises. So you're thinking about joining the service. You're wondering, what do I need to do? So you need to be between the ages of 18 and 35 years old. You need to be of good character. When we say good character, you must be able to provide a certificate of good character. So you're thinking that, okay, I could provide a certificate of good character because I've never been involved in any kind of activity in which I was charged. But once you're getting through with the service, they come around and they ask your neighbors about you. So it is important that as young people growing up, if you want to get into any of these arms of national security, that you be mindful of the things you do, be mindful of the company that you keep, the activities that you engage in. Because yes, you may not have been caught, but if the neighbors know that you are what we would consider delinquent, or the neighbors know that you're involved in activities, these are things that are going to come out when the officers from the fire service come around asking about you. So this is one of the very important requirements, just as important as all the others, right? You must possess at least 3 CXC passes or CSEC passes, general proficiency, grade 1, 2, or 3. English language is compulsory. So I'm saying that at least 3 passes. The reason for this is that if you're coming in and you're coming with 3 passes, you meet all the requirements, and someone else comes in and they have 6 passes or 8 passes, and they already person with the higher qualification is going to be taken in because all of the other requirements have been met. So it's important that when you're working and you're studying, you strive to do well and attain as many of the passes as you possibly can to give you the advantage in entering the organization. must be of good physique and in good health. So the males, 166.5 centimeters, that's about 5'5" and the females 160 centimeters, that's about 5 feet 2 inches. So we want you to be of good physique, be in good health. Good health also includes not engaging in activities such as alcohol consumption and smoking, which is bad for your health generally. But then it is also even worse if you want to get into an organization like this where you are required to be physical and to be able to keep up with the rigors of being a fire officer. So those are some of the entry requirements. So now that you know what you need to do or where you need to be, once you are selected, you have a preliminary screening. Before the selection. The preliminary screening is where you're going to come with all your certificates, you're going to come with your recommendations, granted that you met the height requirements and granted that you know that you're physically well. We are going to do medicals later on as the process gets further. But if you know that you're not well, it may not be an ideal situation for you. So you come with your certificates, meeting the height requirements, coming with your certificate of good character as well, and your recommendations. That's the preliminary screening. Everybody gets to come to that. There's an ad in the newspaper or on the internet where you're going to meet at one of the, maybe the stadiums. Years ago, we used to meet at Skinner Park in South. Sometimes they meet at Larry Gomes Stadium in the East or National Stadium. So you would have come there with these documents. You're going to be screened. They're going to take your name and your information. Once you meet the criteria, this information is passed on to Service Commission, who now sends out letters for you to do an entrance exam. This entrance exam, it will be Maths, English Language, and Current Affairs. Once you pass the entrance exam, again, all under the guise of Service Commission, they're going to send information for you to do an aptitude test. This aptitude test is the physical part of the assessment. You're going to do some exercises. They're going to check to see if you're afraid of heights, if you suffer with claustrophobia, any of those things. Once you pass the aptitude test, we're going into the interview. The interview is where a panel of senior officers would ask questions, a variety of questions. So it's literally like a job interview. They're going to say, well, okay, yes, we think this young man or this young woman is fitting for our organization. She's going to be a benefit. She's here for all the right reasons, and we would like her to be part of the organization. From there, we're going to do medical tests. So when you do your medical test, they're going to check your heart, your lungs, x-ray, blood work, all of it, just to ensure that you are medically fit and equipped to be part of the organization. So once you've passed all of those, you're going to be selected for training. When you're selected for training now, in this case, we are at Savannah, as I said, when training was taking place. Training is a 4 to 6 month period. 15 years ago, I trained for 7 months in Chaguaramas. We went a little bit over, right? So now it's 4 to 6 months. This training is, as we said, physical and book work. You're going to learn foot drills, ladder drills, fire drills. You're going to discuss fire prevention issues, a little bit of chemistry, hydraulics, pump operations. It's like going back to school for a 6 month training program, physical as well as academic stuff. So induction training, 4 to 6 months. Once you have passed the assessments for training, physical and the academic part, you have what we call passing out day. Passing out day is the highlight of every recruit. It is your proudest moment where you get to display to your family and your friends everything that you would have learned over the last 6 months. So the picture you're seeing now, this is a passing out display. It's a ladder drill that they're doing, a ladder display. So this is one of the highlights of the training. So it's like graduation at the end of Form 5 where you get to dress up and come out in your suit and your very, very pretty gowns, ladies. It is like graduation for us. So it's a passing out parade. So from passing out parade now, you are going to be issued to placed in a station. When you're placed in a station, you're going to be working in the operational arm. The operational arm of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service operates on a shift system. This is where you're actually responding to the fires. Mind you, all of the sections listed here respond to fires as well. But the operational arm, they come every day. Sorry, not every day. On a shift system. One daylight, the daylight shift is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Next day, you're going to work night. And then you're going to be off for 48 hours. When you pass out after being a trainee, you are going to work operational. But as I said, these are some of the sections within the service. We have an ambulance section, fire service school, project section, fire service band, stores, engineering. So these internal sections assist the service in running smoothly. So the engineering section, they are responsible for maintaining and upkeeping all of the vehicles that we use to respond. The ambulance section does just that. They deal with all of the medical and the ambulances within the service, ensuring that we provide lectures as well as first aid and safety training. We have the breathing apparatus section. This is the section responsible for maintaining all of the BA sets. The BA sets are what we see when the fire officers are going into a fire, like the tanks on their backs, if you're familiar with them, right? Lancy and air rescue, as I said before, they are responsible, yes, for firefighting, but they are the people we call out when someone goes over a cliff in Maracas. They are the people we call out in addition to the operational arm when there is a flooding. Administration, this is where all of the paperwork, all the things behind the scene that need to take place, administration deals with that. Vacation leave, sick leave, disposition, which is placing officers in different stations. And then we have the fire prevention section. So the fire prevention section is very special to me because that's where I am stationed at this point in time. In the fire prevention section, we do things like this, what we're doing here today, a career day. Today it's virtual because of COVID, but usually we go out to station, out to schools and out to different companies. We would do lectures, career days. We do fire investigation. So after a fire, we are responsible for coming out and determining the cause of this fire. We do it all here, but we are also responsible for responding to fires. As we said, this is our primary function. So those are some of the sections within the fire service. We discussed the hours of work. The sections work Monday to Friday, 8 to 4, as we said, and the hours for the operational are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 9 a.m. 48 hours. So these are just some pictures of us on the job. We do the picture on the bottom right, you're seeing class in session. So yes, as we said, firefighting is our main function, but we are responsible for training, for keeping up to date and for continuing to learn as we go along. So this would be a lecture that someone is conducting with the officers in the station. On the left, we're taking instructions as to what we're going to be doing for the day, coming out and making sure that the appliances are ready in the event we need to respond. Information technology, that's the IT section. They're making sure that the computers are up and running. We have some pictures of a rescue, an accident, and some firefighting operations. So, and this is a firefighter within the Southern Division. He is also a national bodybuilder. So we participate in activities and represent firefighters across the country. This is Miss Rayma. Miss Rayma has taken part in the World and Fire Games for many years, continuously bringing home medals for us and making us proud. So we aren't only about firefighting. We are a very holistic organization where we try to do a bit of everything and ensure that we participate in all activities for good growth and development. These are some of the rank markings that are worn on our uniforms. You may notice them on our shoulders when you see officers out. So in addition to firefighting and being a firefighter, there are areas you can study. Some of them are health and safety, public safety and security, fire engineering science, fire protection engineering, arson investigation, hazardous materials, the technician, and the operational side of it. So while you're within the service, you can also further your education and get some more knowledge about firefighting. Let's talk about the salary, because that's one of the main things people ask about. The base salary, when you're entering training, you're starting at $6,700. When you come out of training, you are given a house allowance, a meal allowance, a cost of living allowance. All of these are allowances that you are given. Qualifying allowance is given to officers after they pass the examinations for promotion and they aren't promoted during a period of time. You have a protective suit allowance, laundry allowance, and special proficiency allowances. That's for persons who have degrees in safety. So in addition to your base salary, there are opportunities for you to increase your salary and, again, increase your standard of living, because we know this is one of the very important parts people take into consideration. So in addition to being a fulfilling job and being a holistic job with great opportunities, the salary is not bad. Other benefits, you get to serve your community and your country, you get to save lives. There is nothing more fulfilling than saving someone's life. You get to save property. You earn a certain amount of respect from members of the public, and you also get to grow personally. Your development is important, and that is a good, an important part and benefit of it, as well as the financial stability that you're going to get from it. We just have a couple pictures here, some past fires. And this again would have been a passing out parade in their turnout suits. So do we have any, we have a video now we're going to show. We're going to take questions at the end in the event anyone has any questions. But now we just want to show you another short video about some of the officers at work. So thank you very much.
Good day, and welcome to the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. I am number 4522, Firefighter McDonald, and I will be taking you on a journey throughout Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service and some of the things that we do.
In the fire service, there are many different sections. Operational,
control room,
auxiliary section,
administration section,
land search and rescue, fire prevention, IT department, hose and essentials, projects, engineering, stores, and breeding apparatus.
In fire service, we respond to several types of calls: structural fires, bush fires, vehicular fires, even fallen trees, just to name a few.
and equipment we use to rescue persons who trapped in motor vehicle accidents.
Another important equipment we use are ladders in the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. These are used to rescue people trapped in upper floors of buildings.
While responding to house and structural fires, we use a breathing apparatus set, so it will enable us to breathe in smoke-filled atmospheres.
You might ask, how does one become a firefighter in Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service? Here are some of the basic requirements. You must be between the ages of 18 to 35, must be medically sound, must be physically fit, must possess 3 CXC subjects, and you must meet the height requirements: 166 centimeters for females and 168 centimeters for males.
Thank you for allowing me to take you on this exciting journey of the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. I do hope that you enjoyed this tour, as I enjoyed showing you everything that there is to know about Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service. I do hope that you also consider this as a great career path, and I will see you soon in the future.
So I hope you enjoyed that video. I don't know if it gives you the kind of excitement and joy that it gives me every time I see it, but thank you very much for having us here today. I hope you learned a lot about the fire service and that it piques your curiosity and you possibly make it a career. I don't know if you have any questions before we close.
Just one question. Outside of the academic qualifications, what are some of the qualities to be a successful candidate?
Some of the qualities to be a successful candidate.
Yes.
Okay. So you need to be helpful. You need to have a desire and a passion for helping people. You need to be honest, because we need to know that when you go out on a call and you see something lying around that is of value, you don't want to take it up. We need you to perform with integrity. You must be hardworking because it requires a lot of physical work and physical commitment. You must be dedicated. You must be dedicated and willing to come to work tomorrow after a really hard day the day before. You know, so we want you to have the qualities of a good individual, a good leader, because it requires, yes, we work in teams, because when you're going into a fire, you're going in with your partner, but we want you to have leadership qualities. We want you, as I said, to be honest, integrity. We want you to be fair, because you must have compassion as well. Must have compassion in dealing with people outside. When you get outside there and somebody's home is burning, you must have empathy for the fact that this person is losing everything, even though they're crying and they're carrying on and they're screaming at you. You can't be turning around and cursing back at them because they have just lost everything. So it is important for those qualities. Outside of your qualities as an individual, we appreciate if you have a driver's license, class 3, 4, 5, because our appliances are heavy and extra heavy. So it's important if you have your driver's license and those classes. First aid and EMT training is always an asset, because yes, you're going to be trained inside here, but if you're coming in with something like that, it means that, you have a little more exposure, a little more experience with it, and it is always useful when we get out there. So we have a section called the project section. So if you have skills like plumbing, masonry, welding, because we as the fire officers are responsible for maintaining the station. So when there's a leak in the bathroom, we call in the project section. We're not going outside and get resources from somewhere else. So any of those skill sets, mechanics, because if you're into fixing vehicles, you can work in the engineering section after a time. And I'm saying after a time because remember, when you join the service, you're going to the operational arm and you need to spend some time there and become familiar with the firefighting operations. If you're into IT, you can work in the IT department. If you're into computers and fixing computers and software and that kind of thing. So we have an area for every passion that you may have. We have that area in the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service.
Ms. Belgrove, we want to thank you very much for your insightful presentation. We enjoy it and we look forward to a continuous relationship with you. Thank you so much for taking the time with us today. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
With us this morning, we have members of the Water and Sewage Authority. The Water and Sewage Authority, WASA, was established by an Act of Parliament in 1965 to manage the water and sewage sector of Trinidad and Tobago. An essential component of this mandate is the delivery of a safe, reliable, and efficient water supply to satisfy the demand of all sectors of the economy. With us this morning from WASA, we have Ms. Keisha Leach. Good morning, Ms. Leach.
Good morning, and thank you for having us at WASA with you this morning. We have a wonderful presentation, a very informative presentation with you all today. Okay, so we will go right into it. All right. So as I was introduced, my name is Keisha Leach, and I am one of the public education officers representing the Water and Storage Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, let's look at the actual video. Let's have an understanding of what WASA is, what does WASA stands for, how was WASA created, right? So when it is we are applying for organization, we understand the type of organization and their functions in which we would like to be a part of their team. So WASA stands for the Water and Sewerage Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. If you look at its logo, you will notice that there are two colors. There is blue and there is black. Now, these two colors represents the two main functions or the different types of water and wastewater that we treat at the authority. So the blue represents the water and the black represents the sewage, all right, or the wastewater. So we have the water and sewerage, right, which is the whole pipeline system for the wastewater, right? We have different types of wastewater, which we have gray water, black water, and storm water. So the storm water is the water from rainfall. So that water will go into your drains, it will go into back into the rivers and so forth. Then we have gray water. Gray water is the water from when you wash your hands, from when you take a shower, from when you brush your teeth, all that water that goes down the kitchen sink, the faucets, that is gray water. And then we have black water. Black water is the water from when you flush the toilet. So all your feces from defecation and urination, all that goes to your septic tank system or your septic tank, all of that is what WASA treats. And then we have water, right? Our sources of water that we use in our water treatment process, we use surface water. 60% of the water that we use is from the surface, all right? So we have water from the rivers. We have water from our reservoirs. In Trinidad and Tobago, we have 4 reservoirs. We have one in Tobago, which is called the Hillsborough Reservoir. We have 3 in Trinidad, the oldest reservoir being the Hollis Reservoir, the largest reservoir being the Caroni Arena Reservoir, and we have the Navat Reservoir, right? So those are the 4 reservoirs in Trinidad and Tobago. So who we are? WASA is an organization. Our main focus is to provide a water supply to citizens in Trinidad and Tobago, right? And to treat the discharge or the effluent from your homes, all that water from what you use, and the wastewater, those gray water, storm water, black water, we treat that water, okay? Now, WASA was created or formed in 1965 with different groups of authorities and councils and utilities, which consist of the Central Water Distribution Authority, the Port of Spain City Council, the San Fernando Borough Council, the Arima Borough Council, the County Councils, the Water Division of the Ministry of Public Utilities, and the Sanitation Division of the Ministry of Public Utilities. Now, what do we do? As I explained before, we treat our water and we make the water, the raw water, potable water. Potable water is safe drinking water, all right? And it's processed. So that's a general idea of what we do. Now, its core functions. Now, at WASA, operations department is the main department that do the treatment process and the wastewater treatment. But maybe you like some other different type of job. Maybe you like to do different things. You have a passion either with numbers, or maybe you like to deal with people. You like to interact with people. So we have different departments. Maybe you like chemicals, you like to deal with the chemicals and so forth. So let's look at the operations department, right? In the operations department, there are different positions that you can apply for. Now, the minimum qualification will be your 5 CXC passes. Now, there are some departments or some positions that will require more than just CXC. All right? So let's look at an engineer, one of the plant operators. You are an engineer, we need you to, work on the equipment. You have to know how much chemicals is to be used, when it is, you have to put in the chemicals, how much, what chemicals interact, if you are using alum, you are using disinfectants and chlorine and so forth. So the minimum qualifications to be an engineer, a senior engineer, is a BS degree in civil engineering, right? So we'll look at that. Maybe you want to work, you are into computers, you like computers, all right? You are into fixing computers, developing programs and so forth, right? But let's go to the accounting or the finance, the finance department. You are good with your numbers. So if you are looking at an account payable officer, you are looking at the minimum qualifications, which is your 5 CXC. Together with your 5 CXC, you are looking at a diploma in finance or accounting from an accredited institution, right? Probably you want to be an accountant. What do you need to be an accountant at WASA? Minimum qualifications, you must have the first degree in management, finance, or accounting. And you must have a recognized professional qualification in ACCA. Together with that, you must be computer literate, and you must have some form of experience in capital projects accounting and understanding of WASA's accounting system, right? So that understanding will come with the experience. Now, we are no longer calling this department MIS, but the department name is called ICM, which is Information Communication Management. So maybe you want to be an IT officer. You are studying IT. You are doing IT in school. You want to be an IT officer. So what you would need is a minimum qualification of a degree in computer science, computers and telecommunication, electrical and computer engineering or related discipline, which is required. You must also have be nationally recognized diploma, right, at a high national diploma or associate degree level with at least 2 years of quality working experience in the field, which is very much accepted. You must have knowledge and experience with the Oracle database management system and its associated tools would be definitely an asset. A certificate in Microsoft application and systems as evidence by a MCSE or similar qualification would be an asset also. All right. Now, what about being an administrator in the same department? A first degree in computer science, computers and telecommunication, electrical or computer engineering, right? So we are going on to the human resource department, right? This is the known HR department. They are the ones that will be doing interviews, making sure you have all the employees, their database, make sure that if there are internal issues or you have that rectified, that is all that is part of HR. HR deals with internal staff that have to update their information, if they need to get job letters, right? If it is, they have documents that they need to drop in, if they need to apply for vacation leave, or sick leave, or casual leave, and so forth. If it is you are being promoted and they need to get some more information and positions and stuff, HR is the department for that. Okay, so they are the ones that mostly deal with internal staff, right? So let's look at a human resource officer, right? Which we call a HRO. Now, to be a HRO too, you will need the minimum qualifications, which is a BS degree or equivalent combination of training and experience, right? Planning training, okay, a certificate or diploma in human resource management, right? Now, you must be able to solve problems, right? So problem solving is an occupational skill that will be required. You must have critical thinking skills, okay? So you have to know how to deal with situation. If something arises with employees or something that a situation took care of an employee, let's say a relative of an employee or employee dies, how do you deal with that with the department, you know, dealing with the paperwork and so forth. So you have to know how to have these critical thinking skills, how to solve basic problems. Now, if you also want to be assistant manager, you have your degree in a social science or equivalent combination of qualifications and experience of such, right? You must be able to write. You must have writing skills, all right? One of the preferred additional qualifications, you know, is a training as evidenced by a certificate or diploma in human resource management. So once you could have something in the whole HR, human resource management, right? Or internal relations, if you have some qualifications in that, that will also be a great addition. All right. Now, do we have any questions pertaining to the job specs?
Ms. Leash, we have no questions at this time, but I'll get on to you as soon as we do.
Okay. Now, one thing that is very important to us as the authority, and we want to share this with you, and we want our Trinidad, our students to know, Trinidad and Tobago, all our students, even your parents, everyone at home, our different areas, is that we need to practice water conservation, right? Now, water is very important to us. Now, 97 of all the water on the earth, 97% of the earth's water is seawater, right? Which leaves 3% fresh water. However, 2% in that 3% is trapped in the form of ice, which leaves approximately 1% of water that is available for human use. However, of all the water on the earth, we only have 0.007% of the earth's water, right? That is drinkable. And even that also is contaminated because of humans' activity and sometimes natural disasters, right? For instance, like the eruption of a volcano, landslides, floods, right? So what can we do at our end, or what can we do on our part to help save water? When we are brushing our teeth, use a glass of water instead of the running tap. when we are washing our dishes. You can use a basin of water, or you can fill the sink halfway, and we can use that to wash and rinse the dishes. Don't leave your hose running while you are washing the car. So don't use your hose, but use a bucket and a dipper. When you're washing your clothes, ensure that you are using a large load, right? Taking a shower, you take a shower for 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes, you take a shower for. If you have any leaks in your faucets or your taps or water tanks at home, please ensure that you call a plumber and you get those issues rectified. Now, we have the treatment process. How does WASA treat water, right? So let me just show you all this video so you will have an idea, appreciation of the water treatment process, right? One of the core functions of WASA, which is to deliver a sustainable, potable supply of water. So I'm going to share this video with you right now, and we are going to learn about the water treatment process. See if it's something that you will want to get into, okay?
Where does the water you drink come from? Do we need to clean it before we drink it? Let's find out a bit about the water we drink here in Trinidad and Tobago. Firstly, there are two main sources of water: surface water and groundwater. Surface water is any water found above ground. Example, rivers, lakes, streams, ponds, etc. Groundwater is water that is found beneath the surface of the earth. To get this water from underground, deep wells are drilled into the soil to extract the water. Although water in the oceans are salty, it is still considered to be surface water. Let me just add, there are also two types of water that we use: fresh water and salt water. Salt water, however, must be desalted or desalinated before we can use it. Most of the water that we use on a daily basis comes from surface water. So let's take a look at the water treatment process to see how WASA cleans or purifies the raw water and send it for us to use safely. Purpose of water treatment. The raw surface or groundwater may contain impurities such as sand, grit, silt, and germs that can get us sick. A water treatment plant is designed to remove these impurities and produce water that is safe for human consumption. This is called potable water. Not portable, but potable water. First stage, river. Here, water enters into the treatment facility through a device called a screening filter. This device prevents larger objects such as pieces of bamboo, wood, etc. from entering into the facility and damaging equipment such as raw water pumps. These raw water pumps pull the water from the river and send it to the second stage of the water treatment process. Second stage, headworks. At the headworks, chemicals are added to the raw water to remove sand, grit, silt, etc. that may be present in the water. Third stage, flocculation and sedimentation basins. When the water leaves the headworks chamber, it goes across to the flocculation and sedimentation basins. These chemicals cause all the floating impurities in the water to cluster and stick together. When they stick together, these little clumps become larger and heavier when they come into contact with other clusters of sand and silt, and as a result, they settle to the bottom of the sedimentation basins. The settled particles we now call sludge. This sludge is scraped from the bottom of the sedimentation basins and sent to sludge ponds for disposal, whilst the water continues on to the filtration process. Fourth stage, filtration. By this time, the water should be free from most of the sediments, but there are still fine particles remaining in the water that needs to be removed. To do this, the water passes through filters that does exactly that. It removes any remaining particles in the water to get the water crystal clear. After this, the water goes for storage. Fifth stage, disinfection. Before actually reaching the storage tank, chlorine is added to the water to kill any germs that may be present in the water. When this is done, the water is now safe and is distributed for us to use. Sixth stage, distribution. At the distribution station, pumps take this final or treated water, send it into pipelines that will evenly distribute this water to all of WASA's customers so that we can have clean, clear water. Everyone depends on this water for our daily chores. Everyone, from us in our homes, in our schools, at our churches, commercial and industrial businesses, etc. So there we have it, a brief look at the water treatment process right here in our very own Trinidad and Tobago. Hope you enjoyed.
Okay, so there you have it. If you want to be a part of this wonderful experience, this activity, this job that we do, this passion of cleaning water, treating water, you see the process. You see it's a lot of work, it's a lot of detail. You can be part of Team WASA. So thank you on behalf of WASA. Thank you for allowing us this time to express what we do at WASA and our different jobs, some of the different job specs that we have at the authority.
Yes, Ms. Leach, we have a question for you. Are there any misconceptions about WASA you would like to dispel at this time? For example, people talk about the cost of the water. They talk about water is free. Could you please explain that to us?
Sure. Okay, now the water treatment process, as you all saw just now, is a very detailed treatment process, right? Now, in order to treat water, for instance, the plant, like the water treatment plant, which you saw was the Kearney water treatment plant, the amount of electrical power that is used to run a plant like that will be the amount to run a small island like St. Vincent or Grenada. Now, these equipments have to be maintained, right? So the water treatment process that we do is top rated in the world for treatment process. You can turn on our taps and you can come and you can drink water without fear of having any waterborne diseases because of our treatment process, which you just experienced. We also have the lowest rates in the world for the paying for water. Even though water falls from the sky through the water cycle, or water from the rivers or the reservoirs, that is raw water. That water still has to be treated. And in order to get the chemicals, to maintain the equipment and to treat that water, it is costly, right? So water is not free in terms of coming to your tap. The pipelines, right? Pipelines are running for miles, and that pipeline is what brings the water to your tap. So the water is not free, right? If in order for the water, we have to pay, the water have to pay. We have to pay for water, basically, right? Water isn't free. It goes through a very detailed treatment process, and it takes a lot of manpower and chemicals and a lot of team and cooperation to bring the standard of water that we have to what it is right now for your enjoyment. WASA has never had a major outbreak of any waterborne diseases, and that is because of the quality of our water treatment process. Any other questions?
Thank you, WASA, for definitely keeping us safe. We know the importance of water and we are dependent on you. Yes, you would have spoken about the various jobs at WASA, but could you tell me what is the most basic entry-level job at WASA and what are the qualifications at that level?
Okay, so we have office assistants, right? To be an office assistant, you will have your basic CXC passes, right? Now, together with that, there is not only office work per se or field work, but we also have the faculties management department, right? So they are the ones basically that will help maintain the authority in terms of sweeping and cleaning offices, painting of buildings, you know, emptying, and just general maintenance and cleaning. So they will need at least 3 CXC passes for entry. Now, if
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Just one thing to express, if you notice, now WASA, we have 3 different types of t-shirts, our uniform. So it have the gray, which will be monthly paid. So most of the monthly paid are those who are at the office or working on the field in terms of the treatment plants, like the plant operators and so forth. Then we have those who are in green, the ones in the dark green, like a moss green, they are working at the wastewater treatment plant. So they treat the wastewater, which I described, the gray water, storm water, and black water, right? And then we have the blue uniforms, which is the daily paid, right? Or the fortnightly paid staff. They are the ones that mostly do the maintenance of the authority.
Well said, Ms. Leach. We have a student who is interested in working at WASA. However, he is pursuing chemistry and he wants to know at what stage would you be able to enter WASA if you are pursuing chemistry?
So you are looking to work at one of our labs. So you're interested in working at the lab. So you know you will have your physics, biology, chemistry, right? When it is you have your sciences, then you will further into doing your engineering. So you will need your 5 CXC, well, 5 CXC including your sciences, maths and English to enter. Of course, you will have to have some form of training background in the field. All right. Right, so which is really like water quality control. So you must have the sciences. If you can have a diploma or a degree in one of the sciences, that will be great. All of that will assist because that means you will have the full knowledge of the different chemicals, what interacts with what you are looking for when you have to do the different testing. So if it is, you can have your CXC passes with your different sciences and a degree following thereafter, that will be great.
Thank you. And our final question for this morning. How can one apply for a job at WASA?
Excellent question. If you go to the WASA website, you will see our forms are online, or you can do a resume, and we have our WASA forms at the authority, at any of the period centers. You can fill out that form, attach it to your resume, and you can drop it at WASA head office, which is at St. Joseph. Right? If you can drop it at St. Joseph, we also have the WASA office in San Fernando that you can drop it there also. Right? Make sure you have photocopies of all your qualifications and all the information is correct.
Ms. Leach, at this time, we would like to say thank you for a session that was both relevant and interesting. We wish you continued success in your field and all the best.
Thank you very much. Do have a blessed and safe day.
Same to you.
Whether you're entering the workforce for the first time or looking to change fields, deciding on a career can be tough. One way to narrow down your choices is to evaluate yourself and what's important to you. Let's take a look at some different needs and preferences you can assess. Your interests. Identify any hobbies or activities you enjoy or anything that fulfills you. You may be able to find a career related to these. Being invested in and excited about the work you're doing is important. Your personality. Personal characteristics and qualities are good things to consider. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? Do you like to work alone or in a group? Are you more creative or analytical? Your values. How important is it for a company's values to align with your own? You'll probably have a more positive experience if you can find a workplace with an environment and culture that suits you. Your skills. Identify skills that you're good at. These can be concrete, like knowledge of certain computer programs, or they can be abstract, like problem solving or creativity. After evaluating these different qualities, you'll probably have a better grasp of which careers might interest you. Good luck!
Goodwill Community Foundation, creating opportunities for a better life.
Whether you're entering the workforce for the first time or looking to change fields, deciding on a career can be tough. One way to narrow down your choices is to evaluate yourself and what's important to you. Let's take a look at some different needs and preferences you can assess. Your interests. Identify any hobbies or activities you enjoy or anything that fulfills you. You may be able to find a career related to these. being invested in and excited about the work you're doing is important. Your personality. Personal characteristics and qualities are good things to consider. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? Do you like to work alone or in a group? Are you more creative or analytical? Your values. How important is it for a company's values to align with your own? You'll probably have a more positive experience if you can find a workplace with an environment and culture that suits you. Your skills. Identify skills that you're good at. These can be concrete, like knowledge of certain computer programs, or they can be abstract, like problem.
Today, I want you to put you at the top of your to-do list. I sense a little hesitation. Don't think about it. You really need to do this. See, you've been putting others first for so long, you've lost a connection to your own personal brand. And you keep dancing to somebody else's beat. But today, it's time to reintroduce the world to your phenomenal marching band. Putting others first to the detriment of you is the opposite of healthy living. Today, I implore you to love you some you, and tomorrow, you can get back to all that giving. The first thing they tell you when you get on a plane is put your mask on first. And since you failed to follow protocol, it's been hard for you to breathe. And if you don't make some changes, it will only get worse. If people laugh when you're telling your dreams, if you've ever been so low, you felt like you wanted to scream. If you've ever been doubted in your quest to achieve, if the non-believers' voices were so loud, you almost started to believe that they were right. Hold up. This is the moment that I remind you that they are never right. Because you were born to be a beacon of light. You were born to overcome any fear or any fright. You were born to have next level vision and not just sight. You were born with the heart, will, and passion to never give up and fight and fight and fight. If they say there's no way, make it. Never ask for permission to be great. You take it. Greatness is yours to claim. You just gotta stake it. When they try to lock you up with a mental chain, you break it. Yeah, they're there for you when you're up. They're there for you when you're doing good. They're there for you when you're succeeding. But they're nowhere to be found when you really, really need them. See, they act like they got love for you, but only when you're doing something for them. They act like they got love for you when you're paying for everything. They act like they got love for you, but only when it's working in their favor. At what point did you stop and ask yourself, what are they bringing to the table? See, I call them halftime homies. Because half the time they smile on your face, half the time they want to take your place. I need you to realize today that it's time to eliminate certain people out of your situation. It's time for you to eliminate certain people out of your circle. It's time for you to eliminate certain people out of your life. Those are the people that is high and by. Because right now, you got a goal, right now you got a dream, and you need people on your team that are gonna play their role. And when the chips are down, they're gonna step up and have your back. And when the chips are down for them, you're gonna step up and have their back. It needs to be mutual, 50-50, win-win. Right now, the people that you rolling with, it's a win-lose. So let this be the moment right now that you activate action and eliminate distraction and eliminate dissatisfaction and eliminate each and every one of those losers that just acting like they got your back. Eliminate them from your life. This is the moment. This is the time. You have to have your own back because they will use you until they can't use you no more. And those are the facts. Today, embrace your flaws because you are imperfectly perfect. Treat yourself to your favorite meal and do you today because believe me, you deserve it. Take this moment to rethink all of your present relationships. Never settle for mediocre or average. Think big, outside the box, shoot for mega, or even better yet, go for galactic. When they think you're about to throw in the towel, use it to wipe the sweat off your face, look them dead in the eye and smile. Because they underestimated your heart, and they didn't think you had the resiliency to go that extra mile. But you do. If you fall down 2,051 times, you get back up 2,052. Because you're rare like that rose that grew in concrete. When they say you can't do it, prove them wrong and do it anyway. Believe in something, believe in you. And never forget, you were born to be spectacular. It's in your DNA. You got this.
Good morning, everybody.
Good, good day, students. We will now have Mr. Nigel Bradford share with us all of the programs that the university offers. Mr. Nigel Bradshaw, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm about to share with you a video that you would be able to utilize to understand and appreciate the University of the West, what the University of West Indies has to offer. You could just relax and look at it. It'll run just for about 3 minutes.
The University of the West Indies has come a long way from its humble beginnings in 1948, when 33 young medical students enrolled in its Mona, Jamaica campus and set the stage for future generations of West Indians. UWI, as it has come to be fondly called in the region, has distinguished itself as the leader in Caribbean higher education. The university enjoys links with some of the most respected global educational institutions. It has produced legions of leaders across all sectors and disciplines. Amidst its advancements, the university is held strongly to its mission of providing an outstanding level of education that is regionally focused and internationally relevant. UWI continues to assist Caribbean development through teaching, outreach, and research, devoting considerable effort to areas that are critically important to the sustainable development of our small island states. It has explored alternative forms of energy, studied water management, and the economics behind poverty alleviation. It has even given birth to the G-Pan, the most technologically advanced version of the steel pan instrument, as well as the cardiovascular surgery simulator, which is used in some of the world's top medical schools, such as Johns Hopkins University, the Mayo Clinic, and Stanford University. UWI has built a legacy as the largest resource for knowledge creation and application in the region, and a repository of unique Caribbean resources. It is a collaborative community that values innovation, embraces technology, and has solidified its place as the regional benchmark of excellence in academia. Just like the region that gave it life, UWI is a diverse mix of ideas, cultures, and people.
Okay, everyone, good morning. I am Nigel Bradshaw, University of West Indies at the St. Augustine campus. With me this morning are two students of the University of West Indies. If they could put on their microphones and their video and their cameras, you'll be able to see them in a little while. They are Walete Chakumba and Ariana Marine. We are happy to be able to share information with you all about the University of West Indies. The university, as you saw, offers a large number of different types of careers and so on. Just want to ask one question though. These are all the participants that will be attending today, or is it that we're going to be moved from this room to another room? Anyone here could tell me? Oh, it's live. No. Okay. Right. So the University of West Indies has a lot to offer. We offer engineering, food and agriculture, humanities and education, which will include VAPA subjects, languages, cultural areas, early childhood care and education, primary education. Persons could come to the University of West Indies to be able to be secondary school teachers as well. We offer law programs, medical sciences programs in STEM, science, technology, mathematics. We offer a full range of management and business study programs that are ACCA accredited. And we also offer degree study in sport. We have a large number of different athletes studying at the University of West Indies that can assist you with anything that you would like to know about what. Well, they are participating in sport and they are studying sport programs as well, like sport kinetics and also to sports management and other sport coaching as different types of sporting careers. Our degree programs would last for 3 years most times. If you're studying in medicine, you're doing a program like nursing, it's a 4-year degree program. You're doing optometry, you study for 4 years. If you're doing pharmacy, you do 4 years as well. If you're doing medicine, you do medicine and surgery, you study for 5 years. And then somebody wanting to become a dentist will study for 5 years. And someone wanting to become a vet will study for 5 years as well. All the other programs are 3 years long, right? All the others are 3 years. They are degree programs are 3 years. Qualification to the degree programs are based on a combination of a minimum of 5 CSEC passes, including English and mathematics. If you're doing some specific areas require specific subjects, you would do specific subjects like chemistry and physics for engineering. You would choose VAPA subjects or languages if you're going into humanities and education. You will choose sciences for food and agriculture, for science and technology, for medical sciences as well. You choose the sciences. For the areas like law and sport and social sciences, believe it or not, you don't have to choose any specific subjects. You just have to have a minimum of 5 CSEC passes, and for those areas, every one of our programs require mathematics and English. When you finish Form 5, you have the option, like some of the students, if you're attending schools like Rio Claro West, Princestown West, St. Stephen's, Cohen Hamilton, and you're in Form 6, you're doing CAPE. CAPE is a qualification you could do after Form 5. Some students that have not yet reached to Form 6 yet, if you don't want to do Form 6, you could do a certificate program or a diploma program, or you could do another, something like an associate degree, right? Each one of those qualifications must be a minimum of 1 year long. It should be related to what you want to study. Okay, so those are some of the things that we normally share with the students that attend the career fair. One of the things I want to highlight is you can visit us online just by Googling UWI St. Augustine. If you're checking us out on Facebook, you should, or on social media, I should say, you go at UWI St. Augustine. That would be the best way to be able to find us on Twitter, on Facebook, or Instagram. We are not yet on Snapchat or on TikTok. And persons will be able to find us on social media again at UWI St. Augustine. And that's it from me. Any questions that can be posed, I'll be willing to answer immediately. Right? Not seeing that they will have any of them right now. I know we live on YouTube. Any mediators here that will be allowing persons to ask the questions that we could answer immediately?
Mr. Bradshaw, good morning.
Morning.
Yes, we have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
How has the COVID-19 virus affected the way in which the campus operates at this time?
Okay, very good question. It is exactly like what has happened in high school, in secondary school, primary schools, and early childhood education centers. We are closed, no students on campus. We have only some employees coming in on rotation to work. Like right now, I am at work today. I work on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday out of the office. All our classes are online presently. When the pandemic is brought under control, I do think we will move back to face-to-face, most likely, possibly a mixture of face-to-face with online, right? But all our application procedure is still online, completely online. You cannot visit the campus, so we put the whole thing online. It has right now the place is like a ghost town, a massive, big 500-acre place, wide open spaces, very boring right now. Sorry. But thanks for that question.
Yes, sir, we definitely look forward to the human interaction that we are accustomed to, but we have to work with what we have.
Yes.
Could you tell us the average cost of the first degree at the University of the West Indies?
Okay, now the degree programs vary according to what you want to study. I could tell you this. I could give you the breakdown like this. Persons wanting to study in the business areas, in behavioral sciences like psychology, sociology, criminology, and criminal justice, that kind of stuff, right? Those are $12,000 a year for persons wanting to study in the humanities, well, the VAPA areas, the language areas, history, communication studies, theology, that kind of stuff, philosophy. Those are also $12,000 a year. The persons that want to do stuff like law, 13,000, well, basically $14,000 a year. For engineering, $18,000 a year. For science and technology, there's computer science, IT, biology, chemistry, physics, life sciences, all those types of areas, $12,600 a year. For food and agriculture, geography, environmental and natural resource management, etc., those are $12,600 a year. For the, and for sport, $21,500 a year. And for medicine, the programs start with pharmacy being the lowest cost. It's $21,000 a year for pharmacy for 4 years. And all the other programs are more expensive. After that, nursing is a little more. Then you move up to medicine and surgery, then dentistry and veterinary medicine, and then optometry. Optometry is the most expensive program. All of these programs are GATE approved, other than the sports programs. The sports programs are not GATE approved.
Mr. Bradshaw, for the student who is thinking about coming into UWI, or is thinking about engaging him or herself in tertiary education, do you have any advice to them at this time?
That would be a question I'd have loved to have one of the students that is with me answer. Is it possible for us to switch to one of the students to answer that question?
Sure, go right ahead.
Willette or Ariana, y'all want to come on? I'm taking off my video. Wondering if they're there.
Hello, let me see if this.
Right.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Kumar.
Hi, could you repeat the question, please?
For students who are thinking about attending the University of the West Indies, what advice would you give them? First-time students.
Okay, given as first-time students, I would give them and tell them that obviously COVID, there comes a change with that, right? So you will need to have that level of discipline, self-discipline to really navigate throughout your studies. So all in all, you must remember that even though times are tough right now, you must stay focused. You must remember your dream and goal, why you're coming to the university to get whatever area you're studying in, because yeah, this COVID really truly made a whole huge impact, especially on the university and the way it delivers its messages and courses. So I would just tell them that, you know, to remember your purpose and to have that self-discipline. I don't know if Ariana
Thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, we have another question.
Yes.
Students are asking about the enrollment qualifications. Do we need CAPE subjects or is CSEC subject satisfactory at this time?
Okay, only the nursing program allows persons to enter directly from CSEC to the university, okay? The way I put it is like this, right? Look at my hands, right? This hand is if you could see it. This hand is CSEC, right? And this hand is the degree program in the university, right? To get to the two, you need a bridge, right?
Yeah.
The bridge to move it from CSEC to get to the degree. The bridge could be one of many different types of things. You could use CAPE as one option, right? It is not compulsory that you do CAPE. I think a lot of people believe it's something that you must do that is compulsory, right? CAPE is just one option. You can do a certificate or a diploma, which is post-secondary in nature and a minimum of 1 year long, right? Or you can do, you can do an associate degree, like let's say for law, there's an associate degree in paralegal studies that students can use to enter the faculty of law. Gives you a lot of deep study in law for you to be able to have a qualification allows you to work, but also to that paralegal studies associate degree would allow you to be able to enter directly into the faculty of law and do the law degree in 2 years, okay? That's just some of the options here. We have pre-university programs, like we have a pre-science program at the university that allows you to study advanced level science in 1 year. When you leave Form 5, you come to the UWI, you do the pre-science program for 1 year. It is not a degree program, right? It is a 1 year study in advanced level science, which is equivalent to CAPE, right? And then you move on to a degree. You could use that pre-science program to move on to a degree in food and agriculture, in engineering, in medicine, or in science and technology, right? So again, you could, once you leave in CSEC behind, right? CSEC here, you use your bridge, right? Which is either CAPE or a certificate or a diploma or associate degree. And that bridge carries you to the degree, right? It carries you to the degree. One of those 4 qualifications will carry you to the degree. A pre-university program, CAPE, or a certificate or a diploma.
Thank you, sir. Final question for today. Does UE offer any non-academic courses?
Yes, we do. We have at the certificate, the Center for Language Learning. This is just one area, right? You could do multiple different languages at conversational level. If you could do them if you're a student registered in any degree program, or you could do them as a member of the general public, right? Also, too, we have sign language and interpreting as another option of what you could do. We have basic science courses. We have a photography course at the St. Augustine campus, right? We have those types of programs. The open campus of the University of the West Indies normally is the venue that most people go to if they want to do short course programs, right? That is you can check them out online at UWI Open Campus, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir. One more today. I know I said the last one, but just one more. We are noting that the TTHI has been closed and they previously offered a culinary arts program.
Right.
Is it a possibility that such a program will be offered at the University of the West Indies?
The equivalent programs are being offered currently at the Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute in Mount George and Tobago, right? So culinary arts and that kind of stuff, you could do them at Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute in Tobago. You could Google them, THTI in Tobago, and you will be able to get the information.
And another question for you. A student wants to know your opinion about the marine biology degree at UE and how much would it cost?
Okay, we know the marine biology program is now offered at the Mona campus in Jamaica only. Okay, it's no longer offered at the St. Augustine campus. As of September 2020, it's no longer offered at the St. Augustine campus. The program at the Mona campus, I do believe the tuition cost is $19,500 TT a year. And then you have to manage accommodation, airfare, and those types of things, right? But I do think it's a very good course, a very good program with a lot of options to being able to move on to multiple different areas of study, and also to careers based on understanding marine biology and marine biology applications in the Caribbean.
A student seems to be a bit unclear still. She's asking if she can start UE in the same year that she writes CSEC exams.
No.
So could you?
No. If she's going into, when she's in Form 5, she must have CSEC passes as one part of her qualification, right? You must have a minimum 5 CSEC passes, including maths and English, and you must have that certified, right, as having it in your hand. You apply before you write the exams. It's just like SCA, right? Remember, for SCA, you put the schools that you're hopeful to go to down, and then you write the exam. You get the results, and it tells you which school you passed for. We do the same thing. You do your application, you write your exams, and then we tell you, based on when you provide us with the results, we tell you if you entered into the program or not, right? That's how it works. But if it depends on what she wants to write. If she wants to come into nursing, she could come immediately after she has completed CSEC exams in Form 5. If it's something else she wants to do, she has to have both CSEC results and any one of these. Remember, when you reach the CSEC, right? You need, CSEC is just one part. You need to jump on a bridge. The bridge is either CAPE or a certificate or a diploma or an associate degree, right? Any one of those 4. And when it is you finish those, you move into the degree program, okay?
Mr. Bradford, sure, there seems to be no further questions at this time.
Okay.
So I take this opportunity to say thank you for your presentation that was both relevant and interesting. And I look forward to our continued relationship. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Just want to give a little plug. The University of the West Indies, we have open house activity going on online, virtual open house activity. I will put my email address in the chat so that you'll be able to see it. Students can email me to get information about when it is and what we have going on, so that they could log on from home and see and find out everything about the University of West Indies. We started on Wednesday and we're continuing all the way through May, right, and even into June. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Do have a lovely day.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. At this point, we have 2 representatives from COSTAD. We have Marvin Pollard and Cindy Morris, and they are going to conduct this session. Personally, I want to say I was a student at COSTAD, and they offer very interesting programs, and the experience has been good. So, Mr. Marvin and Cindy, you can go ahead and present.
Hi, good day. My name is Marvin Pollard. Thanks for having me. I am accompanied today by Ms. Cindy Morris. We are both admissions counselors at COSTAD. If you'll allow me, I will share my screen to start the presentation. You'll let me know if you'll see in my screen, right? Are you all seeing the presentation?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so like I said, my name is Marvin Pollard. I'm an admissions counselor at the South Campus. Today I'm joined with Miss Sydney Morris. She's also an admissions counselor, right? Who are we? We are COSTAT. All right, COSTAT is the College of Science, Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago. We are a tertiary institution and the only community college in Trinidad and Tobago. We offer undergraduate courses, for example, associate and bachelor degrees and diplomas, some certificates as well. All right. We also do some workshops from time to time, primarily in our short semester. Things to consider when choosing a career. You need to consider your interests, things that interest you the most, what is most important to you as a person. You need to consider your skills. I don't know if you all would have done some soul searching or even some form of an assessment to find out what are your skills. We also need to consider, when choosing our career, the qualifications required to enter the field, right? And ask questions, will it require additional education or training? And once you start to consider these things, you then need to take the further step and ask at which institutions in Trinidad and Tobago or beyond can I do my education or training in order to get me the skills necessary to be proficient for that career. You also need to look at the current demand for the field, whichever field you're interested in. You also need to do volunteering or internships, or at least in the case of COSTAT, those things are built into our degree program, so it will give you a little bit of an advantage before you enter the field of work. You also need to consider location and compensation, right? What are employers looking for? Employers are looking for communication skills, both written and verbal. We are looking for honesty, technical competencies, especially in this virtual world that we all live in today. You're looking at your work ethic and your problem-solving skills. Employers also look for teamwork, right? And your ability to work in harmony with co-workers. You all would have done some sort of a group exercise in classes. And I like to look at that as the start of your training in teamwork, right? That can be difficult at times, but we have to learn to roll with the punches, so to speak. Employers also look for flexibility, initiative, whether you're eager or willing to add to the knowledge base and skills of the career, determination and persistence, and loyalty. How can tertiary education help you? Tertiary education can make you more marketable. It can develop existing skills and talent that you may have as a person. It would allow you easy entry into postgraduate programs, and of course, prepare you for your job or your career. What makes COSTAT unique? We have knowledgeable and committed faculty members. We have small classroom size, very similar to what you would have experienced in secondary school, ranging from 30 to 35 per class. We have excellent facilities and labs. We have work study and internship programs that is built into our degree programs, as I mentioned before. And we also take a holistic approach to learning, which is built into our curriculum, right? So for instance, if you are studying music, right? I'm just picking a degree off the top of my head. If you're studying music, we won't just tell you, okay, you need to learn everything about music and that's it. No, we want to take you a little bit off course and develop you as a person, right? So we will allow you to touch on different subject areas within your degree program. And the idea is to create an holistic and competitive student at the end of your degree program. right? We have international recognition and institutional affiliations with some colleges abroad, right? Now my colleague, Ms. Cindy Morris, will take you through some of the programs that we offer.
Hello, good morning. You all hearing me? You all
Yes,
hearing
we
me?
are.
Okay.
Yes, go
Good
ahead.
morning. As Marvin indicated, my name is Ms. Morris and I'm a representative from COSTAT. The programs we offer at COSTAT. Next slide, Marvin. Next slide. Yes, we have different schools at COSTAT. We place all our programs under different schools. We have School of Business and Information, Nursing, Liberal Arts, Ken Gordon, and Continuation Studies. I will just dive a bit into each of the schools and give you an idea of some of the programs that we offer within the schools. Our first school is the School of Business and Information Technology. At that school, we offer stuff like accounting, management, business administration, human resource. The accounting program is for persons who are seeking to a career in the financial service, both public and private. Our management and entrepreneur, these are for persons we expose studies for in major management functions in any organization. And we provide the foundation for the functioning of the 21st century business. We also have business administration, where we prepare persons for entry into the business environment. You know, you learn the fundamentals of operating a business, like accounting, marketing, financing, and stuff like that. Information technology, we have information library and information services. We have certificate courses also. We are now a School of Nursing, Health and Environmental Science. Our main program there under the nursing is the nursing degree, where for persons who wish to enter the nursing profession, the main aim is to prepare them to be nurses and provide them with the skills and the competencies so that it will equip them to provide quality patient care in our local, regional, and international arena. It also provides a strong foundation for future studies into the nursing and other health sciences professions. In that, nursing when you do a nursing degree at COSTAT, that is the basis. Now, you may want to go further. You may want to be a district health visitor. You may want to be a midwife. So you must have the foundation of your nursing degree first before you can move into those other professions. That is under the nursing. Under nursing also, they offer a program that we have, phlebotomy. What makes our phlebotomy program unique is that it's the only phlebotomy program in Trinidad and Tobago that is accredited by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. And with this program, we offer students to be a part again of the healthcare training and stuff, where they draw blood using multiple methods. Students obtain a hands-on blood testing experience under the supervision of expert phlebotomists. We also have a program, a certificate in the pharmacy assistant, where the students, the pharmacy assistants are supervised by a registered pharmacist. At the end of the program, they will be able to fill prescriptions, they'll be able to manage inventory, and when they even operate their own pharmacy. We have under health, we move on from this onto our health sciences. We have programs like radiography, medical lab technology, or medical lab technology. You know, we prepare students to become healthcare professionals once again, and they work in the areas of clinical laboratory, including blood bank and stuff like that. They perform a full range of laboratory tests, from simple paternal testing to more complex tests like HIV, cancer, diabetes, and stuff like that. Then we move on to our liberal arts school. Under our liberal arts school, we have programs like early child care, criminal justice, performing arts and stuff like that, music performance and stuff like that. We have an early childhood care degree, and we also have a certificate. Now, the certificate is designed to equip early child care educators in the teaching skills and knowledge, so that they'll be able to work in both the kindergarten and the child care setting. That's the early childhood. We have criminal justice, where we target professions within the protective service and the security industry, persons who are already in the industry, and persons interested in getting a career within that industry. We also have under our liberal arts and human services, we have our music program, we have music degree, we have music certificates. We have certificates for individuals who they're not committed to the lengthy program of study. And more
Hi. We are not seeing the other slides. We stuck at Custard schools.
No, well, I am going through the schools with you all.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going through this. We have been a list of the schools, but we did not put all the program under the schools. I'm just going through the schools and giving you an idea of some of the programs that are being offered under the schools. Now, for you to get a in-depth information exactly what programs under each school, you visit our CUSTAD website, which will give a detail of every single program that has been offered under each school, what are the requirements, what are how many credits, the cost and everything would be on the website. It's so much to put on and go through each slide on each program. So I'm just going through each school and giving you an idea of some of the programs and information as I go along. And then after, when I'm finished, you can ask additional questions should you wish. That's fine? Hello?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will move on to the School of Journalism. Yeah. Our School of Journalism, we offer programs like film and video production, we have journalism, we have public relations, we have graphic design. Just to touch on a few, we have film and video production where we expose the elements of filmmaking, such as video production, editing, screen playing, and stuff like that, script writing, sorry. And we prepare students into the filmmaking industry. We have journalism, where we produce graduates who can move easily into the newsrooms across Trinidad and Tobago. We also have graphic design, where we develop the skills of the latest technologies in art and design. And we teach persons the basic theory of advertising, colors, etc. And where they become proficient in the use of electronic technology for the graphic communication. We also have photography and video, where the attention and eras now where the attention span is less than 10 seconds. We capture significant, sorry, my apologies. Yes, where the attention span is more or less than 10 seconds, it is critical to effectively get a visual and capture the significant moments and enhance message and boost the engagement and ignite social media. So these are some of the skills which the certificate of photography offer, and it will equip students and allow them to tell their stories within a powerful and moving images. We have certificate in advertising and promotion, where we develop students' basic skills in marketing, graphic designs, communication, and we expose them to the facets of today's industry in the digital market, of animation, copyright, and stuff like that. And finally, well, we have the School of Continuing Education and Lifelong, where we offer more diplomas and certificates. One of our programs that we have under the continuing studies is a program called Compass. Now, Compass is for persons who have not attained 560, persons who would have they would have gotten less than 560. And the Compass program is designed to gain the necessary qualifications for you to access a degree. So let's say you want to do a program like business and marketing, but you don't have our mandatory 560 math and English. You only have 3 or 4. What we do, you enter the Compass program, and in this Compass program, it's a pre studies where we bring you up to the standard. So after having successfully completed the Compass program, then you'll be able to apply and go into the marketing program, not having attained 560. So you have 3 or 4 CSEC programs, and you have the Compass qualification, and that will take you into the degree program that you wish. Bearing in mind that with our Compass programs, not all our programs, you can enter Compass and then go into the program. Example, nursing. Now, nursing is a program, our mandatory requirements, 560, math and English, and a science subject. Now, to enter our nursing program, you must get a permit from the Nursing Council of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the Nursing Council of Trinidad and Tobago is a body separate and apart from CUSTAD. They are the ones that issue the permit. Wherever in Trinidad you're doing the nursing program, you get the permit for the council. And they are specific what they require for a nursing permit, which is math and English. So hence the reason to do nursing, you cannot come through Compass and then come into nursing. You must come into nursing with your 5CXC. That's one of our programs that you can go through Compass. So that's basically some of the programs under each of these schools. And as I indicated before, to get a detailed list of all the programs offered at CUSTAD, you can visit our website at custad.edu.tt, a list of all our programs, a list of all the different elements of the program, all the credits and the cost and stuff like that. Thank you for your time. Marvin?
Right. Admission requirements. Minimum entry requirements to get into the majority of our programs, all the programs at CUSTAT would be 5 CSEC passes or 5 O-level passes, inclusive of math and English, right? Some of our programs, our science programs more so in particular, you would be required to possess a science subject, preferably bio or HSP, but it depends on which program you're interested in, right? As Ms. Morris mentioned before, our COMPASS program, COMPASS stands for Compensatory Programs and Academic Support Services. It is a program, again, just to recap on what Ms. Morris said, it's a program that is designed to allow somebody who would have fallen short of the minimum 5 O-levels to get into a degree program by doing those pre-college courses, right? So as you see here, it's an alternate access to degree programs. It's pre-college course tailored to your needs, and it provides additional academic support. Again, forming that bridge between where you are and where you want to be, having a degree program or even moving on to masters, but you need to start somewhere, right? I thank you for your attention. And if we have any questions, we will entertain them now. Not hearing.
You spoke about the internship program. Can you explain how that works?
There are internship programs. Well, internships are built into some of our programs, right? And the idea is to get students ready for the world of work, not just by giving them a degree in hand, but by granting them some experience before they go out there. And I'll speak on one program in particular, but it's fairly similar across the board. Our graphic design program in particular, our students do an internship with businesses, graphic design businesses across the country, and they are graded on their performance, right? And upon completion of that program and they're awarded, after they're awarded their degree, a lot of those students are retained in those companies, right? So it's beyond giving you experience. A lot of students have a shot at gaining employment by the end of their program because of the internships.
Okay, you also talk about international recognition. Is there any particular countries you're recognized with?
Some colleges in the US and Canada, not the UK.
Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. You have a lot to offer to our students, and we look forward to getting the information on the website and a continuous relationship with you. So as guidance officer, we will be able to guide our children accordingly. So thanks a lot for taking the time to join us today.
No problem. Feel free to reach out to us at any time.
Sure.
Right.
Take care.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye. Hi, good afternoon. Do we have a representative from Whitetech?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon, Johanna Andrews, and how are you?
Fine. Welcome to our career fair.
I didn't get the name. Can I get your name?
Rosemary Harry Prasad.
Hi, Ms. Harry Prasad. Good morning. Good morning. I am Johanna Andrews from the Corporate Communications Department. And to my left here is Crystal saying hi. Hello. And also to my right is Amanda. So we are here today and we are really happy to be part of the program today. We will be sharing with the students today about YTEP, what we have to offer. And also we have 4 very exciting videos. For those who don't know, YTEP Limited head office is situated in Woodford Lodge, Chaguanas, and we have several training centers throughout Trinidad and Tobago. You will hear all about that in the near future. But we want to start to maximize the time because we have 4 videos to run for you concerning TVET, concerning YTEP, and concerning also all the courses that we have to offer. So Crystal will begin by starting the videos. The first video you will see is of Jamal Johnson, a testimony from one of our trainees at our Diego Martin Training Center.
Jamal Johnson. I'm 20 years of age. I'm from Gonzales, Porto, Spain. I came to YTEP because my father instilled in me that I must further myself with what I'm good at. I started electrical at Southeast Porto, Spain. I did it for about a year or so. I wasn't certified, but I was good at it. I changed a lot of plugs and sockets, did not get shocked as yet. I do not mind furthering myself with YTEP. The building electrician assistant class is a good program. It does not have many fellows my age. It would be nice and lovely to see plenty youths my age out here trying to better themselves.
Very good. And the other video we'll be running is a video to encourage you to, when you ask yourself, why YTEP? As a student finishing secondary school, why should I choose YTEP as an option? YTEP Limited has always been concerned about you, our youths. You are by far our most important human capital in Trinidad and Tobago. We have had the wonderful opportunity of engaging you, of training you. So for you out there looking for an opportunity to really see where your life can be in the future, we want to invite you to YTEP. The holistic training that you get at YTEP can actually open doors and windows for you. Come and check us out. See who we are. You hear about us, but come and see who YTEP Limited really is. Make this your best choice. Very good. Ms. Harilal, I forgot to ask you, are you hearing the video clearly and seeing it clearly?
Hari Prasad. Yes, I am seeing the video clearly. Yes,
Okay.
and the audio is good as well.
All right, we have 2 more videos to run. And as I said, I want the students to be engaged because I think TVET, Technical Vocational Education Training, is very important. It explains, Ms. Josanne Moses is up next. She is our Youth Training Director. And I want these students to understand how important it is to have a skill. You would hear for yourselves that during the pandemic, when the research was completed, it was actually the men and women who were trained in a skill, the barbers, the mechanics, the tailors. It was those who were trained in a skill who were actually making money during the pandemic. So for you students leaving secondary school at some point in time, because later on you will understand that all our entry into our programs will be after you have finished your secondary school program. But when you listen to the video, you begin to have an appreciation for having a skill. Long ago, skilled workers were not at the top echelons of our society regarding prominence of working. But now you look for yourself and you see who are the persons who are making money. Even as larger organizations have to close their doors, you recognize it is the man on the street who may have come and did bread cakes and
Here we are getting a little technical difficulty, so we'll just hold on a little bit until the video comes back.
Ms. Hari Prasad?
Hi?
Are you there now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we are about to run the other video.
Okay, go ahead.
The more we give importance to skill development, the more likely it would lead to an empowered youth. The youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow, and their stories have the power to transform young lives. Youth Training Director at YTEP Limited, Josanne Moses, shared her perspective on vocational skills training.
The Youth Training Department targets persons between the ages of 15 to 35 years. Our ideal or our goal is really to offer technical and vocational education to these persons. Now, while technical and vocational education is considered to be for persons that are less academically inclined, the truth is technical and vocational education is really the birthplace of innovation. Here it is really the marriage of science, math, and skill. And it is for this reason Youth Training Department is really geared towards providing trainees with an opportunity to be exposed to these disciplines that would allow for employability skills or entrepreneurial opportunities.
What makes the Youth Training Department stand out amongst others?
So while the Youth Training Department really targets persons between 15 and 35, what we have accepted is that the target audience remains the same, but the generation actually changes. So presently we are catering to the needs of the millennials and the Gen Zs. Those persons have an acumen to technology. Accepting that those persons are geared towards technological advances, we have now shifted our program offering to the blended stream of learning. So apart from coming to the center to acquire these skills, you actually have an opportunity to complete your program, part of it utilizing blended technologies, online, the internet, Moodle platform, etc. We have also identified that literacy, or most of our trainees would require some literacy support. So upon the registration, they are given the opportunity to be assessed. Once we have identified those trainees with a need, they are now encouraged with the support of Powell Publishing to complete a literacy program in the comforts of their homes. They are not required to go into any classroom. They simply interact with a platform and they are learning at their own speed.
How has the Youth Training Department been successful?
So as I mentioned before, our program is really geared towards providing persons with employability skills or entrepreneurial opportunities. Now I'd like to place emphasis on our certified welding and fabrication program that falls within the Youth Training Department. Presently, persons who are enrolled in that particular program are afforded the opportunity to complete their training at the companies. We have 3 companies where we sign memorandums of understanding with. The first is Caridup, the second is Hydrotech, and the third is Metalex. Now, upon completion of their training, welding is a very unique skill. You often find that most of our trainees get employment with the said companies or their partners. Apart from that particular program, we have found that persons who are enrolled in the child care or the patient care stream of training would have also been given an opportunity to pursue rewarding careers. Now, part of their program really has an internship, and that internship allows them to actually go to our hospitals or local nursing homes in order to have the opportunity to perform the acquired skill on live patients. So to answer your question, yes, our programs are designed to enable trainees to get immediate employment or entrepreneurial opportunities.
Whitehep's Youth Training Department and what it means.
I started off by saying that TVET is really the birthplace of innovation, and I want to emphasize how critical it is in our landscape. COVID-19 would have really demonstrated the value that persons with technical and vocational skills is needed in the operation of our society. If we are to recall the persons who were given an opportunity to work during the stay-at-home order, it was only the plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters, those persons who are responsible for food production, etc. They were given exemptions to be able to work while everybody else had to stay home. I am often fascinated by my nail tech. You know, I have accepted that she probably makes a lot more money than I do, where I will go to visit her for two or three weeks per month. I would leave paying her minimum of $400 for 2 hours. And when I make a comparison, I, who am required to have so many other skills in order to perform my duties, I am being paid approximately the same $400 per day. So my advice to young persons is, while technical and vocational education is perceived as second-class education, the reality is they are leading the way. And if you really want to make the best decision for yourself, consider a life or a career in skills development.
Very good. And Ms. Hari Prasad, we are moving on to the last video, which we will run straight ahead. And then you can prepare the students for any questions that they want to ask us. We will be ready after this last video.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
We are creating tomorrow's future with our present trainees. So we are looking for tomorrow. We're not looking at ahead. We're not looking at courses behind us. We are looking at what is to come. So we want you to look at yourself as a business person. Get involved in our micro-entrepreneurship program, which teaches us how to set up, maintain, and bring forward a small, micro, mini business and be successful. We encourage you, young people, you got to do it. The world of work is dependent on you to create, to stimulate our economy. So we look forward to you at Valencia, at Diego Martin, at Maloney, at Tobago TTC. We look for you at Moruga, Signature Creations, and Woodford Lodge. And let me just say, Woodford Lodge is the creme de la creme. That is where we have our IOC and our ICA. IOC is our Institute of Cosmetology, and our ICA is our Institute of Culinary Arts. Specialized programs just for you.
Right, Ms. Hari Prasad, we are happy to be back with you. And throughout those 4 videos, we try to capture not just the importance of skills training, 1, and 2, why it is important to make a choice to look at Whitehep as your bridge to take you from secondary school into the world of work. One of the most exciting things that our trainees have learned in Whitehep is having the opportunity to know that when they work at their best, they are chosen to go into the field of work. Now, of course, we can't put everybody into the field of work, but Whitehep has a bridging program where we work with stakeholders and partners that can actually take our trainees into their place of business. And we've been very successful If you go up on YTEP's Facebook page, you will see a lot of videos with trainees who have gone from secondary school to YTEP into the world of work, and not only into the world of work by having to work for someone else, but into the world of work as young entrepreneurs. So Ms. Hari Prasad, we are ready. I have Amanda on my right, and she is quite versed. So we are ready to take any questions you may have.
Okay, what I want to find out for the students is, what are the qualifications to begin a program at YTEP? What are the basic qualifications?
Seeing that we do mostly level 1 training under the youth training department, there are really no prerequisites to join our courses.
Okay.
There isn't any CXC requirements per se.
Is
But
there
I
age?
do know in terms of, let's say, our patient care classes or even electrical and so on, there will be some sort of calculations you may have to make in the classroom. So you would at least have that basic math knowledge, because you will need to do like additions and so on.
Okay. Any other skills they may need to enter the program?
No.
Basic skills? Okay, so
skills.
they come in and you take them in whatever area they are interested in.
Exactly, yes.
And if I may interject, Ms. Hari Prasad, you would have heard in one of the videos our youth training director mentioned one of the components that YTEP has initiated recently is that during the review period of the initial interview, any trainee that has any reading skills problems, challenges, we have partnered with stakeholders who now take the trainees into a program. They don't need to leave at their homes, and they go through the program, and therefore that is a bridging program. So we look at whatever challenges you may be facing, we deal with that, and then bring you and have you prepared to go through the YTEP curriculum.
That's definitely great, you know, to take the students step by step. And you spoke about level 1. Can you tell us a little more about the other levels you have in your program?
Okay, so in the youth training department, we mainly deal with level 1 training. We do have another department that handles persons a bit older, and their level will stem from level 2 and 3 in some instances, right? We also do our welling programs. We have them advanced, so they are at a level 2 status as well. But for the most of our entry programs, they are level 1 programs.
Great. So, Ms. Johanna, thank you for taking the time with us. We know our time is up and we have a lot more questions, but we would be liaising with you in the future. We understand that you have a lot to offer to our students. So we thank you for taking the time to share with us, and we enjoy your presentation and lovely videos. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hari Prasad. Thanks for the invitation on behalf of YTEP Limited. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, at this time, we have ministry representatives from Ministry of Labor, and we welcome them to our career fair. You can go ahead with your presentation. Ms. Jagannath, you can go ahead.
Unmute. Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because I was talking away and then to learn that nobody is hearing me. Okay, so let me head back. So once again, my name is Asha Jagasa Jagannath. I'm from the Ministry of Labor and attached to the National Employment Service. It's my great pleasure to be on this platform to present to you, the students of the Southeastern Education District. A bit of housekeeping. Pay attention to the discussions, take your notes, and I look forward to receiving questions at the end of the presentation, and we're moving right along. To give you a background of what the National Employment Service is about, we are a public sector funded employment agency. What that means is that the government is responsible for our financial objectives, and the persons accessing the service of the National Employment Service, we do not charge any fee at all. The services we provide is job placement, career counseling. We help persons in their assessment, e-recruiting. We refer persons who register with us for employment. We conduct work permit investigation to ensure that non-nationals are not coming into Trinidad and Tobago to take over jobs that are supposed to be for our own citizens. And the stakeholders are the citizens, the students, you, and the private and public sector employers. So today's focus, we are going to talk about the cover letter and resume writing, the importance of it, how it is done. The cover letter and resume together, they are referred to as an application for an available job that is advertised, whether you see it in the newspaper or the social media. But the point is, these are the two documents you put together or you compose in order to respond to a job vacancy. What is a cover letter? It is your first opportunity to introduce yourself to a potential employer. It introduces your resume. It highlights relevant skills, talents, and your experience. Parts of the cover letter, you have the writer's address and date. Inside address, the salutation, introduction, the body, the closing. Now I want to go back in a little bit on the cover letter. What is a cover letter? So that gives you a snapshot of the entire cover letter. The first opportunity to introduce yourself, that makes your cover letter an exceptionally important document. That is your application to introduce your resume. The cover letter, it is an opportunity for you to extract and put things that from your resume that you wish to bring to the fore so that the employer can zoom in on that critical piece of information that will sway the employer into giving your application more serious thought. Remember, application for employment is a very competitive approach to getting a job, especially in this current time, where the COVID has caused the employment market or the labor market, it has thrown the labor market into severe challenges. So you got to make sure that what you're doing now, it meets the criteria for a highly competitive market. So as I said earlier, it introduces your resume, it highlights the relevant skills, talents, and experience. The writer's address and date and the inside address. The writer's address is that address is your address. You are the person who is writing or composing this cover letter, so that's your address, and you ensure that you're dated. The inside address is the date you are composing the cover letter or whatever date you wish to set. The salutation, dear Sir, Madam, or dear Mr. Smith. Introduction, that's the first few lines at the very beginning. It tells you why you are applying, etc. We'll come to that in a little bit later. The body is a critical part of your cover letter where you will try to justify why you are a worthy candidate for the position, and your closing. So we're going back to all the sections now. Why are you writing? It's part of your introduction. The name of the position or the field you are interested in, where you receive notification of the vacancy, your resume is attached and enclosed for perusal. All of these 4 points are normally captured in 3 to 4 sentences at most. I will present to you a sample of what it looks like after we've completed this. The body, as I said, is a very critical, the most important part of your cover letter, where you are honing the justification why you think you are very good candidate for consideration. So it matches your background to the position that is desired. It shows how your work experience, skills, education relates to the position you're applying, why you believe you are an ideal candidate for the position. And what I want you to focus on is that when you are doing a your cover letter and your resume too, or when you are responding to a vacancy, there's not a one-size-fits-all. Yesterday's question was, does the cover letter and resume evolve? So the response is yes, it does. And the reason why it does, it is because you must take into consideration at point number 2, how your work experience, skills, and education relates. It has to be in tandem to what is the job description that has been advertised or placed in the vacancy ad. If you do not do that and you use the cover letter and a resume that you had sent for another position, and you have attempted to just change the introduction that makes mention of the position, that you are only changing the position title and you leave everything as is, you might be able to work it in some instances, but at most times we do not recommend that. We recommend that you tailor it for every job that you're applying for. The closing, you confirm how you can be contacted. Thank the reader for his time and consideration, and you ensure that you sign the letter. Many times persons do not sign, and I do not encourage persons to. Only if you're emailing, you have the electronic signature, but if you are sending a hard copy out, do not type it in or use a font size from your computer print. Use an actual pen and sign it. The cover letter complimentary close, you end with a professional close. For example, best regards, sincerely, respectfully yours, and ensure that you sign the cover letter once again. So I'm going to bring up a sample cover letter. Okay, so can I get a response whether you're seeing the cover letter?
We're just seeing NES.
You're not?
No. Right. We're seeing
Yes?
it now. Yes.
Okay, excellent. So from what we've been just going through, this is a sample of what it should look like. And I say should because when you are researching sample cover letter, you will see variations in the formatting. But in the greater part, we've tried to check off the criteria for what is required in your cover letter. So you start with the name, Joanne Smith, the address, 99 Bonaventure Road, Gasparilla, email address, telephone number. Just want to talk a bit about the email address. When you are looking for a job, that's a professional email address you are to use. It is not the email address that you use for it when you are communicating with your friends. Not one for example, saucywow@gmail.com. No. And your telephone number. The message must also be a professional one, not no pranking message. If someone calls you and they do not get you your voicemail, just keep saying hello and to discover that no one was at the end. Doesn't matter how much in qualification you have or how good you've done in getting your subject passes, it's just going to be put aside because you will have annoyed the recruiter or the reader. Date inside Friday, 9th of April 2021. The sender's name and address. The salutation, dear Mr. Thomas. The subject, re-application for employment as an administrative assistant. The re means concerning. I'm very pleased to see your advertisement in the Express newspaper, dated, that's where you got it, for an administrative assistant. Notice the position is bold. The subject where you have re-application, that's bold. We do not bold and underline. We bold or underline. Please accept this application. This letter is an application for this position. I have enclosed a copy of my resume for perusal. Note that resume has 2 accents. Without the accent, it is pronounced resume, and it's a different meaning altogether in the sentence. I am an organized, dependable, and committed individual. Getting the job done. Review of my resume will demonstrate that I have over 2 years administrative experience that covers the areas outlined in the job description. Additionally, I'm very good with all packages of Microsoft Office Suite and possess very good oral and written communication and interpersonal skills. In this regard, I feel confident that I'm a worthy candidate for consideration. That's the body. Trusting that my application finds your favor, I am willing to attend an interview at your convenience. Should further information be required, please do not hesitate to contact me via my mobile and you restate your mobile from the heading or email address. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for your time and consideration. So you have introduction, body, close, yours respectfully. Above the dotted line is where you sign, or you insert your electronic signature, and you put your name in a format that is readable here. At most times, we recommend the style to be, and let me come out of this now and bring up my slide to show you. Okay, so at most times we recommend that your font size be Times Roman 12-point font,
Okay,
larger than 12-point font.
Dragonette, hi,
Sure.
excuse, we are not seeing it.
Okay, let me just see what's happening. Okay. Just bear with me, something is going wrong here. I am trying to get this done. Okay, at most times we recommend that you use 12-point font, and you maintain that that size throughout your entire document, Times Roman. So we move right into this happening because I came off. Just bear with me. At this point, we move on to the resume preparation. What is a resume? Now, the resume is a marketing tool designed to interest a potential employer in your qualifications and skill as it relates to the vacancy that you're responding to, of course. The resume is your advertisement and your selling piece to persuade an employer to interview you. It is a summary of your experience and is not your full-length biography. And by that, I mean that everyone will think everything that they're doing is exceptionally important. But as it relates to a position, you extract the areas in your job experience or your job history that stood out, that looks impressive, or the simplest thing, the right use of words. You can project it on paper as very impressive. Resume checklist, ensure your resume is inviting to read. Clear sections, margins equal on both sides. The paper size is 8.5 and 11. Not no long foolscap sheet where you've only taken up half of the page and you left half plain, nothing to it. That looks very unprofessional. Earlier I said use a 12 or 11-point font, Times Roman. Ensure there are no spelling errors. The design looks professional. Before someone even reads it, at the glance of it, it looks professional and it's inviting to read. If the resume is longer than a page, ensure the page is numbered and the heading that you have at the first page, it continues at the second page and the page break is formatted correctly. So we are going through the checklist sections, the bio data, your name, address, your contact number, email address. I put the date of birth. I put the date of birth because there are employers who, for reason of the experience they've had with previous employees, meaning that in my job, employers will contact the National Employment Service because we have a database of registrants to provide them with staff. And they will indicate, I don't want young persons. I want persons from 25, 28 and above. Now that is discriminatory. Reason being that it was advanced to us is that the work ethics of young persons have continually been on the downslide. They start very enthusiastic, and at most into the second week, they start coming late. They start dressing inappropriately. No ear piercing for the males. The females they are doing their own thing. But the point is, their ethics and their enthusiasm that they brought when they were first hired, that just fell on the wayside. So it's not something that I will encourage persons putting date of birth, but if it is that an employer does want a date of birth, sometimes you will contact the candidate to let them know that we are sharing your date of birth but we are ensuring that the employer does not discriminate, because in all our process, we interview person on a one-on-one to determine what is the potential of this person coming across as someone who does not have that wherewithal to get the job and stay in it. So that is just my little bit on that date of birth. The objective of profile is a short biography of your aspiration. Just like the cover letter, I will bring up a resume sample to show you. Education, the school, the years attended, the certificates, the grades attained, your work history, skills and other information, and your references. So so far up to education, we're good. The work history, some might be thinking that I haven't worked anywhere. Where would I get that information to include under work history? You may not have been in a paid employment, but you have been in committees, sports committees, sports group. You held position in your religious organization, whether it's church, temple, mosque. You have been in, probably have done a project or two in your classroom, conservation, environment, cleaning up. You have there inherent in those areas that I've just mentioned. There are leadership qualities. There are team spirit attitudes. There are coordinating responsibilities. You have conflict management because you're working in group. You have conflict. How did you deal with that conflict? And you bring out notable things about who you represent, what were your responsibilities, what actions you took, and you compose it in a manner where it comes across as impressive. You gotta think outside the box. You gotta think outside the box. So a lot of persons think that it's debilitating that they never had the opportunity for a job where I'm gonna get that to put it under experience. But you do have it. You just have to do some assessment of yourself and what has happened in the past. You're gonna recognize it's not been paid, but you've done something to capture under that area. Skills and other areas, school-based activities, group affiliation, computing skills. And I must implore that while you're in school, it's not only about the academics alone, because school-based activities, sporting activities, those are areas that hold a great value in applications. Other institutions, when you're moving forward, be it educational institution locally or outside the CARICOM region. Anywhere you go, they are interested in what extracurricular activities you have performed. So even you do not like an extracurricular activity, you do not see yourself an outdoor person, you gotta make that an item in your checklist or your shopping cart, because it has great value in moving forward in your advancement in your education. References, name, occupation, place of work, contact information. Your references are normally names of two people who you have contacted, of course, and got their permission, of course, to use their name and their phone contact or their email contact, so that if someone is interested in interviewing you and they need to know something more about you, they are at liberty to contact the persons that you've entered in your resume as a reference. So I'm going to bring up my sample now. Okay, and do I have a visual on it? Yes?
Yes, we're seeing it,
Great.
yes.
So once again, Joanne Smith had done a cover letter, and this is her attempt at her resume. Joanne Smith, the address, email, and contact. Reflect on what we've just gone through. The personal profile. Self-motivated, hardworking, former school cricket captain with 8 CSEC passes, 5K passes, and has good oral, written, and interpersonal skills. possesses 3 years practical work experience in different part-time positions, seeking full-time employment in a business field to develop my skills and knowledge base. So the sections, profile, the work experience, observe the layout. Once again, I will tell you that when you're doing your Google search on sample resume, you're going to see different layout. Keep in mind, there must be checkoffs. It has to be professional, no errors. Ensure that your tenses are correct. So Joanne Smith is still working at the point in time the resume went out. So the tenses is in the present, critiquing applicants, developing and maintaining, conducting database, referring applicants. And the font size is consistent with the font size in the cover letter. The Gasparilla Secondary School administrative assistant, the next place she worked, because it was in 2018, it was in the past, you use your past tense, prepared, contacted, assisted, maintained. And if we continue with the tense in other areas of work, note also that you start with, in terms of your experience, you start with the last place you worked first. So you go with recency, 2019, 2018, 2016, in that order, in descending. Academic qualification or education, Naparima Girls High School, and the date pulls straight out to your left. And you see the organization. So let's say, for instance, the area that's with grades. Some people will have the line, it's not lined up properly and it's going like steps. So little things like that is a form of assessment by persons. You have to be projecting you're a stickler for a standard of professionalism. It continues with the CXC O levels, an additional qualification, skills, very good oral and written communication. Because it's administrative assistant requiring you to type, you have to, it can be captured here, 80 words per minute, very good at customer service, knowledge in recruitment and selection, very good in the Microsoft Office suite packages. Interest, reading and hiking. If you're called for an interview, do not forget to prepare a response for interest in reading and hiking, because at most times, let's say 95% of the time, an interviewer will ask, what was your last book? Or ask some question that is related to your interest. And your references, Maria Stanley was contacted and gave permission to put her name and phone contact so that she can say something very good about you. Do not click it for chance. When you're contacting your references, let them know where you're sending your resume, your application to, so that when the employer calls, and I'm being optimistic here, that when the employer calls, they're going to say great things about you. And that's something I do for myself when I'm responding to an application. So we're going right into the PowerPoint again. So how to conduct your job search to get ahead in the labor market. You scan your newspapers. You search company websites for jobs. You search your social media sites for job opportunities. You speak to persons who already work, because they will know other people, and they would have crossed paths with so many people in their working time, and will have networked. So there is a robust, they are robust for information. Website resources. You can go on Jobs TT, Trinidad Jobs, Caribbean Jobs, Recruitment Experts, Recruitment Agency, Career Guidance. And I'm sure in your previous platforms, other presenters would have shared their websites with you all as well. So that comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. and I'll take your questions now and be able to try my best to provide you with an acceptable answer.
Ms. Jagisa, haven't seen any question at this point, but can you tell us a little bit how COVID impacted the job market? Because a lot of students thinking twice about their career choices.
Well, as you're aware, and I'm saying you're aware, talking to everyone on this platform, be it students or coordinators and moderators. There have been news of a lot of retrenchment. Retrenchment means persons have lost their job because the company is no longer able to sustain a large workforce. And termination because companies have not been able to survive because of no business activity at the time when we had the lockdown in earlier times, and a lot of companies had to close down and send home a lot of workers. And with so many persons on the breadline now, parents have lost their jobs. Parents of children have lost their jobs. Some whole entire family are out of jobs. So the labor market is not an inviting one, not an encouraging one. It is one where a lot of persons are becoming very disillusioned, depressed, etc. It is very challenging, more challenging than yesteryears. The emphasis has been on IT, as we all know, for digitalizing and digitizing the daily operation of the work environment. It is not that the IT is new, but we in Trinidad, we have not expected, no one nowhere in the world had expected this, but it's a developing country. We have been slow, especially in the public sector, in developing a more robust IT networking system, but we are getting there. So I'm mentioning IT because we got to be on the pulse now, more now than ever, of the types of jobs that are more in demand. And that will dictate what your studies are going to be on. So when you're thinking about IT now, you're thinking about all the areas of IT: database management, data entry clerk, data fraud, data mining. All of these are big businesses, and in terms of putting your work operation on an IT platform, there must be data security. So data programmers, coding, and a host of IT jobs are in major demands right now, because this is going to last for a couple of years in terms of the IT. And even when we get over the IT, we would have constructed a different work environment that would continue even after the COVID, or we have come to an end to this pandemic. So be mindful of IT jobs. Research, as I said, go on the internet, use your internet for that kind of research. As well as the plus from COVID, it has forced persons to think outside the box in terms of what business can I develop for myself. So I've been looking at businesses, and you've got to come up with business ideas. It forces you to think so that you would not be one to be pounding the pavement and working for other people. And I like when young people come together, put their minds together, and come up with business ideas. So where you are now, you as one person may not have all these skills, but you have a business idea. So you can bring your friends together and compose a business plan with different persons in your forum with different skill sets so that you can come up with a business at young. And looking at, let's say, for instance, Mother's Day is coming up, and you can do something small. And I've observed that the population is very encouraging to young persons come up with these very simplest of things. When I go to PriceSmart and I see a young girl approach me and with a face mask to sell for $25. And she says to me, Miss, I need to buy a laptop and I've tried my best to sew a face mask. Could you please purchase one for me? And that was, I did not care how the face mask looked. I was just taken aback that this girl is trying, and we are not waiting for the government to give us to provide us with the income or the aid to buy. She's there, made a whole lot, and that is her marketing. She wants to raise money to buy herself a laptop so that she can do her online training. And Mother's Day is coming up, as I mentioned. And I went on the internet to look and see for Mother's Day ideas. And someone came up with satin pillow sacks in a small traveling box. And the person is becoming $1 billion, is soon to become $1 billion business. A satin pillow sack, as simple as that. So they're promoting how it doesn't absorb the oils from your hair, it does not absorb the oils from your face, and they're promoting all the benefits. And we know this. These are the qualities of a satin cloth and a satin pillow sack, but somebody is going and selling it just because of the packaging and the portability. So it forces you to think about ideas, and even though the idea is already there, it's how you do it, always how you do it. So the job market is a very stiff one. First and foremost, you do your research and find out what are the jobs, because while a lot of persons will tell you, you always do best what you like, but not because you do something you like means it's going to pan out in something that will make money. A lot of persons have done, let's take for instance, environmental management. Companies in Trinidad don't want to hire persons with environmental management to a greater extent because some companies just cannot restructure or reconstruct their business and to do efficient disposal of emissions, etc. So they wouldn't want to hire persons. So this is an area, a course of study in university where we've had major problems in getting those persons a job. In this pandemic time, persons are depressed and their mental health and wellness is undesirable now. It has worsened. And as the years go by, we see a lot of persons with stress-related health issues. So you can think about the jobs along that area as well. Mental health, management, psychology, sociology, financial sector needs greater advice, actuarial science, the human resource management area is pretty much saturated. So while that is good, and a lot of people are flocking into it, there are so many persons who have already done it, and in so many tertiary institutions that we have right now, besides the University of the West Indies, we have a lot of persons. The market is inundated with persons with HR management. So the job market is one where you got to observe, read, tune into the Facebook and the social media, look and see what in different parts of the world. Not only Trinidad can get you a job. The CARICOM region is there for you, the little islands outside Trinidad. There is no reason why you must stick to your own Trinidad. You might like it, and that's the ideal thing. But as I have kids, and what I tell them, don't get discouraged that little Trinidad is going through a rough time. All over the world is going through a rough time. But by the time you're ready for a job, things could ease up. By the time you're ready for a job, you would have prepared yourself for a future job that is in demand. So start from the end, do your research, what the world is demanding in terms of job, what your little Trinidad is demanding in terms of a job, what the CARICOM region is determining for a job, and that's where you go. What is your motivator? Do your assessment of yourself. Know yourself. Know what you're good at. Know what will, when you get a job, what will keep you in the job. It's not always about the money alone. It's about what you like doing, and if the job gives you career advancement, and if the job gives you work-life balance. So I think I probably did more than a mouthful in your question. So I hope that is to your satisfaction.
That was very pertinent information. We appreciate it very much because I know our children looking to see where to go. So that was informative. So we want to thank you for your very pertinent information this evening, and thank you for taking the time us. I know you would have been with us for the last 2 days, and today is your 3rd day. So we really thank you for your dedication and what you share with us today. And we look forward to a continuous relationship with you.
Okay, I just want to, and in final, I just want to say that the legal age limit for the minimum legal age limit for employment in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is age 17. And we are here, National Employment Service. We have units located throughout the country, and you just have to come in and register with us. Go on our website, www.mol.gov.tt, and navigate our webpage. Click on employment, and you're gonna see us as the National Employment Service. Give us a call, and we can go a little more in depth in what we've done, because at most times we do a one-on-one, as it's COVID now. We are not going out, we're doing a lot of virtual, but if you need a one-on-one, you can call us and schedule with us. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Take
You're
care.
welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Whether you're entering the workforce for the first time or looking to change fields, deciding on a career can be tough. One way to narrow down your choices is to evaluate yourself and what's important to you. Let's take a look at some different needs and
Good afternoon. With us this evening from the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, which is the military organization responsible for the defense of the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. It consists of the regiment, the Coast Guard, the Air Guard, and the Defense Force Reserves. It was established in 1962 after Trinidad and Tobago's independence from Britain. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is one of the largest military forces in the English-speaking Caribbean. The Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force is the country's President, Her Excellency Paula May Weeks. Joining us this evening is Flying Officer Oliveri. Good afternoon, Flying Officer Oliveri.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, all viewers. Thank you for having me here. And with your permission, I will start whenever you're ready.
We are ready, sir. Please begin.
Sure, thank you. Right, so allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Flying Officer Leron Oliveri. I am attached to the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard, and I have been serving in the military for approximately 8 years. So what I'm going to do, I have a presentation prepared, but I want to start with a video because there's a lot of information throughout my slides. So hopefully the video could give you all a gist of what the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force actually does, their roles and responsibilities, and probably take any questions at the end. So, apologies, not this video. I have a couple videos. This, no, that's one. Where is it? All right, nice. This 29. I'll just have to share it like this. Won't be able to maximize. So that was just a short video which encompasses all three formations, well, excluding the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Reserves, but it highlighted in essence what we actually do. Air Guard has the role and responsibility of air surveillance. The Trinidad and Tobago Regiment has responsibility for land operations, and last but not least, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard has the responsibility of maritime surveillance. So a quick history, as was mentioned earlier on. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force was formed in 1962 after we obtained our independence from the British rule, right? So as just mentioned, the Land Force, Trinidad and Tobago Regiment, and the Maritime Force, Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. Right, so there are 4 formations that comprise the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, which is the TTR Regiment, TTCG Coast Guard, TTAG Air Guard, and TTDFR, which is Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Reserves. The reserves, actually, one of their main responsibilities are to reinforce and supplement manpower for the regiment, Coast Guard, and Air Guard, respectively. So if we have operations ongoing and we need supplement or extra troops to assist, we would reach out to the TTDFR. Approximately the strength within the TTDF is 5,000 service personnel. Here on this slide, we will see the ensign, what we call the ensign, or the respective flags assigned to each formation under the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. So the upper left-hand flag is the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment. Following it with the Red Cross and the Trinidad and Tobago national flag in the upper left side is the Coast Guard flag. The blue flag with the Trinidad and Tobago national flag is the Air Guard. And last but not least again is the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, which is consists of all of the colors which make up the other formations. Roles and responsibilities. So here we have some of our responsibilities of our defense force as a whole. However, each formation is tasked differently based on the responsibilities that they have. So to defend the sovereign good of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, to cooperate with and assist the civil power in maintaining law and order, to assist the civil authorities in times of crisis or disaster. So in essence, join patrols with the police service, or as we see now in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we were deployed to assist with disaster relief, HADR, humanitarian aid and disaster relief in St. Vincent. So what we will be doing is distributing resupply of food, water, and ensuring that persons are removed or persons are assisted with removing themselves from the red zone to get to safer ground. We also perform ceremonial functions on behalf of the state. So the wonderful Independence Day parade that we actually host each year, that is one of our main functions, to actually go out and do display, drill display, as well as display our machinery, our vehicles, along with other paramilitary brothers, which are the prison service, fire service, and so forth. To provide search and rescue services in keeping with national requirements and under international agreements. So in a sense, Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard is the hub for search and rescue within this region. So if we have a PIW, which is a person in water, the Air Guard could assist with doing air surveillance to relocate that person, whether they went missing or they fell off a vessel or a pirogue, and the Coast Guard will dispatch their divers as well as quick vessels to get to that point of interest to the quickest time possible to retrieve that person that has been in the water. So here we're actually going into each formation, but time won't permit me to speak on everything. So this is just a brief introduction and history, and if there are any questions afterwards, I could attend to them. So the regiment is actually the first formation, one of the first formations to gain existence. Prior to that, we had the West India Regiment, which had 214 persons. So those persons are actually the first military persons in Trinidad and Tobago. Then they grew into the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, which is the second formation to be formed, has the second largest strength And if you look at the pictures there, you would see pictures of ceremonial duty, pictures of the SNU unit, which is the Special Naval Unit, doing drills, as well as you'll see pictures of some of the fast vessels and CG-26. Right. The Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard, which is the youngest and smallest formation within the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. It has approximately about 350 airmen enlisted, both officers and enlisted. And as mentioned previously, one of our main roles and responsibilities are to conduct aerial surveillance, aerial patrols, search and rescues, and medevac, just to name a few. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Reserves, right? So, as mentioned earlier, they supplement and reinforce the manpower within the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. So, they do similar roles and responsibilities as per the other formations mentioned earlier. Yeah, and here displaying, even though they are volunteer, they are expected to conduct all aspects of military training and conduct all aspects of military life. So this formation is special in that they work part-time. There are also some full-time persons, but part-time, they are expected to come out and do whatever roles and responsibilities that they have to do on the days off from the other work. So i.e., they could be a teacher, and they could be serving within the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Reserves. Right, some of the careers within the regiment. So the quadrant here shows some of the categories or the branches in which you could enlist in the regiment. So the infantry, logistics, or you could be a logistician, administration, and engineers. So just to touch on a couple, within each quadrant, the special forces operators, as you would have seen in the previous picture with the Special Naval Unit, you would have higher training based on the specialized operations that you'll have to do. So some special forces operators may be security personnel to the president, security personnel to the prime minister, and so forth. Logistics. So not everyone would be or required to be in part of the special forces. So there are other careers that you could actually join. So you could be a driver, a chef, a steward, an armorer. Administration, nothing happens without paperwork, believe it or not. And there are different branches in which you could fall under. So health and safety, communications, human resources, all these things. To be a logistician, you have to have some level of administration. So a lot of people believe that in the past, you're just going to join the military because you want to go and do a patrol, or you want to learn how to operate with weapons. No, that is a thing of the past, I must say, unfortunately. So you'll be actually trained in all aspects, and then you're expected to specialize in one. Engineers, so these are the guys that actually assist and keep the maintenance of each base up to standard. So we'll have our own plumbers, masons, welders, draftsmen, electricians, you name it, we have it. Similarly, Coast Guard, so I won't get too in-depth into it, but again, you must have some administrative personnel to, for example, the logisticians who will have to purchase food, water, uniforms, ammunition, weapons for the wider Coast Guard to utilize. Operations, so you could be a seaman, you could be a diver, an armorer, or in the Special Naval Unit. Moving on, careers in the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard. Similarly, unfortunately, we only have 2 of the branches highlighted here, but we have the similar branches as the previous formations, logisticians and operations. So The two that aren't here, operations, we do not have a special air unit, unfortunately, but we still do operations in terms of search and rescue, in terms of patrols, ground patrols, both air and ground patrols, and search and rescues. So in the past, when we had the bad dry seasons, we would have conducted Bambi buckets, which are actually, we are the only unit specialized in extinguishing fires from the air. So we have our Bambi bucket operations, we have medical evacuations, we have troop transportation. So we will transport troops from Coast Guard or regiment or reserves to and from whichever operation, whether it be in Trinidad, whether it be in St. Vincent, as you just saw, to conduct further operations. Right. So notwithstanding the other careers that were mentioned, you could be a doctor, you could be a lawyer, you could be a psychologist, an accountant within the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. However, even though you are specialized as a doctor, you would still be required to do the roles and functions of all military personnel. So for instance, if there is a coup, God forbid, if there is a coup in the future, as a doctor, we may need all hands on deck. We may need all able-bodied persons to respond to this crisis. So as a doctor, you may have to put down a stethoscope and you will be called to equip yourself with a weapon and find yourselves on the lines to conduct whatever operation you may have to do. Similarly, for engineers, put down that wrench. For cooks, specialists, you might have to put down a pot spoon even and get ready for what you were mainly enlisted to do, which is to protect the sovereign good of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Right here, you will just see briefly, this is how our recruitment advertisements look. So when we are recruiting, we recruit in 3 different categories: enlisted ranks, officer cadetship, as well as special service commissioned officers, which I will explain shortly on the next slide. But these advertisements are placed on our Facebook page, our Instagram page, as well as in the daily newspapers, all 3 daily newspapers. Right, so the enlisted ranks, we start recruitment from 18 to 25, right? So you must have 5 CXCO level passes inclusive of maths and English. So again, and just to clarify, in the past, people would have wanted to join the Defense Force because they didn't have maths or they didn't have English. No, that is a thing of the past. You need to have mathematics as well as English language as a prerequisite to join the Defense Force. And any other 3 subjects, whether it be social studies, geography, or science, art. So those are the requirements for the enlisted ranks. The officer cadetship requires a little bit more academics. So the minimum requirement is the same 5 CXCO level passes as well as 2 A-levels passes and or an associate degree or bachelor's degree. So this bachelor's degree or associate degree could be in any specialization. However, a point to note, whenever we are recruiting, we try to recruit based on specialization. So if you know you want to join as an accountant and we are recruiting for, let's just say, logisticians, yes, you could still apply. Yes, there's a possibility that you could be rebranched to the accountant department. However, the reason why we are recruiting is for a logistician, and we would hope that we will choose the persons best suited to fill that vacancy. Last but not least, special service commission officers, which range from the age 24 to 42. They now need a little bit more academics, where it's expected that you would have a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. Reason being, this category, we train you the shortest period possible. So we train you for 3 months, and we install you in whichever vacancy we recruited you for, hopeful for you to hit the ground and actually full steam ahead. Yeah, the only unfortunate point about this bracket is that we hire you for about 3 years if you join at the age 42. Reason being, we in the Defense Force, we tend to retire at a very early age, 45, 47. You can go up to 50 based on your commissioned rank. And there's a lot more life to live after that age. So we actually have something that is called resettlement training, which we allow each person that conduct or finish a 12-year period to actually get reintegrated into society. So after 15 years of serving in the Defense Force, you're entitled to 2 years of paid course. So if after 12 years you decide, I want to be a chef, we would send you on a course for 2 years, fully paid, to become a chef. All right, so here you would have a quick visual, of the different ranks attached to each formation. So we have the regiment ranks, and in the center we have the Coast Guard rank, and to the far right we have the rank structure of the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard. So the highest ranks are actually placed to the top of each chart, which you would see, and the lowest ranks to the bottom. So you can actually start off as a private officer cadet in the regiment. For the Coast Guard, you will have an officer cadet or a private similar, or what we call an OR, or ordinary rank, or able AR, which is an able seaman or able rate. And in the Air Guard, officer cadet, or you will join as a junior aircraftman or a junior technician. From there, you would move upwards the rank based on time spent in rank, as well as your qualification. So each rank you move up, you would be expected to conduct promotional classes, whereby we will teach you based on your branch you are enlisted in, pertinent information that you will need to have in order to move up to the higher rank, as well as leadership qualities and tendencies. Because as you move up higher in rank, you would be entrusted to lead the junior rank, or the men that are below your rank. Right, so these are the commission rank at the headquarters. Our headquarters is located right opposite, for a better description, 5 Islands in Chaguaramas. So it's Airways Road, Chaguaramas. We actually have our first AVM as our Chief of Defense Staff, which is Air Vice Marshal Daryl Daniel. Right, so as mentioned earlier on, these are some of the ages that we retire at based on your rank. So for a junior non-commissioned officer, rank of corporal, you will be expected to retire at the age of 45. Senior non-commissioned officer, like sergeants, petty sergeants, drill sergeants, 47. And senior non-commissioned ranks, warrant officers, chief petty officers, and fleet chief petty officers, at the age of 50. In red, we have highlighted the different ages for the commissioned officers. Yeah, the highest age we would allow you to serve is at age 55. Right, so many career fairs I have attended, this was one of the #1 questions being asked, the salaries. So this is the daily rate in the Defense Force based on your rank. So if you're a junior non-commissioned officer, like a corporal, a private, a able seaman, a able rate, a senior aircraftman, your daily rate ranges between $183 to $385. Once you move out of that bracket and you fall into the sergeants or the warrants, your salary then increases from $407 up until to $591. This is notably to say that this is your basic daily rate. This does not include any other salaries or allowances that are afforded to you. And a commissioned officer, they start off at a daily flat rate from $214 to $824 based on your rank. Right, this brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope I didn't take up too much of your time. I hope it was insightful. And now I would entertain any questions if needs be.
Officer Oliveri, we have some questions here. How does one become a member of the Defense Force?
Right. So, as mentioned, so there are lots of characteristics that I need to consider. So before you can even join the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, you need to have the academic qualifications, which are the 5 CXC O-level passes mentioned, as well as you will have to undergo different aspects of enlistment training. So you'll have to undergo a fitness assessment where you will have to conduct in 2 minutes how many push-ups and sit-ups you can do based on your age. You have to conduct a 15-minute run, a 2-mile run in less than 15 minutes. You will have to do academic assessment where you will have to come in, do a dictation, English assessment, a mathematics assessment, as well as something that we call a general knowledge assessment, where we'll ask you questions based on who is the president, who is the prime minister, who is the first governor general, stuff like that. And we will be surprised that a lot of people are unaware of who our prime minister and president is. From there, we will do our background check, where we will actually come to your school, the last school that you are actually attending, and try to get background information about you. So what kind of student you were, if you used to give trouble, ensure that you attended classes on time, you adhere to the rules and regulations of the school, because one thing I could surely tell you, that the Defense Force is very big on discipline. So indisciplined persons could be dealt with in very severe manners, because we are governed not only by the law of the land, but by our own military law as well. So those are some things that you need to consider and you need to put in place before you can actually be enlisted into the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force.
Now, Officer Oliveri, let's say for the Air Guard, are there any other special skills or attitudes you look for in a candidate?
Most definitely. We look for dedication. That is one that I could surely say off the top of my head, because, and for all formations, I would say, in the Defense Force, we are required to dedicate our time and our service to country. So as mentioned, if there is a coup, if there is some crisis, whether it be your birthday, whether it be your wife and yourself anniversary, your childbirth, and we call you out. Once you are not have permission to be on leave, you are required to report to duty. So that is something that is we know that is difficult to do, but when you are called upon, we expect that you are able to answer our call. So dedication is definitely one, discipline is definitely one. Yeah, so hard work, dedication, discipline, I would say are some of the qualities that you need to possess in order to be successful within the Defense Force.
Is there any particular reason members of the Defense Force retire at such an early age?
Actually, no. But remember the recruitment age is from 18 to, let's just say 18 to 42, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you enlist at the age of 18, fresh out of let's say A-levels, secondary school, you will be more than 20 something years in the work, probably 30 if needs be. You will be fully pensionable after that year, as well as we would be able to train you up to our level. So with that being said, we will equip you with enough skills and assets to reintegrate into society, as well as at that age, and I can't say this broadly, but some persons, remember, as you grow older, you won't be as fit, you won't be as robust, your metabolism won't be as high. So you might be slowing down a little bit. Not all, I can't say for everyone, but yeah, so it may become very demanding on somebody at an older age.
Now, you spoke about the Defense Force Reserves.
Yeah.
How does one get into that program? Is it affiliated in any way to the MILAD program?
It is, I won't say so. No, it's separate and apart. The MILAT is the military-led academic training for youths, and that is more geared towards youths that need a little more guidance. So once you enlist there, you could actually continue doing your studies, complete your CXC subjects, and it doesn't guarantee a place in the Defense Force, but it will surely give you an early introduction to what military life is. However, for the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Reserves, those are persons that actually missed the threshold of the 18 to 25, does not have the master's or the degree required to join as the officer cadet or the special service, and but to meet the requirements to join at an older age within the reserves. So you would take, a lot of persons that I know take that opportunity and are serving to the part-time as well as have alternate jobs. So they have 2 jobs.
Thank you so much. Just one final question. Do you think there are any misconceptions about members of the Defense Force?
Yeah, definitely.
And would you like to dispel any of those at this time?
Yes. One big misconception is that the members of the Defense Force does nothing. We go to work every day. We go to our bunk beds, we sleep, we eat, and then we leave. No, that is not true. So a lot of operations that we do cannot be publicized. So we may be in the background or working together with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in joint operations. As mentioned, the administrative aspect must happen before any operation occurs. So all the administrative departments would be geared or highly tasked based on our operations for approval documents mostly. I am part of the public relations department, so in the past I would have gone to many schools, east, west, north, south. Now we're doing it virtual. So it doesn't have to be that you're seeing all contingents of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force doing patrols. So we actually have each organization, even in the commercial world, have the health and safety department, have an IT department, engineering department. So we have our engineers working not on board the flights, but ensuring that the aircraft are serviceable and ready for flights when needs be.
Well said, sir. Well, that brings us to the end of our presentation this afternoon. I must say that you did give some pertinent information, and I'm sure that our viewers are as intrigued as I am. So at this time, I say thank you, and I wish to continue our relationship with the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force.
Sure, no problem, ma'am. Before I exit, I saw a question coming to my chat privately, and I would just like to address that question, and then I will take my depart. So
sure.
Students are asking about how to apply to be pilots. So to become a pilot within the Trinidad and Tobago Air Guard, you need to undergo all the training that I mentioned earlier on. So that will be the academics, the fitness, the background check. Then you would actually have to undergo a ground school and a simulation exercise. Simulation simply means for the organization to assess your capability of actually becoming a pilot. Once you pass all of those things, you don't have to have any previous pilot experience. We would send you abroad to our different agencies, which we partner with, to get flight training. So we don't do local flight training here. So we send you to the United States Air Force Academy, USAFA. We could send you to a school in Miami. And of recent, we sent 6 of our pilots to Moncton in Canada, which actually affords you the opportunity to gain a license while going through all the 3 phases of the pilot training. That will be private, multi-engine, and commercial. Yeah, so I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, no problem. You're welcome. I wish you all the best. Thank you for having me, and please continue to keep safe during this pandemic. Sanitize, wear a mask, and social distance.
All the best to you.
Whether you're entering the workforce for the first time or looking to change fields, deciding on a career can be tough. One way to narrow down your choices is to evaluate yourself and what's important to you. Let's take a look at some different needs and preferences you can assess. Your interests. Identify any hobbies or activities you enjoy, or anything that fulfills you. You may be able to find a career related to these. Being invested in and excited about the work you're doing is important. Your personality. Personal characteristics and qualities are good things to consider. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? Do you like to work alone or in a group? Are you more creative or analytical? Your values. How important is it for a company's values to align with your own? You'll probably have a more positive experience if you can find a workplace with an environment and culture that suits you. Your skills. Identify skills that you're good at. These can be concrete, like knowledge of certain computers.
Students, at this time with us, we have Mr. Jason Kangali from the Kenson School of Production Technology. And this is a post-secondary technical institute in Trinidad and Tobago, which provides training for persons who are interested in the energy sector, whether it be locally, regionally, or internationally. Mr. Kangali, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Miss. Let me start by just introducing myself. Hi, good afternoon, students. My name is Jason Kangali, and I'm the Student Affairs Manager for the Kenson School of Production Technology. Kenson is a post-secondary technical school that prepares students for employment within the oil and gas sector or energy sector. Now, before I get into the information about my school and how the courses can benefit you, let me tell you a bit about myself. And this is just to share, just for us to connect. I once sat where you are seated now, meaning I was in secondary school and I really didn't know what my next step would be. I was looking at options. I was looking at, as a previous presentation, looking at joining the Army. I knew for a fact that I could not afford an education with regards to going to university. I wasn't from a well-off family. My grades weren't that good, but I still wanted to further my education. So I basically had no plan. It was just, I knew that if I didn't further my education, I'd be stuck in jobs that I didn't like. So one of the options I did explore was looking at doing the SATs. Through the SATs, I was able to get a scholarship, and I did my bachelor degree, I did my master's degree, and I started a PhD program. All that from not knowing what to do next in secondary school. So with that said, I really advise you not to feel bad if you don't know what your next step is. Look at your options out there. There are a lot of options that are being presented to you now through this career fair. And through your own research, you could find a lot of options. So don't settle for just going to a job you don't like. Now, I'll share this with you. I'll share my contact information with you after. But even if you're not interested in a course at Kenson, you can still contact me for career advice. And you could use the information that will be provided there. So with that said, I'm going to share a short video with you about Kenson, and then a short PowerPoint explaining our courses, and then I'll open it up for questions. So now I'll share the video with you. right, I hope everyone enjoyed that video as much as I did. I'm now going to share our PowerPoint. I'll go through the PowerPoint really quickly, just so you get the gist of what we have to offer, and then I'll open it up for questions. So at Kensil, we believe knowledge is energy, meaning in order to be in the energy industry, you need knowledge. And at Kensil, we provide that knowledge for you to be able to work in the oil and gas sector and thus the energy industry. So we believe in building the capabilities, training the nation, the region, and the world. The Kensil School of Production Technology envisions itself as the leading training provider in the energy sector locally, regionally, and internationally. So these are just some of our registrations and affiliations. We are registered and a registered organization with ACTT in Trinidad and Tobago. And all our programs are either City and Guilds approved or ILM approved, or Energy Institute approved. This means that our programs are recognized worldwide. Our model, we believe in a strong practical aspect. So while we are guided by the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago, all our instructors are pulled from the field of oil and gas. So they have over 25 years of experience each. So the practical elements of our program are basically, we have a simulator on our campus that is exactly what you're going to meet in the working world out there in oil and gas. So we have the simulator, we have the control room, we have Christmas tree, every equipment that you can think of that is going to be in the oil and gas sector, we have it on campus. So you actually get to use that equipment and those gauges and all other tools that you would be using in the outside there in the sector. That's one of the advantages Kensil has. So just to go into some of our programs, we have level 4 programs and level 3 programs. Now, in order to do our level 4 programs, you have to do our level 3 programs. But our level 4 programs are so offshore production operator training, which enables you to work offshore, to work on rigs. That's appealing to a lot of people now. I will say this, that, you know, even though in the oil and gas sector, there have been cutbacks with regards to jobs, exploration continues. So we also provide technicians for some of the leading oil companies in Trinidad and Tobago. Shell, BP, BHP, EOG, Heritage, and Paria, just to name a few. And you will be learning exactly what you need to work on their offshore rigs. Also in the land-based production operator training, you'll be learning everything you need for land-based exploration. And these are just some of the courses that you will have in the offshore production. Process control, pipes, valves, and fittings. All major equipments, we have a course, we have a module on that, and the role of a production operator. In the land-based, they are similar, so some do carry across, but there are some differences. So for our level 3 programs, which you can do with 5 CXC, inclusive of math and science. Now, you don't necessarily have to have maths and science if you want to do these programs. If you don't, we have bridging courses that will give you that math and science aspect while you continue to do the course. Our courses are 1 year. So these are the 4 courses we have at the level 3. It's the process technician, the instrumentation maintenance technician, electrical maintenance technician, and mechanical maintenance technician. Additionally, we have a number of short courses. Some of them are defensive driving, basic welding, basic electrical installation, basic refrigeration and basic plumbing, also basic scaffolding and basic shuttering. Again, our assurance standards, our classes are second to none in the Caribbean because one, well, I'll give you two reasons. We actually work in the field of the oil and gas. Our parent company, the Kenson Group, provides technicians to, again, some of the major oil and gas companies in Trinidad and Tobago. So what we try to do is our students are put into internships, apprenticeship programs, or even hired by these companies after they have completed our program. But I must say this, we don't guarantee employment. I don't think any institution can guarantee employment now. So that's some of our physical resources. Again, we would have the simulator. Our courses are now blended learning because of COVID. All our theory classes are online. And our practical classes, we bring students in groups of 7. Well, now it'll be groups of 5 to do their practical. Thank you. And this is my contact information here. Well, how you would sign up for the classes. You just go to www.kspt.edu.tt, go to programs and click the Apply Now tab. And this is my personal information. Again, if you're not interested in Kenson and you still want some career advice, you can give me a call. Thank you. And now I'll just take questions from the students.
Yes, Mr. Kangali, we have some questions for you. And the first question is, what age group of students does Kenson cater to? What is the minimum age?
We cater for students as low as 16. Once you've completed CXC, you can come to us. To sign up for our program, though, if you are 16, you'd have to be accompanied by a parent or guardian. But once you have completed CXC, you would be able to do our level 3 and level 4 programs, but also you'd still be able to do our short courses, even if you haven't completed CXC.
Yes, and you spoke about the bridging program for students who may not have a math or a science subject. Is this, for example, the math, is it basically a redo of CSEC math, or is this math that is more focused on the energy industry?
It's more focused on the energy industry, both the math and science bridging programs, but it's along the lines of CSEC also, CSEC or CXC. So if the student does not have CXC math or science, they can do our bridging programs while doing the actual level 3 program. So it's done in conjunction. So it's not that we'll make you do the math and science bridging first before you get into our program. You do it while doing the actual course. Now our courses are 1 year, which is another advantage we have because most other programs are 2 years. Our programs are GATE approved, so we are looking at our next intake in September. Your programs GATE approved for that. So with GATE, our programs usually cost $25,500. With GATE would cover 18,000 of that. So the student would be only responsible for roughly around 7,500.
That's so good. I think it opens up the gate to more students. And
one thing I would also like to share, sorry to cut you there. One thing I would just like to share also is that with our program, you can do it in Form 6 also. While, like if you want to prepare yourself for the working world, I know there's the added, the rigor of Form 6 classes, but our programs are all, you can do part-time, you could do Saturdays, you could do Sundays. so that if you're looking at working in the oil and gas sector after Form 6, you'd already have a diploma. And just as a little incentive, the average salary of someone who has completed our 1-year program and has gotten a job as a technician is between $8,000 to $15,000 a month. So imagine, why not do that program and then also go into the working world and still figure out what you want to do after. So that's another advantage we have.
Yes, Mr. Kangali. In fact, I am thinking about doing a course.
I have thought about it also.
Yes.
And
So
we don't, like, for instance, for the level 3, all you need is CXC. We don't ask you to have, as I say, you don't necessarily need a science. So persons looking to switch their profession also, it's a good place to start. You do the level 3, and then you could go on to the level 4, which is the offshore production technology, offshore production technician.
Excellent. Our final question today. Do you have an internship program?
Yes, we do. We have an apprenticeship program, and we also have a scholarship program. So again, if you go to the website, you click onto programs and you click apply now. Once you do that application, your information would come to me, and I will contact you with further information, whether it's to advise you on what field you would be interested in. Because again, we have 4 fields. We have instrumentation, mechanical, process, and electrical. I will let you know how you sign up to be considered for the scholarship. Now, the scholarship would cover your total cost of the level 3 program, so you wouldn't have to pay anything. So that's another thing, students would be interested in. And then also you go on to the level 4, which also carries you into a higher bracket, because I think everyone knows working offshore, it's a lot more money. You could, we've known that in Trinidad for a long time.
Yes, we have.
Yes, but just also another thing I wanted to share is that even if you're not interested in a program at Kenson, I would be happy to talk to you and offer you some advice on career-wise. So again, my contact information is there. Or if you are interested and you're not sure what field you want to go into, I can also offer that advice.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kangali, for taking time out of your busy schedule. It was greatly appreciated, as you did enlighten us this evening. And so we say to you, all the best.
Okay, same to you. And I wish all the students are, as I say, you don't need to know what you're going to do now, but at least explore your options. And I wish you the best in exploring your options. Thank you for having me, Miss.
Same here.
Okay, this afternoon we have a representative from National Training Agency, Mr. Michael Marimoto. Are you there, sir?
Hi, good afternoon. It's actually Miss Malaika McIntosh. I will be presenting on behalf of the NTA this afternoon.
Okay, welcome to our career fair. And Miss, you can go ahead and share your presentation with us.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, to all the viewers, students, and guidance officers alike. I want to jump directly into our presentation, which is on the world of work this afternoon. Quickly, as we have just a short time with you all and we want to get most of the information in. All right, so yes, we are from the National Training Agency, and that is the organization that oversees skill training throughout Trinidad and Tobago. However, for this afternoon, we'll be looking at the world of work and how to prepare yourselves for that venture. So students, this afternoon, we hope to introduce you to some of the criteria, some of the things that you need to do, such as create your resume and cover letter, and also assist with interview skills and preparation, and take any questions that you have about the world of work. So I hope that you can follow along with me on the slides, the PowerPoint. Now I'm going to skip some of these slides as we don't have the time to go through each one of them, but I'm just going to make a few points. So when you are looking at completing your resume, you will see that there are many different types, many formats that you can choose from. Most persons tend to go to the World Wide Web, they go to Google, and they just simply look for a resume template or format. And we want you to be mindful of which format you use. So the one that we recommend is using a hybrid resume format, which is going to combine the functional and the chronological. So it's going to have the time frames attached, and it's also going to have the subheadings such as work experience, as well as your educational background and so forth. So just remember, when you are looking at a template, when you're looking online, or if you are going to someone who is doing your resume for you, you want to make sure that they are using the hybrid format. It is the most commonly used resume format. And so we want you to go with that one as well. So here are some points for your resume. Remember, it is no longer than 2 pages. All right, it should not be typed back and front. And remember all of the things that you would have learned about the particular fonts, font size, spacing on professional documents. Do not utilize borders and colors and things like that, stickers. All right, it's a professional document, so we go strictly with the black and white. Okay, so I am moving as quickly as I can. This is a sample resume, and what we can do this afternoon is that all of the documents that you see in our presentation, we can send to your guidance officers so that they can be distributed to you, the students. So you will have that sample that you can utilize when you are creating your own. So you see we have the personal information that starts the resume, and that's your personal information. It's your name, your contact, or rather your name, your address, a contact number, and then you have your email address. 2 things here. The contact number should be double checked and checked again. Make sure it's accurate, because if it is inaccurate, just remember the employer may not be able to reach you. All right, so make sure it's correct. Then you have your email address, and it's a professional document. The employer does not know you, and so whatever you use as your email address is going to indicate your level of professionalism. So all of the different slang, hot, sexy chick, bad boy, shutter 101. You want to get rid of those type of email addresses and use your first name, your last name, something that is very specific and also professional as well. All right. So this is not only going to apply for the world of work, but when you get into tertiary education, so all of these providers that would have spoken to you today, one of the main ways of contacting or connecting with them is via email. So you want to have an email address that is reflective of a professional individual, so that when you send your email to Kenson, Mr. Kangali, who just spoke to you, you have your first name and your last name at Yahoo or at gmail.com instead of something like Shutter from South. You don't want to have an email address like that. It may not be entertained if that is what they are looking at. Okay, so be careful with the email address, and you see all of these subheadings here. All right, so each resume format will have something that is quite similar to the subheadings. So you have education, you have experience, you have various recognition, affiliation, your co-curricular activities, special skills, and references. Some may differ where you get to place your interests or your hobbies, and that is okay. One of the things that you want to be aware of is when it comes to your objective, you want to keep it very simple, 1 sentence, 2 sentences, as opposed to having a paragraph or 2 paragraphs about yourself. That is going to take up space on your resume, and ultimately you will not be able to keep it down to the 2 pages. Usually, an employer is going to look through the first 2 pages and they may overlook the other pages. So you don't want the pertinent information to end up somewhere on page 5 and the employer doesn't get to see it. All right, so keep it tight, keep the format tight, meaning cut off all of the excess 1 to 2 sentences in terms of your objective. What is also important for your resume is the time frame. So you will see on the right-hand side of the resume, there are times, all right, or dates. So from September 2007 to May 2009, indicating when the individual started their degree, when they completed their degree. And it will be the same for you. You will have to indicate when you started at a particular school and when you would have completed, all right? It goes along with your work experience as well. For a job, you need to indicate when you would have started working at the organization, when you would have left, and so on. And this is important to the employers. They need to see the time frames on your resume. It indicates a lot about you as well. Some persons' resumes will have gaps in them. All right, so it may indicate you would have been going to school at that point in time or doing some sort of training. All right, it allows the employer to grasp information. If you do have a gap but there's no explanation, it's a question that might pop up in your interview. All right, so the time frames are very important to the employers. So make sure that you utilize the timelines. The timelines should also go in what we call reverse chronological order. So it means that everything that you place on your resume should be stated with the most recent thing. So we start in 2021, whatever you would have achieved in this particular year, and then we work our way backwards. So the timeline should look like 2021, 2022, 2019, and so forth. All right, so that is reverse chronological order in a nutshell. And like I said, while I may not be able to go through the resume in its entirety and very detailed, you will be able to access this document either by contacting us, or we can send this to your guidance officers, so you will have it at your fingertips. We also have a brochure that goes along with it that also explains each subsection as well. All right, so students, you all can access those on our website, that is www.ntatt.org, and we can also send it to your guidance officers to share with the particular classes. All right, so I'm going to move on. The next document that you must have is your cover letter. Now, a lot of the times persons overlook the cover letter, they forget about it. The resume seems to be the important thing. Your resume is only going to tell the employer about your work history and also your education history or any other skill sets that you may have. Your cover letter, however, gives you an opportunity to really talk to the employer about who you are as an individual and some of the soft skills that you would have acquired. All right, so your resume pertains to technical skills. That's the CXC certificate, any training that you would have done, any other certification that you have. Your resume speaks to those things. Your cover letter is where you get to talk a little bit more about your soft skills. So if you have good communication skills, do you have leadership qualities? Are you a team player? All right. Do you have organizational skills? Those are soft skills. Those skills aren't necessarily identified by certification, but it's things that you would have learned and would have grown in and can conduct within the world of work. And your soft skills are quite important to the employers. All right. So your cover letter is an opportunity for you now to tell the employer a bit more about who you are and how your soft skills can contribute to the workplace. All right. So your cover letter is just one page, approximately 3 paragraphs, and it is not typed back and front, just one cover page, cover letter. All right. And like we said, we have to be mindful of our fonts, the bright colors, borders, all of those things are not necessary. No stickers, smiley faces. Remember your standard English and good grammar. Both these documents need to be reviewed, and that's something that the National Training Agency does free of charge for students. All right, so when you complete both your resume and your cover letter, you can send it to us via email, and we will review and make corrections with you so that you can have it completed. Okay, successfully completed. So this is what your cover letter should look like. It is a letter, so it's going to contain your contact information, the date, the employer's contact information, your opening salutation, your first paragraph, which is going to tell the employer why you are applying and for what or which position you are applying for. Always state the position that you are applying for. You have your middle paragraph, which is going to, like I said, express more about who you are and what are some of your soft skills. You are going to tell the employer why you are the best candidate for the position. And your final paragraph really closes it off. Here you will thank the employer for considering you and also let them know how you can be reached for an interview. All right, so you might reiterate your email address or your contact number at the end, that is in your closing paragraph. Of course, you close with your complimentary statement, respectfully yours. If this is hard copy, we want you to put your handwritten signature. However, if it is soft copy, simply typing your name will suffice. All right, so moving on quickly, of course, we have to dress for success. And this is one of the things that you need to be mindful of. When people get a good look at you, they're going to begin making assumptions or even judgments about who you are. So you want to dress, you want to attire yourself for success when it comes to the interview. That's the second phase in terms of getting into the world of work. All right, and not only the world of work, we've come to realize that a lot of tertiary education institutions are also following up applications with interviews as well. All right, so sometimes when you apply to faculty at a university, they may ask you to come in for an interview before they admit you into the institution. Okay, so your dress code will include your hairstyle, your jewelry, your makeup. All of these things become a part of your attire. And yes, your interview, the success of it can very well depend on your dress code. Okay, so we'll just give you a visual of some of the do's and don'ts. All right, so for the ladies, we want to let you know in terms of your hairstyle, it should always be away from your face. When we go to take our ID card pictures, a passport picture, we have to make sure that our entire face is visible. So similarly, when you go into the interview, you want to ensure same. All right, your jewelry should be in moderation. wear something that is conservative. You may have on the jacket and skirt, a suit like the young ladies wearing in the picture, or it may be a pantsuit, and that is okay. Remember, if you're going to wear a skirt, it should be knee length and not a mini skirt. You should use your stockings and also dark shoes. No open-toed shoes are tolerated, and most organizations have a policy against this. Students usually ask, Miss, why? Just as when you are in secondary school, there are rules and regulations as it regards your attire, the world of work also has its own rules and regulations that we have to follow. No capris, no mini skirts, like I said. Stay away from the bright colors and patterns, things that draw too much attention or are distracting. All right, so these are just some of the points that you want to remember when you are putting together your attire for the interview. All right, so gentlemen, we are going to follow suit with the visual, no earrings. All right, you should wear a tie, at least. You may not be wearing the jacket, but you should have on your long-sleeved shirt and a tie and your dress pants as well. Okay, so it should be a conservative suit, a dress suit that is. You should wear dress shoes and socks. I know it is popular style at this point not to wear any socks and probably just some loafers, but you want to wear dress shoes and socks that match. All right, a tie that matches. Remember your belt. Don't use this sweater or the shirt jack and distracting or busy patterns. When it comes to your facial hair or even the hair that is on your head, it should be neatly trimmed. You know, I know the beard is quite popular. You have to make sure it is neatly trimmed. Take a mark, get everything together and looking good. All right, don't roll up the pants, no shorts or even 3/4, things like that. It's not appropriate for the interview. Okay, so I want to run along quickly. This is also another point, your nonverbal communication, that people often forget and do not consider for your interview. So nonverbal communication is really sending information or transferring information through the use of your body language. So often young people, we've been in secondary school for sometimes 5, 7 years, depending on which form you are in. And we've become quite comfortable. We stoops, we roll our eyes, we shrug, we shake our shoulders instead of answering. We put our hands on our hips. All of these are nonverbal cues that can send the wrong message. Okay, so you want to be careful with what you say with your body language. All right, make eye contact, not stare. That would be inappropriate, but you must make eye contact to show that you are engaged. Try controlling your facial expressions. Sometimes we have facial expressions that do not express what we want it to say, okay? Especially in the interview. You may have nervous behaviors. It may be your first interview and you might be quite afraid. However, you want to practice. Make sure if you shake a lot or if you play with your hands or, you know, anything, rip up paper, you want to be aware of that so that you can curb that behavior. Remember, don't roll the eyes, no stooping or sucking of the teeth. You want to stay away from those kind of things. Prior to COVID, we would have done the handshake. However, now it's either elbow knock or none at all. And also your gait or your stride, okay? When you walk in, especially for the young men, we tend to hop and drop and bounce and all of these things. You want to be careful with that. Your posture will also say a lot about how engaged you are. So you take your seat, you sit up, your head should be forward, shoulders should be back, giving you an air of confidence. You are relaxed, you are engaged, all right? But you don't want to be too relaxed, okay? So remember, on a Friday afternoon like today, when class should be almost over, you want to relax. So you slouch down into your seat, rock your head back. You're not even looking at Miss, all right? You don't want to do that in your interview. Shoulders back, head up, looking forward, not down, not at the sky, not outside the window, any of those things. All of these things are going to make up your nonverbal communication, and you want to appear engaged in your interview. You are paying attention, you are listening, all right? And you are communicating with even your body language. So be mindful, be aware of what some of your common nonverbal cues are, and you can put into practice some new ones that will help you with your interview. So we'll just show you some of the nonverbal cues are visual. All right, so if you cross your hands over your chest, it can indicate that you are aggressive or that you have an attitude. All right, don't place your hands in your pockets. It may indicate that you are impatient, just like people always looking at their watch. It might be an indication that you are ready to leave. If you are not making eye contact, it might also indicate that you might be lying about something. All right. Persons who try to wear shades or a hat into their interview, this is a no-no. But if you do end up doing that, they might think that you are trying to hide something. Okay, so be careful with your nonverbal cues. Okay, so this is our fourth and final point in terms of the criteria for your world of work experience or entering into the world of work. So we started with 1, your resume and your cover letter. Okay, 2 was your dress code, and 3 was your nonverbal communication. The fourth and final one is your verbal communication. This is what you actually say in the interview, which will make or break the entire process. Okay. So you have to remember the use of standard English. Yes, we are all trainees and we use slang and we use our broken English and all the different terms. So you've become accustomed to calling your friend a horse and yeah, dog, boy, horse, all of those things. You have to be mindful that when you get into the interview, you need to leave those things outside, all right? And address persons in a professional manner. You want to be courteous at all times. So this means you want to speak to the guard and the receptionist or the secretary in the same manner that you would be speaking to the employers. Okay, so you are going to be courteous, remember your manners and all of those things from the moment you step onto the compound. Again, refrain from using the slang and practice. Of course, you need to practice. You can always get a list of commonly asked questions. I know for certain almost 95% of the times, the first question is going to be, tell us a little bit about who you are. All right, or tell us a little bit about yourself. And there are many adults that don't know how to answer that question. It usually throws a lot of persons off guard. So these are things that you need to practice. All right, what would you say to a question like that? How would you respond? And of course, if you need the tips, if you need pointers, you can always contact the National Training Agency. Usually we talk a little bit more about it, but due to the time constraints, you can contact us and we can do a one-on-one with you in terms of how to prepare for that interview. So we don't want you to use Googled responses. Remember, it needs to be individualized. You are your own person, and so you have to answer as yourself. Prepare yourself as well. So get acquainted with the organization, go to their website or their Facebook page. Most of these organizations are on some sort of social media platform. So get to know about what they do, know more about the position that you are interviewing for so that you can be prepared. And also, do not be afraid to ask your own questions. You should, in fact, prepare some questions of your own. One of the main questions that persons often want to ask is about the salary. However, a lot of persons are actually afraid to ask that question. So to dispel the fears, it is actually okay to ask the question about your salary, especially if no one has told you what the package looks like. However, we suggest that you do not utilize it as your first question. Remember, it's not all about the money. So you ask an initial question, and then you can follow up with the question on salary. All right. How you ask, using your standard English. You can use the term salary. You can use the term packages or benefits. Some organizations have health insurance, all of these things. And these are things that you can inquire about as well. All right, so your verbal communication is the last form of criteria that we will be looking at, and that you want to familiarize yourself with and practice, practice, practice. All right, so we just have some bonus tips here, because with COVID-19, the world of work has changed drastically. All right, we are in the new normal, and there are some things that you need to be mindful of. So no longer are we going door to door and dropping off resumes and cover letters. Instead, a lot of this is done online. And it has been so for quite some time, and more so now. So remember, when you complete your resume and your cover letter, have it in soft copy on your phone. Make sure it's in your email. Get it downloaded onto all of your devices, okay, so that you can easily transfer those documents. All right. I know some persons who would have sent their resumes even via WhatsApp. Okay, so make sure that you have it on all of your devices when you are entering or applying for jobs. Also, your certificates. When you get your certificates, scan so that you can have soft copy of those documents as well. Your certificates are usually hard copy documents. Make sure that you scan those documents and you have them in soft copy so that you can simply attach and send them in if it is necessary. Remember, your interview may also be done online. So everything that we talked about in terms of your dress code and your preparation, it still applies. Not because it's online, you can appear any which way you want. You have to follow the same rules for your dress code. And get familiar with the various platforms. So we are using Zoom, but there's Google Meet, there's Microsoft Teams, and there are a whole host of other platforms. Make sure you know how to at least navigate most of them. And also, if you do have to meet in person, remember to adhere to safety protocols. Wear your mask. Have a backup mask in your handbag, pocket, whatever. You do not want to get to a place and recognize that you don't have your mask. Remember sanitization, and also practice your social distancing. All right, so those are just our bonus tips for this afternoon. I want to make sure that I'm leaving you some time for questions. So I'm going to leave this slide up, and this is our contact information for you, how you can reach the National Training Agency. Our website is there, and also our email address. If you need to ask us any questions, that is fine. You can send them via email, or you can call us and we can have a chat. We are also on Facebook. You can find us on Instagram, Twitter, and we also have a YouTube channel where you can go and view some of our other presentations as well. All right, so students, the floor is yours, or rather guidance officers. If you all have any questions at this time, you can feel free to ask.
No questions from the students as yet, but I guess it's an indicator you were very clear. You took us through the journey of resume writing and cover letter, dress code, verbal cues, you know, so I think it was very informative, and we will continue to liaise with you, because I know that you all do individual sessions with schools. So we look forward to your continuous relationship. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for having us. All the best to all of the students. Take care.
Sharing. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Whether you're entering the workforce for the first time or looking to change fields, deciding on a career can be tough. One way to narrow down your choices is to evaluate yourself and what's important to you. Let's take a look at some different needs and preferences you can assess. Your interests. Identify any hobbies or activities you enjoy, or anything that fulfills you. You may be able to find a career related to these. Being invested in and excited about the work you're doing is important. Your personality. Personal characteristics and qualities are good things to consider. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? Do you like to work alone or in a group? Are you more creative or analytical?
Never forget about you. Today, I want you to put you at the top of your to-do list. I sense a little hesitation. Don't think about it. You really need to do this. See, you've been putting others first for so long, you've lost a connection to your own personal brand. And you keep dancing to somebody else's beat. But today, it's time to reintroduce the world to your phenomenal marching band. Putting others first to the detriment of you is the opposite of healthy living. Today, I implore you to love you some you. And tomorrow, you can get back to all that giving. The first thing they tell you when you get on a plane is put your mask on first. And since you failed to follow protocol, it's been hard for you to breathe. And if you don't make some changes, it will only get worse. If people laugh when you tell them your dreams, if you've ever been so low, you felt like you wanted to scream. If you've ever been doubted in your quest to achieve, if the non-believers' voices were so loud, you almost started to believe that they were right. Hold up. This is the moment that I remind you that they are never right. Because you were born to be a beacon of light. You were born to overcome any fear or any fright. You were born to have next level vision and not just sight. You were born with the heart, will, and passion to never give up and fight and fight and fight. If they say there's no way, make it. Never ask for permission to be great. You take it. Greatness is yours to claim. You just gotta stake it. When they try to lock you up with a mental chain, you break it. Yeah, they're there for you when you're up. They're there for you when you're doing good. They're there for you when you're succeeding. But they're nowhere to be found when you really, really need them. See, they act like they got love for you, but only when you're doing something for them. They act like they got love for you when you're paying for everything. They act like they got love for you, but only when it's working in their favor. At what point did you stop and ask yourself, what are they bringing to the table? See, I call them halftime homies. Because half the time they smile on your face, half the time they want to take your place. I need you to realize today that it's time to eliminate certain people out of your situation. It's time for you to eliminate certain people out of your circle. It's time for you to eliminate certain people out of your life. Those are the people that is high and by. Because right now, you got a goal, right now you got a dream, and you need people on your team that are gonna play their role. And when the chips are down, they're gonna step up and have your back. And when the chips are down for them, you're gonna step up and have their back. It needs to be mutual, 50-50, win-win. Right now, the people that you rolling with, it's a win-lose. So let this be the moment right now that you activate action and eliminate distraction and eliminate dissatisfaction and eliminate each and every one of those losers that just acting like they got your back. Eliminate them from your life. This is the moment. This is the time. You have to have your own back, because they will use you until they can't use you no more. And those are the facts. Today, embrace your flaws, because you are imperfectly perfect. Treat yourself to your favorite meal and do you today, because believe me, you deserve it. Take this moment to rethink all of your present relationships. Never settle for mediocre or average. Think big, outside the box, shoot for Mecca, or even better yet, go for galactic. When they think you're about to throw in the towel, use it to wipe the sweat off your face, look them dead in the eye and smile. Because they underestimated your heart, and they didn't think you had the resiliency to go that extra mile. But you do. If you fall down 2,051 times, you get back up 2,052. Because you're rare like that rose that grew in concrete. When they say you can't do it, prove them wrong and do it anyway. Believe in something, believe in you, and never forget, you were born to be spectacular. It's in your DNA. You got this.
So we're bringing the curtains now. Good afternoon to our students who are viewing. And we are really coming down to the end of a 3-day career fair. This is the time we have done it with y'all. And we had several presenters. So where do we go from here? And really and truly, what we are hoping is that you will be able to make wiser decisions. I always tell my students, because, sometimes when you go into the classroom, you will have to share something. So I am just going to share probably a 2-minute story while we wait. We have like one more presenter. So I remember, a good time now, right? This whole thing about studying, like, never really worked for me. I said it in the beginning, and I will say it in the end. And, you might have exams coming up, and you think the best way you could get it done is by lying on the bed and reading your work. Because, everything now is social media, so sometimes you lie down with your phone. But, the funny thing about it is that sometimes you end up just falling asleep. And when you wake up in the morning, what happens? You're there, you have not done any work. So I want to appeal to all who are looking on, to all who may return to look at this video, to take the relevant measures and make the right decisions. Now, I like to be frank with young people, and that's why I'm hoping that whether it be 4 persons looking on or even 5 or probably 2, but I know somewhere along the line, I know that you will understand how critical it is to really put your studies in. So let me end this part of it. I'm going to come back to give my thank you speech because all the providers have been excellent. So again, take note, make good decisions for your life. Don't mess it up. And don't let me even start talking about a boyfriend. So when I was young, I'm still young, right? But in those young years, you don't want to study, no work. You're just thinking about a boyfriend, having a boyfriend, you realize it. But it doesn't work like that. So I'm taking my leave. I'm going to be back. Stay tuned. Thank you. Thank you for staying with us for the past 3 days. Back to the technical team.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. At this time, we have Mr. Gallup from CCC, and we are waiting for him to do his presentation. So are you there, Mr. Gallup? Mr. Gallup, are you there? Okay, you can go ahead, sir, and present.
Yes.
Welcome to our career fair. I know you have a lot to share with our students. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, welcome.
Good afternoon. I am retired W1 Ronnie, Deputy Divisional Manager of the Public. Right, I am basically going to present to you what CCC is about and how you can apply to CCC, etc., etc. We are not really a skill-based organization. We are all about changing attitude and behavior. Civilian Conservation Corps program is designed to provide an intervention mechanism to assist in the empowerment of socially marginalized young adults between the ages of 16 to 25 to improve their overall quality of life through the adaptation of attitudinal and behavioral changes stimulated through the catalyst of discipline. The Civilian Conservation Corps program caters for the unemployed and unemployable young adults between the ages of 16 to 25 with limited or no academic qualification who at present is unemployed or unemployable. Our mission is to positively alter attitudes and behaviors of socially marginalized young citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Our vision is to transform socially marginalized young adults into empowered citizens and improve their quality of life through the use of best practices in developing their self-esteem, employability, sensitivity to the natural environment, and sense of national pride. Our objectives: to train and develop our nation's unemployed citizens ages, once again, 16 to 25 for employment, to curb the rising incident of crimes committed by citizens within the age group 16 to 25, to foster socially desirable and well-balanced behaviors among those participants, to foster a sense of national pride and improve civic mindedness, to provide temporary employment, to develop an understanding and sensibility to the natural environment, to assist the Forestry Division in its reforestation and environmental conservation efforts. Some of our benefits, or all of our benefits: gain work experience, get exposure to the world of work through our on-the-job training program, learn while you work. We give you a stipend. You get $90 for daily attendance. This is not a salary. We like to emphasize that with young adults. There's a big difference between a stipend and a salary. Free courses. You do not have to pay for any of the courses provided at CCC. Life guidance. Get help on work and life issues that can clear the path for you to achieve your goals. Team building. Gain the courage to be the beacon of change in your community. Become a team player. Character development. Rise above the negativity of your past and become a better person from the inside out. Outdoor activity. You will get to rediscover TNT through a wide variety of field trips and community projects. Our process. The following process ensures that required target group for the program is given priority. This is when we do our recruitment. Education and qualifications. Candidates with limited or no academic vocational qualification will be given greater priority than candidates possessing academic qualifications and experience. State of the household. Candidates from single parent household who are without the economic means and was seen to be high needs of entering the underground criminal economy and also meeting the first criteria will be given greater priority than candidates from unbroken families. Employment experience. Candidates with limited or no experience or who are considered unemployable and meet the two criteria above will be given greater priority than persons with employment experience. Right? Group selection. Unlike other organizations where a combination of academic qualifications and experience are considered for employment of program admission, the converse is true about Civilian Conservation Corps. The program specifically attracts a niche within this market of 16 to 25-year-olds who have the lowest level of formal education and least involvement in community activity, and who are less likely to succeed elsewhere. Right, this is a little bit of our history. I won't go basically too much detail. We already started in 1992, and then it was stopped and then reinstated on 14th of March 2002. The cabinet revitalized the CCC program. It was re-engineered and decided that it would once again be overseen by the Ministry of National Security and Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. At present, right, just to inject here, we have been, within the last budget, we have been transferred from the Ministry of National Security to the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. We are still under the auspices or the guidance of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, because this is a Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force youth program. Right, so in January 2007, the Cabinet established a specialized youth service program as a coordinating headquarters of the CCC program. SYSP worked diligently with the CCC, and this joint effort made the program not only fully functional, but also tremendously successful. The success of the CCC program led to the establishment of 3 other programs under the SYSP. The military-led academic training program, the military-led youth partnership, apprenticeship, and the reorientation training, which is MyPath, now under test, and the National Youth Service Program incubated. The National Youth Service, which is now already the name of part of the name of our ministry, never got off the ground. And also MyLat and MyPath, we never got the female version up and running, which we are trying diligently to start up. Right? We basically use the Lewin's theory of change, which is unfreezing, creating the right environment, transformation supports change to the desired state, refreezing, reinforce the anchor change. This proven theory suggests that in order to bring about lasting change, there should be these 3 stages: unlocking of the present social system, behavioral movement in the desired direction of change, and deliberate steps to ensure that the new state of behavior remains relatively permanent. The unfreezing skill training. During the first 2 months of each cycle, all trainees nationwide participate in synchronized introduction unfreezing program that is unique to CCC. Trainees are exposed to character development, career guidance, drug and substance abuse awareness, anger management, disaster management, just to name a few. All right, and here we have the objectives of the phases. Lay the foundation for creating positive actual changes in the trainees, empower trainees to better understand the challenge of adult life and to appreciate that there are ways to meet and beat these challenges, encourage trainees to better understand themselves and relate well to others. The transformation is the second phase. For the next 4 months, trainees learn on-the-job skills and one vocational skill of their choice. Right? These trainees gain numerous opportunities, etc. Phase 3 is refreezing, which is the benefits delivered from phase 1 and 2. This phase of the process is designed to consolidate the gains made during the 2 previous phases and to prepare the trainees for separation from the program. This is done at special sessions during the last 2 weeks where feedback is encouraged and attempts made to determine the positive changes in the general behavior and to reaffirming some of the new values, attitudinal and behavioral changes, as well as marketability, which has been offered to the trainee. Right, basically this is what makes us unique. We at CCC are, how I should put it, are mandated to rehire our trainees. Whereas in our organization, our trainees work in our logistics department and the finance department, public relations, and in IT, in human resource, all culinary, all the departments that we have within Civilian Conservation Corps. We have assistant team commanders, junior team commanders. What is not noted here, we also have team supervisors, which is the higher rank, and they are rare. There are only about 10 or 12 of them within CCC. Life skills. Trinidad and Tobago Civilian Conservation Corps program provides the life skills that are crucial for adaptation, positive behavior that enable training to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of life. Subjects are standard for everyone enrolled. These skills are not dependent on social norms and community expectations, but skills that function for well-being and aid individuals to develop into active and productive members of their communities. It is to be noted that adult literacy and numeracy is available at all regions as part of life skills for those who require it. Then we have various aspects of the life skills. Right, I mentioned before the various program benefits, stipend, it's free. We gain work experience, team building, outdoor activities, discover hidden talent besides what we do as the skills. We also have different events that we have, Kalistron Mass Competition, Parang, Emancipation Queen Show, Diwali Queen Show, etc., where the trainees are allowed to express themselves. We do life guidance, character development, and we have also career opportunities. And this is basically the prerequisite for registration. But best system of Trinidad and Tobago must be between the ages of 16 to 25, as normally, as numerously stated before. You must be unemployed. You must be medically fit. Right? Preparation document, original documents, original birth certificate, national ID, bank account information, must not be a joint account. NIS number, some people wouldn't have it, but when they come, we'd arrange for put them in the right direction, how to get it. 2 passport size photos, recent medical, 3 months or less, submission, delivery. Deliver anything to the regional office closest to your place of residence. And then we have the headquarters. Then we have regional office. We have 8 regional offices throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Right? We have Northwest, North Central, Central, Northeast, South Central, Southeast, Southwest, and of course, Tobago. And that basically, right, is what we are about.
So can you tell us what is the duration of the program?
Are there any questions?
What is the duration of the program? How long is the program?
Normally the program we do 2 cycles per year, right? 2 cycles per year, 6 months duration. I.e., with this particular cycle that we have started, right? Because of the COVID-19 situation, this particular cycle is running for 10 months, right? Because of the classroom size, etc., where we cannot have more than 25 trainees in a classroom. So we'll have a set coming in the morning, and when we did the logistics with that, who come in the morning, who come in the evening, depending on the region, some will be upstairs, some downstairs. So we try to keep within all the COVID guidelines. But this particular cycle, like I said, is 10 months, but our normal cycle time is 6 months.
Okay, so when is registration for your next cycle?
Right, our next cycle, which starts in January, which was proposed to start in January, our registration for that starts in October.
Okay, so students can look forward to registering in the month of October.
Yes.
Do you have limited spaces?
Well, funny enough, our normal figure that we take is 800 trainees per cycle. We actually, one time, we were 1,200 per cycle. But because of the financial, not COVID, this was because of financial constraint before COVID, we had dropped to 800. But this particular cycle that we have now, which is running for 10 months, the government allowed us to take 1,050 trainees because it was very much oversubscribed. Even though we take those 1,050 trainees, we have trainees, we have people who are on a waiting list sector as it is, right? So we went over the whole thing. Oh, it just must be noted as the flyer you are seeing here now, our URL will be changed from the 1st of June, right? And it is, I think I sent it to the teacher earlier. It's HTTPS, right? //ccc.mydns.gov.tt. Right? I repeat again, it's https://ccc.mydns.gov.tt. Like I mentioned, we are in a new ministry. We are no longer Ministry of National Security. We are Ministry of Youth Development and National Service.
Thank you so much for your passionate and insightful presentation, sir. Thank you for caring for the young people of our nation. And thank you for taking the time to share with us this afternoon. We look forward to a continuous relationship with you. So on behalf of Southeastern District, we say thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Okay, take care, sir.
All right.
Bye.
Buddy. Oh, you're done, right? Yeah, don't finish.
So good afternoon, and we are back. And at this time, it gives me the pleasure on behalf of Southeastern Educational District to say thank you. Thank you for being with us for the entire day. Thank you for being with us for the entire 3 days. And for all our providers who came on willingly, made that sacrifice, we are saying thank you. Thank you. With a heart of gratitude, we say thank you. It has been a journey. In fact, it rekindled our love to continue to show empathy and more love, especially in these times. Now, why say thanks? And we are here to say thanks because it has been a journey. I mean, from waking up very early, very long hours for all our officers. But today, we stand very strong and very committed to making sure we see our students going forward on that journey as they make great decisions for their future. We had a caliber of speakers. How do I start to even say thanks? I don't even know how to say thanks, right? But I am going to put it simply. So, as I said, we are from Southeastern and we have some real hard working officers. They work so hard. We cover schools. So anyone who will be coming on to look at our video, we cover schools from Guaya, Mayaro, Rio Claro West, Rio Claro East, Princess Song East, Princess Song West. Don't forget any of the schools, right? Christ College, St. Stephen's College, Cowan Hamilton, Barrow Asher, Barrow East, Barrow West. I do hope I have not left out any school. And when I think about being able to come here and really encourage everyone, I think today I want to publicly thank my officers on day. This weekend, we will be able to rest because we have sown some seeds. And I just want to say, even for those who might think, listen, everything you say, Ms. Tyson, doesn't make sense. Everything you're saying doesn't make sense. I am saying, think about your future. Think about it. I mean, literally spend time, coming together with, whether it's your parents, whether you have a few friends and right now it's COVID, so we cannot even gather. But literally come together and make good decisions for your future. And whatever you want to be, whether you want to be a doctor, a lawyer, a hairdresser, a pilot, a nurse, a social worker, a teacher, a mechanic, a mechanical engineer, as they say it now, whatever you want to be, press on, soar like the eagle. So, I publicly want to thank too all the RSC technicians who would have been with us on this journey, who really assisted us. I mean, they were very patient with us. And I'm just looking at my phone to make sure I pull up some names, because everything is tech right now, right? So we are thankful. Now listen, I told you all, it's 17 schools in Southeastern. I cannot forget to call Tableland Secondary, Tabaquite Secondary, and Williamsville Secondary. Oh my, you could imagine me. I would have had a fit like when I put that back. Oh boy, how could I forget these schools? But we have some hardworking officers, right? And just to give you a lineup, we have Miss Alma Simpson She has been servicing the St. Stephen's College along with Barrow Asher right now and Christ College. And then we have Nadine Gabriel. Moruga Secondary, we cannot forget Moruga Secondary. She has been servicing that school for almost 7 years. Wow. Really, really. I mean, when I tell you the caliber of officers we have, you think it's sugar, right? And then we have Ms. Janelle Garcia Hall. She has been servicing Tableland Secondary along with Cohen Hamilton. And then we have Marilyn Cooper. She has been servicing Williamsville Secondary. And I cannot forget to tell you about Miss Stella Clark. She has also been servicing the Rio Claro East Secondary and Tabaquite Secondary. Well, Tabaquite being her whole school, that's really her school, but she helps out at Rio Claro East. And I cannot forget Beach Secondary, where for this particular school, we have Miss Lisa Crawford, her main school being Barrow East, but she also serves at Beach Secondary. So here I am with a very humble heart, and I'm just going into my phone just to make sure that I did not say the wrong school, and just to make sure that I have covered the 17 schools, right? And I am now going to go into the final part of it. Just now, 1 minute. Right, so as I end my thank you speech, as I told you all, even in school, I used to talk real plenty, yeah? But just to tell you how grateful I am, I want to publicly thank Mr. Raj Ramdas. He has been the one who really made this dream come true. When we felt it was never going to happen, there was no provider, Mr. Raj Ramdas took up this opportunity and he made it possible. So that is why when we play songs like a bridge over troubled waters, I could tell you the trouble came, but we overcame. We are definitely a strong team of strong officers. And I hope I call all officers. I think, well, one of our officers right now, yes, and I forgot, oh my gosh, how could I forget this? Uta Maraj, who is also the officer for Princess Song East. And that school is now being serviced by Nadine Gabriel, right? So it has been 3 long days. I want to thank you. And at this time, we have a short video to show you as we end from heavy equipment. So sit back and look at this video so that as a young man, you will make the right decisions. You could see yourself here. See your dreams. Don't kill your dreams, but feed it. It come like feed your faith and starve your doubts. So to my technical team, could we have that PowerPoint up now, please? So I just wonder if we could just go back to the first slide, because I just want to give you this information about, right. So I am just showing this out here. Please write down these numbers. You can contact Mr. Neil Bispat. And as you can see, his numbers are 387-7491 and 688-9805. He has been in this heavy equipment business for a very long time. So even as we wrap up, I just want to encourage you that don't limit yourself. I want technical team, could you take me down to probably, I think, the other slides, like coming down to the NES. So as you can see, as we quickly look at it, so I'm just giving you like, I just giving you a taste of it, right? This school is an excellent school, and I just want technical team just up right here. And their mission is to be the leader in professional, hold on, enhancement training by offering a variety of skill-oriented training programs in heavy machinery operations. Now, when we talking young men, you might be looking on and you might say, well, who am I? I wonder if I can really get on a crane. But this particular young man by the name of Mr. Neil Bispat, he is well versed in crane operations, rigging, banksman, and safety skills, while maintaining the highest standards of professionalism, honesty, and reliability to our clients. And I am saying he provides high quality, effective programs that can be tailored to meet your specific work environment. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. Right. So, Mr. Neil Bispat, I just give you those numbers. His mission is to focus on improving safety in the workplace. His commitment will allow every one of us to become the preferred institution for training. So they have that commitment and certification in heavy equipment operations, crane operation, and again, rigging, banksman, signal persons duties, safety orientation, inspections, and consultancy in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the CARICOM Islands we own. So what I am taking you through is a company that stands on integrity, right? So even if you might not want to look at this now, and you say, oh my goodness, later on, let me look at this, I am taking you through for you to understand the weight of heavy equipment. Next slide, technical team, thank you. So I'm just going to go through these slides quickly. Thank you. All right. So, as I said, they not only do work in Trinidad, but also in the CARICOM and all these other Caribbean countries, right? And I just want to leave with you. After you have attended this training program, individuals will have an improved attitude towards safety and an increased proficiency in lifted equipment operation. So I want you to know that you are really doing yourself a service when you join or when you get this training by Mr. Neil Bispat, because the way each program is designed is to equip individuals. So whether you think, listen, I really can't do this, I am encouraging you, you can get it done. You can get this done. All right, and we are moving on. Can I get the next slide? So, as I said, so I would like you to contact Mr. Neil Bispat, Heavy Equipment Technical Training Institute. They offer different heavy machinery operation and the careers. And once you get in contact with him, I can assure you it will benefit you. Technical team, just go down the other slide. Let me just quickly show them some of the things that they, yes, let's go straight down. Right, so there you see all the rigging equipment. Continue, thank you. All the rigging equipment here again, right? Wow, I mean, just look at this. Thank you. And I just want to encourage you. I just want to encourage you that you should never give up. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Let's continue. Technical team, go straight down, right? Thank you. Wow, look at, wow. Just look at this. Wow, look at that. Just stay right there. Look at the magnitude of this. So this is where I end. On behalf of Southeastern, I want to encourage you. Dream big. Do not limit yourself. Start today, and I can assure you of a bright, bright future. Thank you very much. Thank you for viewing. God bless our nation. God bless our technical team, Mr. Ramdas and his team. They have worked really, really hard. God bless all the students who came on. Thank you very much. Thank you.